Welcome to AI Otaku Studio. Like, subscribe, and enjoy this video. A fine spring rain fell on Qingmao Mountain, drawing its rugged peaks into a veil of translucent mist. Under the touch of a light breeze, the pine forests rustled in continuous murmur, while the scent of damp earth and fresh sap rose from the valleys below. Along one flank of the mountain, a trail of lights sparkled like a belt of forgotten jewels. These few thousand lanterns, strung from the rocky heights all the way down to the foot of the slope, marked the location of Gu Immortal village. In the pre-dawn darkness, that cascade of warm light stood as the only testimony to human presence, tenacious and small against the wild immensity of the mountain around it. At the center of it all, the ancestral pavilion burned gold. Inside, time seemed to hold its breath. The clan chief stood before the altar, a middle-aged man whose hair and sideburns had begun to silver, while behind him a dozen elders formed a solemn semicircle. All were dressed in white ceremonial robes and knelt on the cold stone floor with hands clasped, their chanted prayers filling the wooden hall with a low, resonant vibration. Before them, rows of commemorative tablets carved from precious wood honored the lineage of the ancestors, and blue smoke rose in slow, undisturbed columns from great copper incense burners, stretching upward until they dissolved against the ceiling. The ritual drew to its close. The clan chief pressed his forehead to the floor in a deep bow, and the elders followed in a single synchronized movement. When they rose, fabric rustled through the hall as the assembly filed out into the outer corridors, where the rigid ceremonial atmosphere finally began to ease. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, a whole year has gone by, sighed one of the elders, adjusting his robe as he walked. It feels like the last ceremony was only yesterday, agreed another. I just hope that some great talents emerge this time. It's been a long time since any real genius has appeared in our clan. It had better happen. The Bihim villages already have their prodigies. That Bai Enning Bing from the Bai clan alone, the boy is monstrous. The mere mention of that name cast a chill over the group. Faces tightened with a concern none of them bothered to conceal. In just 2 years of training, the young man had already reached rank 3, and the pressure he radiated had become suffocating, even to senior elders of rival clans. All hope isn't lost for this year's participants, said a voice, cutting through the unease. That's true, it said that the Fang line has produced an exceptional child this generation. Already composing remarkable poetry at the age of 5, his intelligence is beyond anything this village has seen in years. A pity that his parents left so early. Fortunately, his uncle and aunt took over and have raised him well enough. The clan chief was the last to cross the temple threshold. As he drew the heavy wooden doors shut behind him, he caught the tail end of those words. He had no need to ask who they meant. As clan leader, he kept a careful eye on every promising young prospect, and Fang Yuan sat at the top of that list. Experience had taught him that children who displayed early gifts almost always carried strong cultivation talent within them. If this child reveals grade A talent, he could stand against Bai Enning Bing. With a mind like his, the odds are in his favor. A faint smile moved across his face, before he turned back to his subordinates with a sterner expression. Gentlemen, it's late. The opening ceremony is tomorrow. You should all return home and rest. And above all, save your energy for what comes next. A few coughs, a few carefully neutral expressions. The unspoken meaning landed clearly enough. Every year, a quiet war was waged between the clan's different branches over who would succeed in drawing the new talents under their wing, and the chief had no patience for it beginning tonight. After a round of brief and carefully cordial exchanges, the elders dispersed into the village, each carrying their private calculations home with them. Most of the houses still had lights burning. The coming day would seal the fate of an entire generation, and that knowledge sat in the chest like a stone. The village held its breath in the dark, caught between anticipation and dread, as it did every year at this hour. In a window above the street, a pair of clear, quiet eyes watched the lanterns. Fang Yuan stood at the sill. It was the third time he'd witnessed this particular scene, the third time he stood in this exact moment. The spring rain murmured against the wood below him with the same familiar rhythm, a melody he'd long since stopped finding beautiful. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. I'll finally be able to resume my Gu Master training. Now, let's see how my little brother is doing. He turned from the window just as the bedroom door opened. A young teenager stepped in with careful, hesitant steps. The moment Fang Zheng crossed the threshold, he found his elder brother's gaze already waiting for him in the shadows, motionless, as though Fang Yuan had been standing there for hours. The boy dropped his eyes to his feet immediately, submission and unease worn like a second skin. "Big brother, why are you standing so close to the window in this rain?" He waited for an answer. The silence that followed grew heavy enough to press against him, and he filled it himself, his voice dropping lower. "I saw that your window wasn't closed, so I came to shut it. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. It's late, you should be sleeping. If uncle and auntie found out you were still awake, they would worry." As Fang Zheng stumbled through his explanation, Fang Yuan noted the imperceptible trembling of his younger brother's shoulders. He already knew how every step of what followed would unfold, every small decision, every gradual shift, every betrayal waiting further down the road. Fang Zheng, for his part, wasn't surprised by the silence. Since their earliest childhood, Fang Yuan had always been this way, distant, unreadable, as though the normal rules of human warmth didn't quite apply to him. Although they had the same face, Fang Zheng felt himself to be entirely ordinary standing beside his elder, as unremarkable as a pebble next to a lantern. Born from the same womb, at the same moment, and yet the heavens had apparently found this arrangement amusing. To the whole village, he was nothing more than Fang Yuan's younger brother. His uncle and aunt invoked his elder's example at every opportunity. Even his own reflection had become a mirror he'd stopped looking into. These thoughts had been accumulating for years, each one adding its weight to the stone he carried, pressing his head a little lower with each passing season. What Fang Zheng had never understood was that the relative comfort of their upbringing had nothing to do with their uncle and aunt's generosity. It was the direct result of Fang Yuan's deliberate work. After their parents died when the brothers were 3, Fang Yuan had reached into the memories of a previous life on Earth and drawn out the tools he needed to survive. What the village perceived as the precocity of a born genius was in fact the carefully managed performance of a mind that had already lived several lifetimes. He'd manufactured social pressure, shaped the clan's perception of himself, and created conditions that forced their guardians to treat them with a minimum of decency. Without that shield, they'd both have broken under their uncle's hands long before now. Soon, fate would play its most ironic hand. When each brother's talent was finally measured before the whole clan, the spotlight would swing entirely from one to the other. Fang Zheng, the overlooked younger son, years of resentment quietly compounding, would suddenly become the clan's most precious asset. And when that power came to him, he wouldn't use it to protect the brother who'd spent years protecting him without ever saying so. He'd use it to settle an old debt that existed only in his own accounting, and in doing so, make himself exactly the kind of person he'd always told himself he'd never become. In his first life, that had been enough to shatter something in Fang Yuan. Now, after centuries of wandering through worlds where every creature fought for its own survival, all he felt was a cold and thorough understanding. The law of the jungle held everywhere, on Earth, in this world of Gu. What was there to be surprised by? His heart moved only toward one horizon, immortality. That path was narrow and solitary, and it made enemies of the entire world eventually. He'd made his peace with that long ago. Fang Yuan cast one last glance at his brother's bent silhouette by the door. "Look at yourself, Fang Zheng. You despise your own reflection because all you see in it is my shadow. You don't yet know that tomorrow fate will reverse our roles, and that it'll make a fool of you for it." Then, breaking the silence at last with a voice as calm and flat as still water, he spoke. "Go rest, Fang Zheng. Tonight's rain washes away the past, but tomorrow the sun won't rise the same way for everyone." Fang Zheng stood frozen for a moment, turning the words over slowly, searching for a meaning that kept slipping just out of reach. At last he answered in a voice barely above a whisper. "Then I will see you tomorrow, big brother." He pulled the door shut and disappeared into the corridor, leaving Fang Yuan alone with the murmur of the rain and his centuries of memory. Bangs, bangs, bang. The sharp crack of the night watchman's wooden mallet rang through the darkness and roused Gu Yue village from its sleep. The sound traveled along the beams and crept into even the most isolated of the pillar houses. Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He lay still for a moment and savored the moment. In his previous lives, mornings like this one had always arrived loaded with plans to form and contingencies to arrange, but every strategic corner, every hidden path, every secret buried in Qing Mao Mountain was already mapped inside him. There was nothing left to calculate. He pushed aside his silk blanket and got up. The rain had stopped. He opened the window and found cool air waiting, carrying the scent of damp earth, pine sap and wildflowers, the smell of a world that had cleaned itself in the night. The sun hadn't yet risen, leaving the sky a deep, unclouded blue. Around him, the village assembled itself in the half-light. The great dwellings of green bamboo and dark wood offered a sharp contrast to the mountain slopes behind them, which in this light resembled a pale green, misty sea. These imposing buildings rose to at least 2 stories without exception, an architectural response born of necessity. The steep incline and persistent damp made ground-level living impractical, so the first floor of every structure was nothing but a network of stilts and thick wooden stakes driven into the rock, and the second floor, raised, protected, dry, served as the actual living space. It was in one such upper room that Fang Yuan and his brother had grown up. "Young Master Fang Yuan, are you awake already? I'll come right up and join you." A young woman's voice drifted up from the ground floor. He glanced down and recognized his personal maid, Shen Kui, already dressed and composed in the early morning. Her appearance was only slightly above average, but she had an instinct for making the most of what she had. Dressed in a long-sleeved green dress with fitted pants, embroidered shoes, and a pearl hairpin, she carried herself with a youthful vitality that was genuinely difficult to ignore, and which she had no intention of wasting. She came upstairs carrying a basin of hot water. Fang Yuan washed his face and rinsed his mouth, then cleaned his teeth with a willow twig and snow salt while she set about preparing his clothes. As she helped him dress, she found occasions to press herself against his back, brief, deliberate, a seduction deployed with the subtlety of a drawn blade. Fang Yuan's face remained still throughout. To him, she was nothing more than a weed that would be cut down at the first change of season. She was a plant placed there by his uncle's housekeeper, vain and hollow, the kind who wouldn't waste a breath of hesitation before switching allegiance the moment his standing slipped. A variable that would resolve itself in due course. Fang Zheng arrived just as Shen Kui was smoothing the last wrinkles from Fang Yuan's collar. His eyes went to the maid and lingered there a moment too long before he looked away. Throughout all the time he'd spent in his elder brother's shadow, he too had been assigned a servant, but not a young and pretty one. He'd been given a stout, severe woman of middle age, chosen entirely for utility and offering nothing beyond it. When will a girl like Shen Kui ever be assigned to me? The thought surfaced before he could stop it, though he kept it carefully behind his teeth. His uncle and aunt's favoritism toward Fang Yuan was an open secret that everyone in the household understood and no one discussed. What Fang Zheng didn't know, what strung most in its irony, was that it was Fang Yuan himself who'd insisted on his brother receiving a servant at all. Left to their guardians, Fang Zheng would have had no one. "That's enough," said Fang Yuan at last, setting Shen Kui's hands aside with the same ease one uses to move an overhanging branch off a path. His clothes had been ready long ago. She was simply manufacturing reasons to stay. For Shen Kui, Fang Yuan represented a trajectory. Becoming his concubine would carry her beyond the station she'd been born into, and she decided this was worth whatever investment the pursuit required. His heart was a glacier she hadn't begun to touch. She pouted faintly, thought better of pressing the matter, and withdrew. Fang Yuan turned to his brother. "Are you ready?" Standing near the door with his head lowered, Fang Zheng answered with a barely audible yes. He'd been awake for hours. The dark circles beneath his eyes made that clear. The two brothers left the house together. The village was already in motion. All along the path, teenagers their age moved in clusters of 2 and 3 toward the same destination, their steps carrying the energy of people walking towards something they can't turn back from. As the Fang brothers passed, voices dropped on either side of the road and then resumed in their wake. "Look, it's the Fang brothers. The one in front, that's Fang Yuan, the poet." Fang Zheng kept his gaze on the ground and followed his brother's footsteps, as he always had. The sun finally crested the ridge and caught Fang Yuan full in the face, bathing him in gold. That same light, falling from the same angle, threw a long shadow back across Fang Zheng's face, a shadow that moved exactly as he moved and went where he went, inseparable from him no matter how fast or far he walked. "Perhaps I'll never step out of my brother's shadow in this lifetime." Fang Yuan perceived everything around him with the clarity of a man who'd long since stopped being surprised by anything a human being could do. His brother's quiet corrosion, Shen Kui's transparent calculations, his uncle's measured patience. They were figures in the background of a story he'd already read to its end. As long as none of them stepped directly into his path, he had no reason to spare them more than a glance. The path ended at the clan pavilion. More than 100 teenagers their age had already gathered before it, and the crowd was still growing. The clan pavilion was the most important building in Gu Yue village, not merely the residence of successive chiefs, but the sanctuary of the ancestral tablets, the nerve center of Gu Yue authority, the place where every significant decision in the clan's history had been ratified or reversed. Every stone in its walls seemed to carry the weight of generations. "Good, you're all on time." The elder of the academy stepped forward to address the assembly. His hair and beard were white as snow, but his eyes held a brightness that had resisted the years, and the genuine pleasure with which he surveyed this new generation of recruits was unmistakable. Today is the awakening ceremony, the most important turning point in your lives. I won't waste your time with long speeches. Follow me. He led them through the pavilion's great hall and behind a heavy hidden door, where a stone staircase descended steeply into the mountain's interior. When they emerged into the cave below, a ripple of genuine wonder moved through them all. The vault above was studded with stalactites, each one a natural jewel with iridescent reflections that scattered the available light into shifting spectrums of color. Fang Yuan, moving with the crowd, took in the spectacle with his customary stillness. The Gu clan migrated from the central continent to Qingmao Mountain 1,000 years ago. It was the discovery of the spiritual source buried in this cave that allowed them to take root here. Without the spring that produces primeval stones, the very foundations of the clan would cease to exist. They advanced another 100 meters into the mountain. The brightness of the stalactites thinned and faded, giving way to a darkness broken only by the low roar of moving water. They rounded a final column of rock, and the river appeared. It was roughly 10 meters wide, and its waters carried no reflection of anything above them. They shone with their own cold light, as though something deep beneath the surface had absorbed starlight once and was only now releasing it, slowly, steadily, a glow that belonged to the water itself rather than to any source outside it. On the opposite bank lay the field of moon orchids. The clan cultivated them with obsessive care, and the result was this. Flowers whose blue and pink petals curved in perfect crescents, their stems a translucent green that caught the river's light like the purest jade, their floral hearts radiating a soft, pearl-like luminescence. In the dim of the underground cave, that turquoise carpet scattered with points of living light seemed to belong to another world entirely, too precise, too beautiful to be accidental. Wow, it's beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. The exclamations moved through the teenagers in a wave. For most of them, it was the first time they'd ever been admitted to the sacred interior of the mountain. The elder of the academy allowed them their moment, a faint smile on his lips. Then his voice came down like a closing door. Listen carefully. When I call your name, you will cross this river and walk through the field of flowers as far as your strength allows. The closer you approach the source, the stronger the spiritual pressure becomes. Is everything clear? There were no questions. Without exception, every person in that cave had heard about this trial from a parent or an older sibling. The rule was simple and merciless. Fewer than 10 steps meant no cultivation talent. 10 to 20 steps, grade D, 20 to 30, grade C, 30 to 40, grade B, beyond 40, grade A, a threshold that had passed into myth in this clan. The distance you covered today would determine your cultivation rank, and by extension, the shape of your entire life within the clan. The air in the cave, which had felt luminous and almost magical only moments ago, compressed into something else entirely. The young people's eyes drifted from the flowers to the far bank. The futures waiting there were fixed quantities, already determined. They just didn't yet know what they were. Gu Chenbao. The first boy stepped forward, his face tight with the effort of composure. He waded into the river, wide but shallow, the icy water reaching only to his knees, and climbed the far bank. The moment his foot touched the earth among the flowers, something invisible met him like a wall rising from the ground. The orchids at his feet ignited with a pure white glow, and particles of light seeped into his body, granting him a brief reprieve from the pressure. Under their influence, the wall seemed to soften. He set his jaw and drove himself forward, 3 lurching steps before the barrier became absolute. The elder noted the result without expression. Gu Chenbo, 3 steps, no talent for cultivation. Next, Gu Zhaozai. Chenbo walked back. Whatever had been in his face before the crossing was gone, replaced by something grey and empty. Zhaozai stopped at 4 steps. The pattern of the morning had established itself. Becoming a Gu master isn't a right, it's a condition of birth. Across the wider population of this world, roughly 5 in 10 individuals possessed the capacity. Among the Gu Yue, whose founding bloodline carried unusual strength, that fraction climbed to 6 in 10, and yet the ceremony's opening results were making the elders on the ledge above look older by the minute. Gu Yue Mobei. Present, came the reply, sharp and immediate. Mobei was broad-shouldered with an elongated face, and he moved with the easy confidence of a boy who'd decided in advance that this would go well for him. Dressed in a simple linen robe, he crossed the river at a pace that said he'd been preparing for this day for a long time. As soon as he entered the orchid field, a swarm of spiritual light rushed into his body with each step. 10 steps, 20, 30, the flow steady and substantial, only stopping when he reached the 36th and found he couldn't press past the next barrier. Excellent, the elder's voice recovered warmth. Gu Yue Mobei, grade B talent. Come here, let me examine your aperture. He placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder and closed his eyes, extending his awareness inward. The cave fell silent around them, broken only by the soft movement of the underground river. After a long, still moment, the elder nodded with unmistakable satisfaction. Gu Immortal, Primeval C filled to 60%. Grade B, a solid talent, one that does credit to his ancestors. A murmur of approval moved through the cave. A Grade B talent meant a secure and meaningful future, the path to becoming a clan elder, capable of reaching rank 3 within a decade and taking a genuine role in the clan's affairs. Mobay had secured his position among the ruling class before he'd even received his first Gu. In the dimness of the upper ledge, the other elders allowed their attention to drift pointedly toward Gu Immortal. The old man, who shared with his grandson those same distinctive equine features, straightened his back and squared his shoulders, directing a slow and deliberate smile across the darkness at his longtime rival. "Well, Kai Lion, what do you make of that? My grandson isn't doing too badly now, is he?" Gu Kai Lion, recognizable even in shadow by the vivid red of his hair, produced a low, dismissive grunt. His face had gone tight, and beneath his sleeves his fists had closed. The competition between their two lineages had just shifted in a direction he hadn't wanted. An hour passed. More than half the teenagers had made the crossing by now. The results had settled into the mediocre range, grade D and C for most, with too many falling short of any talent at all, and joining the growing group of those whose futures had just narrowed to almost nothing. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. "The lineage is thinning," murmured the clan chief from the shadows, the words pulled from him like something heavy being set down. "It's been years since we produced a rank 4 master to reinforce the bloodline. Since our 4th chief, the only rank 5 master this clan has ever produced, perished and left no descendants, the talent of every generation since has been giving a little more ground." Gu Kai Chen. Kai Lion's grandson came forward, slight in build, his face dotted with pimples, his hands clenched at his sides and his forehead already sheened with sweat. And yet against everything his appearance suggested, he walked through the orchid field to the 36th step. Another grade B. The elder's enthusiasm surged back into his voice, genuinely renewed. Kai Lion's laugh filled the cave from wall to wall. 36 steps, how about that, Mo Chen? He turned on his rival with a predatory smile, slow and savoring. Mo Chen's jaw had tightened enough to answer for him. In the middle of the assembled teenagers, Fang Yuan watched the exchange with the detachment of a man watching a performance he'd seen before. He knew something that no one else in the cave did. Kai Chen had cheated. His grandfather had procured for him a secret and costly method that had artificially inflated the boy's apparent potential for the duration of this single ceremony. It was a measure of how badly the old man needed this. The Kai and Mo branches were the two great counterweights to the clan chief's authority, the only bloodlines with enough accumulated power to push back against the center. Kai Lion couldn't afford to let Mo Chen's line establish dominance tonight. He'd been willing to pay whatever was asked. "That secret cost me last time," Fang Yuan thought, his gaze settling on the old man. "This time, I'll know exactly when to press." He was already laying out the architecture of what would follow when the elder's voice cut through the noise. "Gu Fang Yuan." Everything fell silent. Every eye in the cave turned toward a single figure, and the air seemed to compress around the moment. Fang Yuan stepped forward. He crossed the river with a steady stride and climbed the far bank. The invisible pressure of the spiritual source met him at once, bearing down with a weight that was both physical and something more difficult to name. But quickly, as it did for everyone, the little lights drifting from the moonlight orchids began to flow toward him and into him. Each point of light is a Gu, the Hope Gu. The oldest legend in the world tells of where it came from. At the beginning of everything, when the world had only just taken shape, the earth was wild and without mercy. Among the creatures that roamed this primitive land, the first man appeared, Renzu, the ancestor of all humanity. He had no body hard as mountain rock, no claws, no armor. He ate raw meat, drank blood, and spent his existence hiding from things that wanted to eat him. He occupied the very bottom of the food chain. The creatures that hunted him were known as the predicaments, beasts that fed on human flesh and wanted only one thing from the world, to devour him entirely. Cornered and defenseless, he could do nothing but run. It was then that 3 Gu appeared before him. "Feed us with your life," they said, "and we will carry you through these trials." He had nothing to lose. He gave his youth to the largest of the 3, and in return it gave him strength. His life changed. He could protect himself, hunt, break the bones of his enemies. But brute force was never enough against the packs of predicaments that never stopped coming, and Renzu understood that he needed something more. He gave his middle years to the most beautiful of the three, and she gave him wisdom. He learned to think, to accumulate experience, to understand that the mind cut deeper than muscle. Many predicaments fell before him. He thought for a time that he'd found the answer. But time defeats everything. Renzu grew old. His muscles atrophied, his mind dulled. When the strength Gu and the wisdom Gu looked at what remained of him and saw that he had nothing left to offer, they left without ceremony, as cleanly and indifferently as a flame that has consumed its fuel. Alone, toothless, too weak to run, Renzu found himself surrounded once more. He collapsed under the weight of his despair, and it was then that the third Gu spoke. "Human, take me. I will help you escape the predicaments." "I have nothing left but old age," said Renzu, and tears ran down his face. "If I give you that, I will die instantly. I would rather live out the few seconds remaining to me. Go away." "Of the three of us, I ask the least," said the Gu. "If you give me your heart, that will be enough." "Then I give you my heart," said Renzu. "But tell me, what can you possibly give me in return? Even strength and wisdom weren't enough in the end." Compared to the strength Gu, this third Gu was nothing but a frail ball of dim light. Compared to the wisdom Gu, it barely glowed at all. And yet, the moment Renzu surrendered his heart, it erupted, an infinite, blinding radiance that tore through the dark and struck the predicaments like a physical blow. They recoiled and fled, their voices rising in a shriek that carried through the world. "The hope Gu, retreat, we the predicaments, fear hope above all else." From that day forward, whenever Renzu stood before the impossible, he gave his heart to that light. But hope isn't permanent, and it isn't free. Left without the willpower to sustain it, it fades back into shadow, and when it fades, the predicaments return. In the darkness of the underground cave, the lights of the Hope Gu gathered into a cloud just below Fang Yuan's navel, and grew steadily brighter with each step he took. He began to move forward. With every advance, more Hope Gu broke free from the field of flowers and rushed into his body, adding themselves to the gathering light in his abdomen. The flow was steady, and the elders watching from the ledge above were already exchanging glances. "The number of Gu seems lower than expected." The clan chief frowned in the darkness. The stream of light, while unbroken, showed none of the urgency that greater talent produced. Fang Yuan continued forward, unmoved. At the 27th step, a dull bang resonated somewhere deep within him, between his kidneys, below the reach of conscious thought. The ball of light in his abdomen had reached its limit and burst. The release was invisible to everyone watching, but Fang Yuan felt every wave of it, every hair standing, every pore contracting sharply, awareness briefly departing his body like smoke drawn upward through a crack. Then the emptiness arrived, vast, clean, complete. His body grew light, his chest loosened. Calm returned as his pores closed again, one by one. He turned his awareness inward and found it, the sacred space that had opened below his navel. His aperture. The awakening was complete. The aperture was a strange and particular thing. Physically housed within his body, it occupied a dimension entirely separate from his organs, both infinitely vast and infinitely small, occupying space that had no correspondence to the material world. Spherical, its inner surface was coated in a fluid white light, the translucent membrane left behind by the explosion of the Gu of Hope, the thin skin that kept the whole structure intact against the pressure of reality pressing in from outside. Inside lay his primeval sea. The waters were still as a mirror and carried the blue-green sheen of copper, the distinctive color of green copper essence, the mark of a rank 1 Gu master. But the sea level didn't reach even halfway up the available space. It sat at 44%, the unmistakable signature of grade C talent. Every drop of that water was 15 years of accumulated vitality and soul, compressed into this form. This spiritual essence would now serve as nourishment for his Gu. At this precise moment, Fang Yuan officially became a rank 1 Gu master. The flow of Gu of Hope had stopped the instant the aperture opened. 27 steps, the same as always. Fang Yuan allowed himself the faintest smile as he examined the aperture from within. He turned his attention deeper still and found the shadow that had been waiting for him there, a familiar silhouette, unchanged across centuries, looking now as though a strong wind might scatter it entirely. But it was present. Its presence was enough. He took one more step. The remaining Hope Gu in the field had no choice in what followed. They didn't drift toward him as they had before. They rushed, drawn by something older and heavier than instinct, the aura and will of an existence that ranked above anything they'd ever been designed to encounter. Under this forced influx, his primeval sea climbed. 28 steps, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. If others could cheat through cunning and preparation, he would cheat through the compounded weight of his former lives. "Can't you go any further?" The elder called from the far end of the cave, his voice tightening with impatience. Fang Yuan turned and walked back toward the shore. In that silence, disbelief swept through the assembled teenagers like a cold current. What? Fang Yuan only managed 33 steps. So it's grade B, only grade B. How is that possible for him, of all people? Every person in the cave had convinced themselves in the weeks leading up to this moment that Fang Yuan would be the one to break the pattern, the long-awaited grade A prodigy who would finally restore the clans standing against the Bai and Xing villages. Even Fang Zheng, standing with the other teenagers, wore a look of open and undefended shock. What a waste, murmured the clan chief, his voice pulled low by the weight of it. A mere grade B. On the upper ledge, the elders fragmented into competing interpretations. Could the results be wrong somehow? Impossible, the method is infallible, and we all saw it with our own eyes. But how do you explain his intelligence, the poetry, the memory, everything? It happens, sometimes a mind outpaces the body that carries it. Brilliance and talent aren't the same thing. The bloodline is thinning, that's the only conclusion that holds. His socks were soaked through from the 2 crossings, but Fang Yuan walked back through the cave with an even face and scanned what was waiting for him in the crowd. Disappointment wearing the mask of pity, a few poorly suppressed smirks. In my first life, this moment had broken me. I'd stumbled in the icy water on the way back, and not one person had reached out to steady me. Today, they were simply information about the people watching, nothing more. Next, called the elder of the academy, Gu Fangjang. Yes, here. Fang Zheng jolted out of his stupor and stepped forward. Still caught in the current of his brother's result, he entered the river, and his foot found a mossy stone wrong. He lurched forward, the icy water already rushing up to meet him, and then a hand closed firmly around his arm and pulled him back to his feet. Fang Yuan, he'd already moved. Big brother, Fang Zheng stammered, the words he couldn't find catching in his throat. Go, he said, the future is going to be interesting. Fang Zheng stared at him for a moment. His elder stood with a stillness that had no simple name, and at the corner of his mouth, something that might, in different light, have been the edge of a smile. Fang Zheng turned and walked the rest of the way across. What followed didn't feel like anything he'd been prepared for. Under the influence of a force he couldn't identify or resist, the goo of hope didn't drift toward him, they came in a storm. They poured from the field in a torrent of white light, a flood that didn't slow or thin as he moved deeper into the flowers, that kept coming as though a door had opened that had never been opened before. When Fang Zheng finally surfaced from the trance and looked down at his own feet, all the breath left his body at once. He'd passed Mo Bei, he'd passed Kai Chen, he'd passed his brother. 43 steps. Grade A. The elder's voice broke entirely on the words, abandoning composure without apology. Grade A, a genius, a true genius has finally appeared within our clan. The echo rebounded off the cave walls and detonated whatever remained of the ledge's dignity above. The elders, usually so practiced in calculation and restraint, shed both instantly. The Fang lineage has always been bound to ours by history. Kai Lion was already surging forward, his voice riding over the noise of the cave. The Kai family will adopt Fang Zheng officially, today, in front of witnesses. You shameless old fool. Mo Chen threw himself into Kai Lion's path, his face twisted past the point of pretense. Everyone here knows the quality of your methods. This child will not go near you. He will be raised by me, Gu Mo Chen, and no one else. Enough. One voice, not loud, not needing to be. The clan chief stepped forward out of the shadows and into the light of the cave. His gaze moved across the ledge once, steady, without hurry, and the elders fell silent. No one here is more qualified to raise this child than the sitting chief of the Gu Yue clan. Anyone who believes otherwise is welcome to face me directly. Here, now. He waited. No one moved, no one spoke. Fang Zheng had ceased, in the span of a few minutes, to be an unremarkable orphan. He'd become the most valuable asset the clan had produced in a generation. A week had passed since the awakening ceremony. The academy had settled into a different rhythm, quieter, more deliberate, charged with the tension of young people who had just learned what they were, and were still deciding what to do about it. Gu are the very essence of heaven and earth, began the elder of the academy, his voice carrying easily through the room. In this world, millions of species exist all around us, deep within the ground, at the heart of plants, inside the bodies of the most ferocious creatures. They are everywhere, and they've always been everywhere. He paused, letting his gaze move across the attentive faces of his students, before continuing. The scholars of the past gradually unraveled the mysteries of these entities. Those who, like yourselves, have opened their aperture can use their primeval essence to nourish, refine, and manipulate them. Such individuals are called Gu Masters. Every person sitting in this room has crossed that threshold. You are all, as of this moment, rank 1 Gu Masters. He paced the length of the stage with the confidence of a man who delivered these words many times and hadn't yet tired of their weight. The path of cultivation has 9 ranks. Each rank is divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, upper, and peak. At present, you stand at rank 1, initial stage. With diligence and resources, some of you will reach rank 2 or rank 3. How far each of you travels will depend in no small part on the talent you were born with. He gestured toward the blackboard behind him, where the figures had been chalked in clean, unsparing columns. Grade D Primeval C 20-39%, Regeneration 2% per hour, Natural Ceiling, rank 2. Grade C Primeval C 40-59%, Regeneration 4% per hour, Natural Ceiling, rank 3. Grade B Primeval C 60-79%, Regeneration 6% per hour, Natural Ceiling, rank 4. Grade A Primeval C 80-99%, Regeneration 8% per hour, Natural Ceiling, rank 5. These numbers represent your ceiling, he said, and his tone carried no softness. The path of cultivation is paved with bones. Without resources, without perseverance, without the protection of this clan, most of you will stop 1 full rank below what's written there. A grade C who doesn't work is nothing more than a grade D who got lucky. He paused again, letting that settle. As for rank 6, they are living legends. This clan has never produced one. We have known masters of rank 4 and rank 5, and those were extraordinary enough. Without intending to, or perhaps intending to, many of the teenagers turned their eyes to the front row, where Fang Zheng sat with the slightly dazed expression of a boy, still adjusting to the weight of being looked at. Regarding the rank 5 masters this clan has produced, the elder continued, his voice taking on the warmth of a man recounting history he genuinely revered. Our founding ancestor was the first. The second was our 4th generation chief, an exceptional man who reached that rank while still young, whose potential had fate allowed it, might have carried him to rank 6 itself. He paused, and the pause itself was a kind of tribute. Unfortunately, he fell victim to the treacherous attack of a demonic Gu master known as the Flower Wine Monk, a criminal of the highest order, infamous throughout the region. 300 years ago, the monk came to Qingmao Mountain seeking to attack the village. The 4th generation chief intercepted him. After a fierce battle, the monk was defeated and threw himself to his knees, begging for mercy. The chief, a man of generous spirit, was inclined to grant it. It was then that the monk revealed his true nature, deploying a cowardly technique that inflicted a mortal wound. The chief, in his final act, ended the monk's life and then succumbed to his own injuries shortly thereafter. The elder's voice had taken on the cadence of a story told so many times it had become halfway between history and scripture. The nobility of the chief's final moments, the treachery of the monk, the sacrifice that had preserved the village. At the back of the room, Fang Yuan was no longer listening. His hand moved absently along the edge of his desk, while his attention turned inward, drawn back to the night of the awakening ceremony. The scent of green bamboo wine was still clear in his memory. While the village burned with lanterns and the newly awakened celebrated with their families, Fang Yuan had slipped into the bamboo forest alone. Night had settled fully by then, and an almost full moon sat in a sky of absolute clarity. Under that light, the bamboo stalks rose like columns of pale jade, arrow-straight, luminous, climbing out of lush grass scattered with small white flowers. Dragon-pill crickets moved through the undergrowth in clusters, their bodies emitting a pulsing incandescent glow, leaving trails of crimson light against the emerald dark of the forest. Fang Yuan had passed through it without stopping. Beyond the bamboo grove, a carpet of white and yellow flowers gave way to the sound of running water. He followed a narrow stream uphill until the rock face rose on either side, and the stream disappeared into a crevice worn smooth by centuries of erosion, wide enough for 2 adults to enter side by side. He settled in a dry section of the passage and opened the jar he'd brought with him. The scent of alcohol bloomed immediately in the confined space, thick and sweet. He set the trap and retreated, leaving the smell to carry itself deeper into the dark. A few hours later, he returned. The bottle was half empty. He pressed further into the mountain's interior. The passage narrowed, the light from the entrance disappeared behind him, and the dark became total, the kind that has weight to it that pushes back. Fang Yuan moved through it without slowing. After roughly 100 meters, a reddish glow appeared in the distance, faint at first and then steady. 50 steps further, the passage opened into a cavity of about 80 square meters. The walls and floor shone a deep rust red, covered in a dense tangle of dead and withered vines. They lay over each other in intricate layers, dried to the consistency of old parchment, their flowers long since faded to dust. Flower wine gu and pocket rice grass gu, he noted, surveying the brown remains. Both had once been capable of producing nectar and rice when fed with primeval essence. Now husks, dried out long after whatever had sustained them was gone. But amid the desolation, nestled on the driest cluster of roots near the base of the wall, lay a small pearlescent silkworm, curled and motionless. Fang Yuan crouched and picked it up with care. The liquor worm, a rare rank 1 gu, coveted by practitioners for reasons that went beyond its immediate utility. It had survived here long after the vines that sheltered it had died, waiting in the patient way that Gu waited, for a hand that knew what it was. In my previous life, finding this creature had cost me 2 weeks of increasingly frustrated searching, this time a single night. He rose and moved toward the back of the cavity. Behind the withered roots, half hidden in the shadow cast by the red walls, a skeleton sat against the stone, the remains of the flower wine monk, undisturbed for 3 centuries. As Fang Yuan stepped closer, a faint blue luminescence activated near the ground. A small insect with a crystal carapace stirred from its dormancy, the photoaudio gu, awakened by his presence. It began to buzz with a low, continuous sound and projected a beam of focused light against the wall behind the skeleton, like a lantern with a lens. The reddish walls and their tangle of dead vines vanished beneath the image that came to life. The projection showed the summit of a devastated mountain, rock split and scorched, the air heavy with the aftermath of something catastrophic. A slender Gu master in a pink robe dominated the scene, his posture entirely without urgency, his gaze directed downward. Before him, another man knelt in the dirt, face smeared with grime, body bent forward in complete prostration. From his clothing, unmistakably, the insignia of the Gu Yue clan's chief. "You have been poisoned by my single-gate poison Gu," said the standing figure. His voice, projected by the Gu's recording, was precise and without inflection. "Without my counterpart Gu, your insides will liquefy within 7 days." "I'll give anything," gasped the man on his knees. "Anything at all, I beg you spare me. O flower wine monk, I beg you." The hero of Gu Yue, the monk's gaze was clinical, reaching rank 5 only to end up crawling in the mud. What a disappointment. "Mr. Flower Wine, please, remember my clan's hospitality toward you." "Hospitality," the monk's voice didn't change. "You poured toxin into my drink at a banquet. How arrogant, to attempt to poison the one they call flower wine. If you had simply cooperated with the orchids, none of this would have been necessary." The chief clutched at the hem of the monk's robe from the dirt. "Take enslavement, Gu. Make me your dog, my life is yours, just spare me." The monk regarded him for a moment with those flat, measuring eyes. "A rank 5 enslavement Gu is too valuable a thing to waste on a creature like you." He fell silent, a shift moved through his expression, the first crack in anything that wasn't calculation. His eyes widened slightly, and then in a single violent movement, he drove his foot into the chief's face. The crack of cartilage was sharp and final. The chief was thrown backward, blood streaming from his ruined nose, and then through the blood, a smile spread across his face. The kind of smile that cost something. "Heh heh, the moon shadow Gu," he said, pulling himself upright, "subtle enough to go unnoticed. Rank 4 only, but sufficient to paralyze your essence. Demon, you are finished." "Die." The word tore out of the monk with a fury that hadn't been in his voice before. He crossed the distance between them in an instant and drove his fist into the chief's chest. The sound it made was the sound of dry wood breaking, the ribcage collapsing inward, the body folding around the impact. The chief was thrown like a doll, hit the ground, and lay there producing a wet, terrible sound. "Are yous mad? We could have negotiated." His gaze fixed on a point and stopped moving. The image held for a moment, the monk standing over the body, the devastated summit, the sky above, and then reset. The projection began its cycle again from the beginning. The monk had created this record with deliberate intent, not to confess, not to boast, but to ensure the truth survived him. A final act of spite, aimed past his own death at the reputation of the man who had caused it. 300 years of praise for a man who begged for his life on his hands and knees. The Gu Yue clan feeds on lies to maintain its pride, and the truth rots here in the dust where no one thinks to look. Strength without wisdom is fragile. Wisdom without strength is useless. Monk of flower wine, you built this record to break the honor of your enemies, but for me, you leave only tools. Without a trace of disgust, Fang Yuan turned away from the projection and bent over the corpse. The past was nothing more than fertile ground. Fang Yuan returned to himself as the class was drawing to a close. The elder of the academy surveyed the room one final time before speaking. This week I've taught you the foundations of contemplation and the circulation of primeval essence within the body. The time has now come for each of you to select and refine your vital Gu. When this class ends, you will proceed to the Gu Hall and make your choice. Once selected, return home and direct all your energy toward refining it. Classes won't resume until this step is complete. Consider it your first official assessment. The first among you to successfully refine their Gu will receive a bonus of 20 primeval stones. The Gu Hall stood in the shadow of the academy, occupying a space of roughly 60 square meters. Under the watchful eyes of the guards posted at the entrance, the students filed in one by one. When Fang Yuan's turn came, he stepped into a room with its own atmosphere. The air inside was cool and dense with the layered presence of thousands of Gu, a sound that wasn't quite sound, more like the accumulated suggestion of sound, emanating from alcoves that lined every wall floor to ceiling. Rock bowls, jade pots, woven grass cages, terracotta jars sealed with cloth, grey stone basins, green jade dishes. The chirping of something unseen, a faint metallic clinking, the dry rustle of wings from somewhere he couldn't immediately identify. The accumulated noise gave the room the quality of a workshop and a living thing at once. The clan spent over 1,000 stones daily to maintain this inventory. All the Gu present were rank 1, the starting point for every master who'd ever passed through this clan's doors. For a Gu master, this first choice carried consequences that extended far beyond immediate utility. A master could house as many Gu as their resources allowed, but resources were finite, and the cost of feeding even a modest collection compounded without mercy. More critically, this first Gu would become the vital Gu, a bond so deep that if it perished, the spiritual damage could end a cultivation path entirely. He moved along the left wall methodically. The bronze skin Gu flat orange, the stone skin Gu greyish, the iron skin Gu metallic black. He murmured the name of what was absent. Jade skin. The jade skin Gu was the rarest of its family, its value approaching that of the liquor worm, the kind of thing a mid-sized clan might possess if they were fortunate. The Gu Yue clan's inventory holds no such thing. Expected. The second wall was beetles, the great Capricorn Gu of brute force, metallic red, capable of granting the strength of a bull for 5 breaths. The essence cost made the exchange rate poor. His gaze settled briefly on the great Capricorn Gu of yellow camel, prodigious endurance for 15 minutes, no structural drawbacks. A genuine gem, but one that didn't fit the shape of what he was building. The third wall was the boar family, the pink boar Gu useful only for weight gain, the flowering boar Gu in its various configurations, temporary strength, effect lasting longer than the Capricorn but less permanent than the black and white variants, which were predictably absent. Those two permanently increased strength, an ability so precious their price often exceeded the liquor worms. The Academy's inventory held neither. He completed his survey. No surprises. In one of the alcoves, silver plates held the Moonlight Gu, the village's quiet treasure, exclusive to the Gu Yue clan and absent from the natural world entirely. It was the product of a secret creation method passed down through generations, and it looked the part. A crescent of translucent blue quartz, light as a pressed leaf, cool to the touch, weighing little more than a jade pendant. He picked it up, turned it once, and slipped it into his pocket. Then he walked out. Outside, the line of students continued to stretch down the path. Fang Yuan paid them no attention. He left the academy and made his way down the cobblestone paths that wound through the village, moving at an easy pace. The sun had begun its descent, throwing long shadows across the red-tiled rooftops and warming the stone underfoot. He passed through the main square, where the discussions about the awakening ceremony were still running, and continued toward the outer neighborhoods, where the smell of cooked rice drifted out to meet the sharper scent of spirits on the air. This was the third time he'd come to the tavern for a bottle of green bamboo wine at 2 primeval stones. The wine wasn't for him, it was the essential food of the liquor worm, which consumed 1 bottle every 4 days. The Moonlight Gu was less demanding, requiring only 2 moon orchid petals twice daily. In this world, primeval stones served as currency, but to reduce them to that was to miss most of what they were. They were the pure essence of the world compressed into solid form, and a Gu master who possessed them in sufficient quantity could absorb their energy directly to accelerate cultivation, compensating for the limits of natural talent with the weight of resources. Fang Yuan had recovered 15 stones from the monk's corpse and held 9 more from his personal savings. At his current rate of expenditure, those reserves wouldn't last long. He left the tavern with the bottle under his arm and turned toward home. Big brother. Fang Zheng's voice came from behind him, cutting through the quiet of the late afternoon. "Have you been to the tavern again, to buy more alcohol?" A beat passed. "Come with me, Uncle wants to see us both." Fang Yuan turned. For the first time in his memory, Fang Zheng didn't drop his gaze. The two brothers stood facing each other on the cobblestones, and the change that a single week had worked in the younger was visible. The title of clan genius had begun to do its work. Fang Zheng was rising, slowly, uncertainly, drawn out of the long shadow he'd inhabited for years into a light he was still learning to stand in. The rumors had reached him. His elder brother, the one he'd spent his whole life measuring himself against, was retreating into drink, spending his primeval stones on wine, wandering the village with a bottle and a vacant expression. The fall had broken him. "Big brother, you have to stop this. You can't keep going like this. With grade B talent and the mind you have, you still have a real future ahead of you. Please wake up." Fang Yuan's eyes settled on him. They were dark and still, with no bottom to them, not shifting or flickering under the weight of being looked at. Fang Zheng held the gaze for 2 seconds before he felt it pressing against him from the inside, and looked away despite himself. "What is wrong with me? I am a grade A talent. I can't even hold his gaze." Fang Yuan walked past him without breaking stride, his voice dropping into the space between them with the flat weight of a door closing. "You waste your breath, Fang Zheng. Save your concerns for your cultivation. Now walk, Uncle doesn't like to wait." Fang Zheng fell into step behind his brother, quickening his pace to match, and said nothing more. His eyes dropped to the ground, watching his own feet move, step by step, forward through the long shadow his elder brother cast ahead of him on the stones. The setting sun bled red across the eastern sky, but inside the living room the light remained subdued, the kind of deliberate dimness that made expressions difficult to read and silences easy to hold. Their uncle and aunt sat in their dark wooden chairs like a pair of figures in a painting, their faces half lost in shadow. When Fang Yuan entered with the bottle still in hand, Gu Dongtu's brow tightened almost imperceptibly. He said nothing about it. His voice, when he spoke, carried the gravity of a man delivering something he'd prepared. "In the blink of an eye, you have both reached 15. The fact that you each possess the talent of a Gu master is a source of genuine pride for this family. I will give each of you 6 primeval stones. Take them. Refining your vital Gu demands a significant expenditure of essence, and you'll need every resource available to you." At his signal, 2 servants stepped forward and presented a small cloth bag to each brother. Fang Yuan took his without comment. Fang Zheng opened his immediately, his fingers closing around the 6 grayish-white oval stones, with the expression of a boy who'd just been handed what he hadn't dared to want. He rose quickly from his seat and faced his guardians with an earnestness that came from somewhere unguarded. "Thank you, Uncle, Aunt. Your nephew truly needed these." He paused, the emotion in his face outrunning his words for a moment. "You raised me to this day. That's not something I'll ever forget." Their uncle's smile settled into satisfaction. Their aunt's voice came down warm and slightly theatrical. "Sit down, child. You are not our biological sons, but we've never raised you as anything less. Watching you stand where you stand today is everything we could have hoped for. We were never blessed with children of our own, but having the 2 of you beside us has been more than enough." Fang Yuan watched the scene with detachment, present in the room the way a chair is present, occupying space, contributing nothing to the performance. Their uncle pressed forward while the warmth was still in the air. "Your aunt and I have discussed this at length. We'd like to make it official, to adopt you both and become, at last, a true family. Fang Zheng, what do you say?" Fang Zheng went still for a moment, the breath caught in his chest. Then his face opened entirely. "Since our parents died, I've always felt a hollow where a family should be. Becoming one with you, it would be like a dream I'd stopped believing in." Their aunt's expression softened into a warmth that nearly passed for genuine, though the calculation behind it never quite left her eyes. "If you are truly our son now, shouldn't you call us something other than uncle and aunt?" "Father, mother." The words came out of Fang Zheng with a fervor that surprised even him. The smiles on both adults' faces widened in unison. "What a good son," said the aunt, pressing 2 fingers to the corner of her eye. 10 years well spent." The living room fell quiet. 2 pairs of eyes turned to the elder brother. "And you, Fang Yuan?" asked Dongtu, his gaze settling with attention. Fang Yuan shook his head. No hesitation, no preamble. The refusal was as flat and final as a door closing. "Big brother," Fang Zheng began, his voice already carrying the shape of a plea. His uncle stopped him with a raised hand. A shift moved through Dongtu's eyes, not surprise, but a recalculation happening in real time. If that's your choice, nephew, we won't force it. You are 15 now, of legal age to establish yourself independently and continue the Fang lineage in your own name. I anticipated that this might be your answer. I've set aside 200 primeval stones to support you in getting settled. 200 stones? Fang Zheng's voice came out before he could stop it. He stared at the number as though it had a physical shape. He'd never held that much, had never even imagined holding that much. 6 stones had felt like a fortune a moment ago. A pang moved through him, sharp and irrepressible, gone almost before he could name it, and he was ashamed of it immediately. Fang Yuan shook his head again. The motion was small and unhurried, and it disposed of 200 primeval stones with the same indifference one might use to set aside a cup that had gone cold. If there's nothing else, your nephew will take his leave. He picked up the wine jar, stood, and walked out of the room without waiting for a response. The door didn't slam. It simply closed, leaving behind a silence that was colder than the air outside. Fang Zheng sat without moving. His uncle and aunt's faces had settled into something dark and carefully composed. Father, mother, he said at last, rising, big brother hasn't been himself lately. Please let me go to him, perhaps I can. Leave it, said Dongtu, with the weariness of a man setting down a burden he'd expected. These things can't be forced, my son. Your presence here is already more than enough for me. He turned toward the doorway. Servants, escort young Master Fang Zheng to his quarters and see to his comfort. When they were alone, the couple sat in the dark for a long while as the last of the daylight died outside the window. The mountain breeze had picked up, moving through the bamboo somewhere beyond the walls with a low, continuous sound. Finally, Dongtu's voice came out of the darkness, quiet, precise, stripped of everything it had worn an hour ago. The brat saw through it. The clan's rules on inheritance were unambiguous. At 16, a child held the legal right to claim what their parents had left behind. The fortune Fang Yuan's parents had accumulated, land, property, holdings that his uncle and aunt had been managing, and quietly benefiting from for a decade, was not a matter of hundreds of stones. It was not a matter of thousands. If Fang Yuan had accepted the adoption, he would have folded himself into a family unit whose patriarch controlled his assets. If he'd taken the 200 stones as settlement for his independence, he would have signed away his legal claim to everything else. Either path led to the same destination. He'd taken neither. At least we've secured Fang Zheng, Dongtu said after a moment. The greater talent is ours. And what do we do about Fang Yuan? His wife's voice had shed its warmth entirely, what remained underneath it thin and almost frantic. We can't simply let him. We don't have to. He's 15, not 16. We have time and we have tools. He's already given us the shape of the story we need. The drinking, the erratic behavior, the refusal of a generous settlement from a grieving family who only wanted to care for him. Dongtu paused, letting the architecture of it settle before continuing. We send Shen Kui. She knows what she's there to do. She cries assault, we arrive with witnesses, and we have a young man who has disgraced himself and his household, drunk, unstable, dangerous. A scandal of that kind is sufficient grounds for expulsion under clan law. He loses his standing, he loses his claim, and we lose nothing we can't afford. His wife was quiet for a moment. Your mind has always been sharper than his, she said at last. That little wolf thinks he can outrun us. He'll break his teeth on our doorstep. The night deepened around them. Dark clouds had moved in across the mountain, swallowing the stars, leaving only a thin, cold moonlight to find its way through the window. Fang Yuan walked alone through the green bamboo forest, the wine jar loose in one hand, his breath making small clouds in the chill air. He knew exactly what was being decided in that living room behind him. He'd known before he sat down. The knowledge produced nothing in him, no anger, no contempt, not even satisfaction at having been right. Birds die for food, men die for wealth. It holds everywhere on earth in this world of Gu masters. Friendship, love, the weight of shared blood, all of it negotiable, all of it surrenderable when the sum on the other side of the scale is large enough. My uncle and aunt aren't villains in any interesting sense. They are simply people doing what people do when resources are at stake. I understand them the way I understand weather, not with warmth, not with hostility, but with the patience of someone who has learned to plan around the rain. The inheritance isn't a matter of family or memory. It is a resource. It will fund my cultivation, and my cultivation will carry me somewhere worth going. That is the full extent of its significance. Inside the mansion, Fang Zheng sat at his desk in the warm lamplight, his class notes spread before him. The thick walls held the mountain wind at bay, and a cup of ginseng tea sent thin curls of fragrant steam into the air beside his hand. Young Master Fang Zheng, your bath water has been prepared. Shen Qi's voice drifted through the door, soft, deliberate, shaped with a care that his ear wasn't accustomed to receiving. A pull moved through Fang Zheng's chest that he couldn't quite name. Then, bring it in, please. She entered with a precise curtsy, her movements practiced and quiet, her expression radiating a warmth calibrated to the exact temperature of reassurance. As she straightened, her eyes found his with an expression that managed to look like affection. Your servant greets the young master. For Shen Qi, the logic of the situation was simple, and had been simple from the moment Fang Zheng's result was announced at the ceremony. Fang Yuan was a grade B talent in decline, retreating into wine and isolation, shedding whatever social capital he'd once held. Fang Zheng was the clan's rising star, grade A, newly adopted into a household with resources, his future opening in every direction at once. Realigning her attention cost her nothing she valued. The new calculation wasn't merely prudent. It was, by any measure that mattered to her, an opportunity. Fang Zheng felt none of the current running beneath the surface of the room. He felt the warmth of the tea, heard the softness in her voice, and allowed himself to settle into the unfamiliar comfort of being attended to, of being, for perhaps the first time in his life, the center of someone's deliberate care. A few hundred meters away, in the bamboo forest, Fang Yuan walked on through the cold with his mind already elsewhere, already turning over the next step, the next problem, the next thing that needed to be accounted for and arranged. The night pressed in around him, and he moved through it without slowing. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the secret cave, facing the dried remains of the flower wine monk. The silence of the stones settled around him as he closed his eyes and turned his attention inward. In the metaphysical space of his aperture, his primeval sea lay still, a calm expanse of blue-green water occupying 44% of the sphere. The extra 20% he'd forcibly extracted during the ceremony had evaporated shortly afterward, as he'd known it would, leaving only what his body actually held. Grade C, his biological reality, unchanged. But above that sea, casting its shadow over everything beneath it, stood a presence that had no business existing in a 15-year-old's aperture. A cicada. Where the moonlight Gu resembled a crescent of pale blue crystal, this creature looked like the work of a craftsman who had carved time itself from palm wood and breathed something into it that hadn't entirely died. Its body ran in brownish-yellow hues marked by circular streaks, the growth rings of something ancient, a creature that had been accumulating years long before Fang Yuan was born in this life or any other. On its back, two large translucent wings overlapped like pressed leaves, their veining still intricate, still perfect in structure. The Spring Autumn Cicada, a rank 8 Gu, an immortal Gu, his vital Gu, the treasure he'd refined at a cost he didn't permit himself to calculate, the instrument that had carried him across the river of time and deposited him here, in this body, at this beginning. An aura of death clung to it. Its body had the rigidity of dead wood. Its wings, which should have carried the green urgency of spring, were yellow and dry, their edges curling and beginning to crumble, as though autumn had already arrived and refused to leave. It was, by every measure, a Gu in terminal decline. This was, in its way, fortunate. Under ordinary circumstances, a Gu master could only make use of Gu at their own rank. A child who lifts a sword too heavy for them doesn't simply fail to swing it, they injure themselves in the attempt. A mortal master who possessed an immortal Gu at full strength wouldn't simply struggle to contain it. The resulting instability would draw calamities capable of leveling mountains. Had the cicada been anything close to what it once was, Fang Yuan's rank 1 aperture would have collapsed the moment the refinement was complete. 2 years, that was what experience told him. 2 years before it recovered enough of its strength to become dangerous to the vessel housing it. 2 years was sufficient, he'd worked with less. Beneath the cicada's shadow, the liquor worm drifted on the surface of the sea, quietly performing its function. It processed the green copper essence with steady patience, densifying and darkening it until it carried the quality of the middle stage of rank 1, well ahead of where a student 1 week out of the awakening ceremony had any right to be. Beside it, the moonlight Gu rested in readiness, coiled and waiting, prepared to project its jade blade at the first call. Both were already refined. For the other teenagers in the clan, these first days had been a grinding ordeal. Controlling primeval essence without wasting it was one problem, breaking the wild autonomous will of a newly acquired Gu was another entirely, and the two problems compounded each other in exhausting ways. Even Fang Zheng, with his grade A talent and all the resources at his disposal, would need the better part of a week to complete what Fang Yuan had accomplished almost without effort. The method was simple, if not available to everyone. He'd allowed the Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to surface for a single moment, not its power, only its presence, the ambient weight of what it was. The liquor worm and the moonlight Gu had encountered that presence and done what any lesser creature does when something ancient and incomprehensible looks in its direction. Their independent wills had collapsed without resistance, folding into submission the way a candle flame bends in the wind of something much larger passing nearby. What others would spend days forcing, he'd achieved in the span of a breath. For a Gu master, a refined Gu wasn't simply a domesticated tool. The bond that formed through refinement went deeper than ownership, a spiritual fusion, an erasure of the boundary between master and insect that left the Gu as continuous with the master's body as the fingers of his own hand. To command the liquor worm required no more conscious effort than deciding to close a fist. While Fang Zheng sat in a well-lit room wrestling with his essence, Fang Yuan stood at the bottom of the crevice with his back to the sealed wall, turning over in his hands the crushed remains of the photo audio Gu. The recording it had held was gone now, destroyed with the shell, but the memory of it lived in him as clearly as if the wall was still projecting. He'd observed this projection twice before, but in his previous existence, the message hadn't ended where it usually did. It had continued. The image of the devastated mountain summit had flickered and been replaced by something different, a bald Gu master. Grievously wounded, propped against a cave wall, cuts covered his chest and limbs in a pattern that suggested a prolonged and losing battle, but none of them bled. The body had been drained past the point where bleeding was possible. His face, even in this state, held the focus of a mind that hadn't stopped moving. "I am the flower wine monk." He had laughed, not the laughter of despair, but a note almost of satisfaction, the laugh of a man who has set something in motion that he won't live to see land. You, the person from the future, whoever you are, the fact that you endured this recording and allowed it to play for more than 3 months tells me that you hold no goodwill toward the Gu Yue clan. Good, then you will be my successor. My entire inheritance is yours. There is only one condition. You will destroy the Gu Yue clan for me, every last one of them. The flower wine monk had believed himself clever. He'd hidden his legacy and attached to it a condition he thought would bind whoever found it, a chain of vengeance passed from a dead hand to a living one. He hadn't considered the possibility that the person who eventually came to stand in this cave would be a man for whom 3 months of patience was nothing, for whom the destruction of a clan was neither a moral question nor an emotional one, but a logistical problem to be addressed at the appropriate time. For me, the testament is a price tag. I'll pay it if needed, not out of hatred, not out of the consuming bitterness that hollowed out the monk's final years, but because it is the condition attached to something I need. I will sign the contract in other people's blood, as I have signed many contracts before, and feel nothing about it either way. He put the remains of the Gu aside and turned his attention to the wall. He extended his fingers, letting the moonlight Gu's sharpness coat them like a second skin, and began making cuts in the stone at carefully calculated positions. The Gu's primary ability was to project a jade blade at distances up to 10 meters, but a master with sufficient experience learned to modulate that force, to compress it into something precise enough for work that required a different kind of edge. He had that experience. He used it. Outside, the sky came apart. The storm hit Qingmao Mountain with the indiscriminate violence of mountain weather, torrential rain that turned the paths to mud within minutes, thunder that struck the rock faces and sent its echo rolling through the crevice and into the cave beyond. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, listening to the chaos outside with an expression too small and too controlled to be called a smile. For anyone else, the storm was an obstacle, a reason to abandon the work and return to shelter. For him, it was a curtain. The sound of the rain would swallow anything that came from inside the mountain, and the storm would keep people away from the slopes. He turned back to the wall. His primeval C had dropped to 4%. He noted this and didn't stop. He took the bamboo spike from his belt, set it into the nearest notch he'd cut, and began driving it deeper with a stone, repeating the process from notch to notch, using each point of weakness to compromise the rock's structural integrity from the inside out. In my previous life, I worked in silence and fear, flinching at every sound. Tonight, the mountain itself provides the cover. Sometime in the deep of the night, between one roll of thunder and the next, he struck a notch at an angle slightly different from the ones before it. The sound that followed wasn't thunder, it was lower, more final, a dull crack that traveled through the stone rather than the air. A section of wall gave way, collapsing inward, and beyond it a cavity revealed itself, narrow, descending, cut into the earth at a downward angle. The air that came out of it was old. It carried the smell of centuries of sealed darkness, of moisture that had never moved, of dust that had been accumulating with no reason to settle differently. Fang Yuan stepped back and let it breathe out. His lungs were burning. His breathing had reduced itself to something hoarse and shallow without his having noticed. His fingers, still wrapped around the bamboo spike, were trembling, a fine involuntary tremor he observed with the detachment of a man monitoring a system he didn't particularly identify with. It wasn't fear, it was simpler than that. The body he inhabited was 15 years old, unrefined, still soft in the ways that young bodies are soft. Every muscle in his arms had been pushed past what they were built to sustain. The pain behind his temples beat steadily in time with his pulse, patient and insistent. His eyes, looking into the darkness of the newly opened passage, remained entirely still. I have endured the refinement of demonic Gu, processes that most masters didn't survive in any recognizable form. I have fought my way through centuries of a world trying, with considerable resources and ingenuity, to kill me. The protest of a 15-year-old body that has been worked too hard is background noise. Put his tools away. Going further now would be tactically unsound. His reflexes were dulled, and the stale air rising from the passage could cause him to lose consciousness inside. He sat at the entrance to the crevice and let the time pass. Sleep didn't come and he didn't pursue it. He meditated instead, getting the liquor worm through slow, deliberate cycles, allowing the process of recovery to compound while he waited for the air in the passage to renew itself and the trembling in his muscles to stop. When he finally emerged from the crevice, the storm had settled into a light rain. The sun was already high, approaching noon, the shadows short and direct on the wet stone. He found a stream fed by the overnight rain and used it to wash the red dust from his clothes, his shoes, his skin, the fine sediment of 3 centuries of sealed stone. The water was cold enough to sting, snowmelt from the upper slopes finding its way down through the rock, and it cleared his head as much as it cleaned his hands. He returned to the mansion at noon, moving through the heavy looks of his family, the reproach, the contempt, the studied disapproval of people performing concern they didn't feel, without pausing or responding. He went to his room, allowed himself the hours of rest his essence required, and let his primeval sea stabilize. Then, from the other side of his wooden door, a familiar voice. "Young Master Fang Yuan, it's me. I've brought food and wine, something warm. A young master shouldn't be out in the cold like this, shutting himself away." "Right on schedule, not by much." A glint passed through his eyes and was gone. "I'm a little hungry," he said, his voice as neutral as a closed door. "You're just in time, come in." Behind the closed door, Sheng Kui adjusted her neckline and allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The situation was as readable as a page of open text. Fang Yuan had returned in the middle of the day soaked through, his clothes carrying the mud of wherever he had been, his body carrying the exhaustion of a young man who had pushed past his limits and was trying not to show it. To her eye, trained on the currency of appearance and status, the picture was complete. A young master broken by disappointment, retreating into isolation and drink, too proud to admit how far he'd already fallen. The perfect moment. She'd spent years cultivating her position beside him, patient and calculating, waiting for the alignment of circumstances that would allow her to convert proximity into something permanent. Then his talent had been announced, grade B, not the miracle anyone had prayed for, and the household center of gravity had shifted overnight. Her uncle's plans for the elder brother had curdled into something more hostile, and fate had provided the obvious substitute. Fang Zheng, grade A, newly adopted, the clan's bright new treasure, and far more susceptible to the kind of attention she knew how to provide. But full favor required tidying up the loose end first. She'd been given a task. She intended to complete it. She pushed the door open and entered with her eyes lowered, her posture arranged into the precise geometry of submission. "Young Master Fang Yuan, the food and wine are still warm. Come and eat, the cold doesn't suit you." He sat down without acknowledging her. She set the dishes on the table and let the silence extend for a moment, reading it. Then she closed the distance between them, pressed her chest lightly against his shoulder, and lowered her voice to a register meant to be felt more than heard. "Your servant has always held affection for you. Tonight, if you wish, I could stay to comfort you. My body is yours." She prepared carefully, the makeup, the neckline, the arrangement of her hair. She reached past him for the wine cup, letting her hip brush his arm, and lifted it to her lips. "Let me serve you." She took a small sip, then leaned in to offer it the way she'd planned, lips to lips, the gesture designed to be simultaneously intimate and deniable. It was at that precise moment that she looked up and found his eyes. She stopped. The eyes that met hers weren't the eyes of an exhausted, broken young man working to preserve what was left of his dignity. They held nothing she recognized, no desire, no discomfort, no anger, no performance of indifference over anything underneath. They were simply still, dark and still, bottomless as a well. A shiver moved up her spine before she had decided to feel it. She overrode it. "He's performing, keeping his pride intact," that's all this is. The world inverted. A hand closed around her throat, not quickly, but with a completeness that left no space for negotiation. The grip was iron, absolute, applied with the casual precision of a man who'd done this before and found it unremarkable. Her jaw opened reflexively, the wine she'd been holding spilled down her chin and across the silk of her clothes. She tried to call out, tried to find the breath to form a word, and found nothing, her throat reduced to a closed door. Her hands flew to his arm and clawed at it with increasing desperation, her feet leaving the floor dark spots blooming at the edges of her vision as the blood climbed into her face. Fang Yuan didn't move. He watched her with the detached patience of a taxidermist examining a pinned specimen. When her struggles had diminished to something weak and involuntary, he released his grip. Shen Qi dropped. She hit the floor and stayed there, pulling air back into her lungs in ragged, desperate pulls, shaken by a coughing fit that seemed to go on longer than her body had the strength for. Shen Qi. His voice, when it came, was as flat as water in a deep well. Did you genuinely believe I would hesitate to kill you? She looked up at him from the floor. What she saw in his face sent a coldness moving through her that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. The expression he wore wasn't anger, wasn't contempt. It was quieter and far more permanent. He reached for the table knife. He drew the flat of the blade slowly across her cheek, not cutting, not yet, just the cold line of it against her skin, deliberate and unhurried. Or perhaps, he said, barely above a murmur, I should simply remove what makes you vain, forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Shen Qi stopped breathing. The terror that had moved through her before had been fear of pain, fear of death. This was a terror beyond both of those, the fear of someone who has understood in the space of 30 seconds that the creature in front of them has no flaw. The knife returned to the table. You have served this household for years. I'll extend you the mercy that warrants. Don't make me regret it. He picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. Leave. She found her legs by instinct rather than will and crossed the room and went through the door without asking for anything, without looking back. In the corridor outside, men his uncle had posted in the shadows watched her emerge, pale, her eyes stripped of everything that had been in them when she went in, moving like a woman whose body was still catching up to what had just happened. They exchanged glances across the hallway, unable to construct an explanation. A maid, an exhausted teenager. A task that should have been simple. Fang Yuan finished his meal, rose, and considered the situation with the economy of a man who doesn't waste time on conclusions he's already reached. The calm in this house wouldn't survive the night. His uncle would hear from the men in the corridor, or from Shen Qi herself once she recovered enough to speak. Remaining here meant accepting a permanent target, and he hadn't come back to this life to spend it managing threats from people who were, by any meaningful measure, trivially beneath him. It was time to leave. Before going, he took a detour through the residence's interior garden. The alcove there was shaded from direct sunlight by heavy velvet curtains, because the plants it housed required it. His uncle maintained several pots of moon orchids, with the pride of a man who understood their value and wanted others to know it. The flowers were fragile, translucent petaled things that couldn't survive direct light, sustained by fragments of spirit stones, buried in the soil to keep the essence flowing at the level they needed. Fang Yuan moved through the alcove without sound. His fingers selected the ripest petals with the care of hands that knew the difference between what would be missed and what would not. He didn't take everything. A wholesale disappearance would be noticed and investigated. What he needed was a scene that told a different story. He harvested selectively, a few petals here, a few leaves there, then crumpled 2 stems and tipped a small amount of water onto the soil around the base of the nearest pot, enough to suggest careless handling, enough to produce the kind of minor damage that looked like an accident. Tomorrow his uncle would find damaged flowers and a disordered alcove. Shen Qi would be useless to him, pale, incoherent, unable to explain herself. Other servants would be frightened enough to keep their heads down. The conclusion would write itself: negligence, a servant careless with the orchids and Messiah still in covering it up. His anger would land on the household staff long before it occurred to him that his incapable, broken nephew might have needed resources for a Gu he'd already refined. He slipped the petals into a small silk purse and left the house. He didn't look back. The rain had softened to a fine drizzle. He walked through it at an even pace, anonymous among the quiet afternoon streets, carrying nothing that identified him as anything other than a young man going somewhere ordinary. The village's only inn announced itself with the smell before the sign: old wood, cheap wine, the staleness of a room that had housed many different people's evenings over many years. He pushed the door open and approached the counter. Do you have rooms available? The innkeeper looked up from whatever he'd been occupying himself with. Business was slow, the season kept the caravans away, and slow seasons had a way of making men attentive to opportunity. Yes, young master, upstairs, clean, quiet, fair price. Meals on the first floor, but we bring up if you prefer it. Fang Yuan set 3 spirit stones on the worn wood of the counter. The innkeeper's eyes went to them immediately and stayed there. A room on the 2nd floor, away from the street. Hot food and a pot of green bamboo wine, now. Keep the difference, and I don't want to be disturbed for any reason. The stones disappeared into the innkeeper's hand with a speed that suggested they'd been waiting for exactly this kind of introduction. He bowed low enough to make his sincerity structural. Absolute discretion, young master, the first principle of this establishment. The room was dim and quiet. Floorboards announced themselves under his weight as he crossed to the bed and sat down. He took a moon orchid petal from the silk purse and held it out to the moonlight Gu. The small blue crescent caught the low light and seemed to sharpen with an edge that resembled hunger, the crystal's inner luminescence brightening as the petal drew close. Then the wine arrived, and with it the second half of his evening routine. He pulled the cork from the pot of green bamboo wine and let the scent fill the room, fresh and woody, with the sharpness of good mountain fermentation. With a directed thought, he called the liquor worm forward from its place within the aperture. It emerged looking satisfied with itself, a small, pale, well-fed creature that responded to the smell of alcohol with the uncomplicated enthusiasm of something that had only one priority and was about to have it met. Fang Yuan poured a measured quarter of the pot into a small earthenware cup. The worm settled into it with evident contentment, taking its daily ration at the careful pace that kept it functional rather than simply intoxicated. He set the cup aside and looked at the room around him. A roof, food for his Gu, stones enough to maintain his current expenditures for several weeks if he was careful, and the cave waiting for him with everything the monk had left behind, resources that would, in time, compound into a foundation worth building on. He'd started from less. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes, and let the quiet of the room do its work. A single candle fought the darkness. Its flame threw Fang Yuan's motionless shadow against the wall behind him. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his attention submerged in the space of his aperture. His primeval sea of green copper moved with a slow, steady rhythm. The liquor worm drifted at its surface like a coil of immaculate silk, patient, sovereign, already at work. Under the quiet direction of his will, it began its cycle. In this world, a Gu was a law unto itself. The Spring Autumn Cicada's nature was to move against the current of time. The moonlight Gu's nature was to compress essence into a crescent blade of azure light. The liquor worm's nature was simpler and, for his purposes, more immediately valuable. It condensed. It drew the fluid primeval essence of the initial stage inward, processed it through its own internal refinement, then released it transformed. What came out wasn't the copper-tinged water of the initial stage anymore. It was darker, denser, heavy and slow-moving as royal nectar, carrying the deep internal luster of the intermediate stage. Intermediate essence meant his other Gu would operate at twice the efficiency while consuming half the volume. More significantly, this concentrated essence exerted constant pressure against the walls of the aperture from within, polishing its foundations at a rate that had nothing to do with the talent he'd been born with in this life. The advantage the liquor worm provided was not permanent. As he ascended stages, the aperture walls would grow more resistant, and even the densest essence would eventually meet its limit. The inn was a solid structure, built to outlast the mountain winters of Qingmao. Thick cedarwood pillars, long dark benches, tables worn smooth by years of use. The marble floor retained a persistent chill, a cold dampness that seemed to seep upward from the mountain itself. After 3 days of continuous rain, the sky had finally cleared, offering the first real light in almost a week. Fang Yuan sat near the door alone. Before him, a bowl of wild millet porridge with crisp bamboo shoots and a few slices of dried mountain goat, and a cup of bitter leaf tea, a drink known among cultivators for stabilizing the spirit after prolonged meditation. The forest was calling, and he intended to answer it before the afternoon was gone. He was lifting the first spoonful to his lips when Fang Zheng walked in. "Big brother, why are you still here? You haven't come home in 2 days." Fang Yuan didn't respond. He kept eating at his deliberate pace, attending to the bowl in front of him with the same quality of attention he brought to everything. "Big brother," his voice climbed, "what did you do to Shen Kui? Since she came out of your room she won't speak, she won't stop crying, she's barely herself." Fang Yuan raised his eyes. The look that met Fang Zheng's was dark and still and entirely empty of the things his brother had been hoping to find there. guilt, defensiveness, some crack in the surface. The few other patrons in the room had gone quiet. The tension between the two brothers had a texture that even strangers could feel, the kind that precedes a confrontation. After a moment of that glacial face-to-face, Fang Yuan lowered his eyes back to his bowl. Fang Zheng's fist came down on the table. The crockery jumped. Gu Fang Yuan, how can you be this cruel? Shen Kui served you for years faithfully without complaint, and you. I know it's hard, having only mediocre talent. I know you're suffering, but that's no reason to take it out on other people. It isn't right. Fang Yuan was on his feet before the last word had finished, leaving his brother's mouth. The slap cracked across the dining room. Fang Zheng stumbled back 2 steps, his hand going to his cheek, his eyes wide with a shock that went beyond the pain, the shock of a boundary that had always existed simply ceasing to exist. Useless fool, said Fang Yuan, his voice low and almost a murmur, but carrying more weight than a shout. What tone do you think you're using with your elder brother? Shen Kui is a servant, a girl of no standing, and you come here to a public room, forgetting the ties of blood over a girl like that. Big brother, you hit me, Fang Zheng stammered. You never, I know it's difficult, seeing that I have greater talent while you, but that's the way the heavens arrange things, you can't blah. The back of Fang Yuan's hand caught the other cheek with the same quiet precision. Fang Zheng stood with both sides of his face burning, unable to move. Do you remember, Fang Yuan said, settling back into his seat with the easy calm of a man resuming an interrupted meal, when our parents died and our lives became what they became? Who took the beatings from our uncle and aunt in your place? Who left you their share of food when there wasn't enough? Who stood between you and the other children's cruelty? The anger drained out of Fang Zheng and left a hollowness behind. None of that matters now, Fang Yuan said. Instead of wasting your time on youthful infatuations, cultivate yourself, refine your gu, grow strong. Perhaps then you'll be worthy of standing in front of me with that tone. He picked up his chopsticks. Now disappear, let me eat in peace. Fang Zheng left without a word. The image of Shen Kui, her careful hands, the softness of her voice, had contracted to something small and distant. He stepped out into the sunlight and stood there for a moment, blinking, not entirely sure what to do with himself. Inside, Fang Yuan watched his brother's silhouette disappear through the window. A-grade talent isn't a common thing. If the right pressure, applied at the right moments, pushes Fang Zheng to surpass himself, well, seeds grow in stranger soil. He resumed his meal. Around him, the petrified silence of the room began to thaw. The patrons who'd been watching hastily looked away and pretended to be occupied. The clinking of utensils resumed by degrees, conversation followed carefully behind it, and the inn gradually recovered the artificially relaxed atmosphere of a place that had just witnessed an incident it was collectively deciding not to discuss. Several streets away, at the Dong residence, the account had already arrived. Dong too heard it out with narrowed eyes, his fingers still on the arm of his chair. A dark glint moved through his gaze and settled into something colder. That Fang Yuan, he murmured, almost to himself. A slow breath. He'd made an error of assessment. He'd taken the boy's grade B result and the visible performance of dissolution, the drinking, the isolation, the retreat from the household, as confirmation of a mind broken and manageable. What the past days had demonstrated, instead, was a mind that had seen the trap coming before it was set, dismantled it without direct confrontation, and exited the situation in a way that left his best operative unable to function. What kind of mind calculates like that at 15? And that useless girl in her terror had damaged his precious orchids into the bargain. If Fang Zheng weren't so obviously infatuated with her, he'd have had her dealt with already for sheer incompetence. He turned to his wife, who'd been watching him from across the room. From today, your attention goes entirely to Fang Zheng. A greater talent is our only meaningful path forward in this clan, and he's ours. Those slaps have left marks, not just on his face. He feels something now toward his brother that he didn't feel before. Frustration, resentment, the sting of being diminished in front of strangers. He paused, examining the shape of what he was constructing. These things can be cultivated. Guided in the right direction, they become exactly the instrument we need when the time comes to move against Fang Yuan directly. Fang Zheng will be our best tool. His wife said nothing. Her expression said she understood. While his uncle revised his strategy in a warm room across the village, Fang Yuan had already returned to the crevice. The air inside had fully cleared over the 3 days of rain. The gap he'd opened in the wall was wide enough to pass through at a crouch, a dark mouth in the red stone, exhaling the cool, mineral-scented breath of deep earth. He ducked inside and began to descend. In my previous life, this passage cost me hours. Every inch tested with thrown pebbles, every shadow read for the geometry of a hidden mechanism. A rope-tethered rabbit sent ahead at the first narrow section to check for pressure traps. The legacies of righteous masters were designed as tests of character, constructed to reward virtue and destroy those who lacked it. Demonic legacies were different. They reflected their creators, and their creators had been paranoid, cruel, or simply indifferent to whoever came after. Some were tombs, others were poisoned gifts. But the flower wine monk had been dying and hunted when he sealed this place. He'd acted with urgency, not craft. What had once taken hours now took minutes. After roughly 300 meters of diagonal descent, the passage narrowed around an obstacle, a massive round stone filling the path from wall to wall with a precision that left no gap at the sides. The ground at its base was darker than the surrounding earth, almost greasy to the touch. Fang Yuan crouched and pressed his fingers into it and began to dig. The smell reached him before the light did, heavy, rich, deeply sweet, the concentrated fragrance of something sealed in perfect conditions for a very long time. A golden glow pressed through the disturbed earth and resolved itself, as he cleared the last layer away, into a dark gold bud nestled at the base of the stone. The earth treasure flower, a single-use gu, designed to preserve another gu in a state of suspended existence, drawing on the telluric energy of the surrounding ground to maintain the conditions of life without the activity of living. Rooted deep enough, it could sustain its charge for centuries. His movements became more careful. He peeled back the outer petals one by one, each layer giving way like a fold of heavy silk, each removal causing the whole to contract slightly inward. When the last petal came free, what remained was a translucent core containing a small quantity of liquid gold, thick as oil, moving the way oil moves when it's been left undisturbed long enough to forget urgency, suspended in that liquid, as though it had simply decided to rest there and had been resting ever since, was a small milky white creature the size of a thumb. The white boar gu. A smile moved across Fang Yuan's lips, not warmth, confirmation. He looked at the boulder that filled the passage beyond. The walls were smooth, the fit exact, the silence around the obstacle deliberate. Without the strength the white boar gu would give him, this was where the path ended, a door that carried its own key. He pressed his will against the small creature and fed it a current of green copper essence. The white boar gu had been dormant for decades, its independent will barely a flicker. The refinement completed without resistance, the bond settling into place with the quiet finality of things that have been waiting a long time. Then, through the newly formed connection, a sensation arrived, the hollow, urgent hunger of something that had woken from centuries of suspension and found itself empty in every direction at once. The creature's tiny legs moved against his palm in a weak, aimless pattern, too depleted to begin the physical transformation it had been designed to perform. An ordinary practitioner would have returned to the village, purchased meat at the market, and tried not to attract undue attention to a transaction that raised obvious questions. Fang Yuan looked at the passage behind him, at the filtered light coming down through the entrance above, at the mountain waiting. Qingmao Mountain is generous to those who know how to ask. He packed away what needed packing, tucked the white boar gu carefully against his palm, and turned back toward the surface. The midday light came through the canopy in broken pieces, scattering across the forest floor with the clarity that follows rain, sharp-edged, clean, the air carrying the smell of wet earth and new growth and something green and alive that had been waiting under the water for 3 days and was now, finally, moving again. The forest of Qingmao Mountain stretched without apparent limit, a dark green ocean where silence was an illusion maintained by things that had learned to move quietly. Fang Yuan advanced through it with the patience of a predator, his steps deliberate on the spring grass. Sunlight came through the canopy in broken pieces, casting a shifting mosaic of shadow and gold across the ground beneath his feet. The grass was lush, scattered with wildflowers whose sweetness lay over the underlying smell of rotting humus like a curtain over something it had no intention of hiding. In the distance, the sound of an unseen waterfall answered the nervous chirping of birds. The farther he moved from the village, the denser the forest became, ancient junipers and majestic pines pressing gradually closer, the spaces between them contracting. The clan clears the periphery, but the mountain itself remains what it has always been. A rank 1 or rank 2 gu master alone in this forest was prey. Without a concealment gu, a solitary practitioner was as visible to the mountain's predators as a torch carried through a dark room. It was precisely to compensate for these individual vulnerabilities that gu masters traveled in balanced groups, each member covering what the others lacked: reconnaissance, defense, attack, in a rotation that made the whole harder to kill than any of its parts. Fang Yuan continued forward. Through the bushes ahead, a group of deer grazed in a shaft of afternoon light, their ears swiveling at intervals to catch sounds the wind brought them. At his appearance they scattered, a flash of mottled fur and then nothing, the undergrowth already settling back into stillness. Females, their hides make excellent traveling boots. Their meat would feed some Gu. A male would have been more useful. The antlers serve as the base for refining Gu. A low buzzing caught his attention a short distance further on. A beehive the size of a wicker basket hung from a low branch, its surface alive with the slow movement of soldier bees, mandibles sharp enough to be visible even at this distance, bodies moving with the slow authority of things that had never needed to develop a fear response. Wild honey, the preferred food of the Xing family's bear force Gu. With a bronze skin Gu, I could harvest it without the stings mattering. Without one, a pointless risk. He took the northern route around the wolf pack's territory, as he always did. What he was looking for he found not long after, churned earth in the emerald soil, the disturbance left by a large animal that had been rooting for food. The sounds reached him before the animal did, a low hiss of steam through nostrils and the rhythmic grunting of concentrated effort. Then through a gap in the undergrowth he saw it. A massive male boar, its back bristled with a mane as stiff as needles, and the scars on its flanks were fresh enough to still be raw, evidence of recent battles for territory or dominance. One tusk was broken at the midpoint, the remaining length still formidable. The animal stopped abruptly. It lifted its head and drew the air in, its small bloodshot eyes finding Fang Yuan across the distance between them. The decision took no time at all. It lowered its head and charged. The ground registered the weight of it before Fang Yuan's ears caught the sound. A tremor transmitted through the soles of his feet. A boar's tusk wasn't simply a weapon. At sufficient speed, it was a spear capable of passing through a man entirely. Fang Yuan didn't move. He guided his middle essence toward the moonlight Gu. PSHHD, PSHHD. Two azure blades precisely placed, not against the thick hide of the back where they'd have done little, but aimed for the eyes. Blood and vitreous matter erupted. The boar's roar was immediate and enraged, its charge carrying it forward on pure momentum, even without the ability to see where it was going. Fang Yuan pivoted sideways with the unhurried grace of a man, stepping out of the path of something large and predictable. The impact against the oak behind him sent dead leaves raining down in a sudden cascade. The boar staggered. Fang Yuan sent 3 more blades into the wounded flanks. Even with middle essence behind them, the cuts were superficial. Wild animals carried hides developed over generations to withstand exactly this kind of punishment. 5 blades used, 24% of middle essence remaining, no further expenditure warranted. He let the animal exhaust itself. It charged twice more, slower each time, the strength leaving it with its blood, staining the red moss in spreading patches. When it finally went down, Fang Yuan approached and used a heavy stone to methodically crush its skull. A clean death, the primeval essence preserved. He summoned the white boar Gu. The small creature transformed into a milky luminescence and descended into the carcass. What followed took only minutes. The corpse began to desiccate from within, the meat and fat drawn inward and absorbed with quiet efficiency. When the Gu re-emerged, its whiteness was still immaculate, and it carried the satisfied stillness of a creature that had eaten well and wouldn't need to eat again for 5 days. What remained of the boar was empty skin and organs, the structure without the substance. Fang Yuan collected the tusks and cleaned his knife with the deliberate care of a man who maintained his tools as a matter of habit rather than occasion. Hunting like this is too inefficient. My message to the hunter needs to bear fruit. I need a reliable supply of pork meat without spending time I don't have on the mountain. The sun was beginning its descent as he made his way back, the light thickening from gold to amber, the mountain going gradually purple around him. Back in the dim quiet of his room, Fang Yuan didn't rest. He sat upright on the bed and activated the white boar Gu. The process was nothing like the smooth, meditative flow of essence cultivation. The moment the Gu began to work, he felt his muscle fibers tense to the edge of tearing, not energy moving through him, but a restructuring happening from the inside out, his body rebuilt along different specifications. A suffocating heat spread from his spine outward into his limbs, the quality of it less like warmth and more like boiling lead finding the paths available to it. His bones produced dull cracking sounds. The sensation was precise and comprehensive, thousands of points of pressure reshaping his muscles simultaneously. For 15 minutes, the daily limit his adolescent body could sustain without damage, he endured this without making a sound. By the end he was soaked through, the bedding beneath him dark with sweat. But he already felt the difference, a new solidity that hadn't been there that morning. 2% improvement. At this rate, 50 days brings me to the raw strength of a wild boar, the equivalent of 3 grown men. The hunger that followed was significant and immediate. He changed into a clean tunic and went down to the common room. The inn's atmosphere had shifted with the evening. Village hunters had come in from the mountain, and a scattering of clan members occupied the tables, their conversations carrying the ease of people who'd finished the work of the day and were now attending to the work of eating and drinking. Fang Yuan settled into a corner position, discreet enough to suggest privacy, exposed enough to avoid the appearance of deliberate concealment, and ordered a wild hare stew with berries and a pot of green bamboo wine. This was his routine, and it served 2 purposes simultaneously. The wine was the liquor worm's daily sustenance. To everyone else, it was another thing entirely. Let them believe this wine is my refuge, he thought, the clean bitterness of bamboo on his tongue. Under the table, he closed his hand slowly into a fist. The strength accumulating in that hand was real. The illusion he was projecting was not. His gaze moved across the room and settled on a nearby table where a man sat brooding over an empty glass with a familiar grimness, the look of a man rehearsing a grievance. Jiangye, a merchant who worked the academy's periphery when the doors were open, selling orchid petals and training supplies to students. The academy had been closed for days. His glass was empty. Fang Yuan rose, jug in hand, and crossed the room. Senior Jiangye, he began, with the courtesy of a man who'd decided this interaction was worth his time. You seem preoccupied this evening. Allow me to offer you a glass. Jiangye had been prepared to refuse whoever interrupted him. But something in the quality of Fang Yuan's address, the title senior, the unassuming manner, the aroma of genuinely good wine coming off the jug, recalibrated his response before he'd fully decided on it. He accepted the glass with the slightly grudging grace of a man who's been treated better than he expected and isn't quite sure how to handle it. At least there are still some mannerly young people in this village, he grumbled, which was as close to a thank you as his current mood was prepared to produce. The innkeeper, cleaning his counter with half his attention on the room, watched this with the expression of a man trying to reconcile 2 irreconcilable things. He still had the morning scene fresh in his memory, the crack of a slap, 2 of them, the younger brother leaving with both cheeks red. Watching Fang Yuan play the attentive, courteous young man was a genuinely puzzling sight. I thought I recognized you, Fang Yuan continued, settling into the chair across from the merchant with the ease of a man who'd been invited. The academy's store, you sell orchid petals and training supplies. That's me, said Jiangye, his eyes sharpening with the attention of a man who keeps a mental list of potential buyers and has just added a name to it. I thought so, Fang Yuan paused, as though the next thought had just arrived naturally. Speaking of which, do you think I might purchase a dozen moonlight orchid petals from you? The stores haven't opened to students yet, and I find myself in need. As he spoke, he set 2 primeval stones on the table between them, his fingers leaving them fully visible on the worn wood. Jiangye's eyes went to them immediately. His fingers moved slightly in their direction before he caught himself. A dozen petals, he said, weighing things. You should know, Junior, they lose their essence after 3 days. After that, they're useless for Gu cultivation. None of your classmates have even refined their vital Gu yet. There wouldn't be much point. I expect I'll manage the refinement in a day or 2, Fang Yuan said, with a confidence kept carefully modest in its delivery. And in any case, Fang Zheng is my brother. I thought a small gift might smooth things over between us. A brotherly gesture costs little and sometimes achieves more than one expects. Behind the bar, the innkeeper nearly lost his grip on the glass he was polishing. Jiangye, who hadn't been present for the morning's events, saw only what was in front of him. A well-spoken young man, offering to make peace with his celebrated younger brother through a thoughtful and somewhat generous gift, prepared to pay a fair price for the means to do it. Very noble of you, he said, his fingers completing their journey to the stones. I'll bring them first thing tomorrow. A pleasure to do business with someone who still understands how family ought to work. Fang Yuan bowed slightly and returned to his table. 3 days of cover. After that, the academy's stores will open to me like any other student. He poured himself another glass and let the evening continue around him. 3 days had passed since the tavern incident. Inside the academy, the silence was broken only by the irregular flutter of torches along the corridor walls. The academy elder sat in his office, reviewing the monitoring reports with the attention of an elder who understood that the first week after the awakening ceremony was when the shape of the next decade began to reveal itself. His current cohort held 3 Grade B talents and a single Grade A, Fang Zheng, upon whom the clan's collective hopes had settled with the full weight of years of accumulated disappointment. The pattern was always the same at this stage. The natural hierarchy of talent established itself during the second week, when the academy closed its doors to the public and left the new initiates alone with their first real challenge. Refining a vital Gu required breaking its independent will through the sustained pressure of one's own primeval essence, a process that took an exceptional talent roughly a week, and a grade D student with their thin anemic essence as long as 3. A sharp knock interrupted him. A guard entered, his expression carrying surprise mixed with uncertainty. "Elder, the first student has finished. He is waiting in the main hall." The elder raised an eyebrow. 6 days. Remarkable, but not beyond what a grade A talent could achieve with serious application. He rose, his grey silk robe settling around him, and walked toward the hall. A solitary figure stood motionless at the center of the room. As the elder drew closer, he narrowed his eyes. The guard had whispered a name that had made him stop walking for a half-second. It wasn't Fang Yuan waiting for him. The young man turned as he entered and bowed with precise, deliberate grace. "You did well, Fang Yuan," the elder began, pulling a veneer of warmth over his surprise. "You haven't disappointed me." He studied the boy as he said it. No sign of exhaustion, none of the suppressed excitement that typically animated a student who just cleared their first real hurdle. His eyes held the same quality they always held, dark and entirely still. "You are first in your class," he continued, extending a silk pouch whose weight announced its contents. "The clan's promised reward, 20 primeval stones. You now have open access to the Academy's training facilities for personal use. Theoretical classes won't resume for another 2 weeks. Continue as you have, cultivate with discipline, and don't let the world's minor turbulences distract you from what matters." Fang Yuan accepted the pouch without changing expression. "Thank you, elder." He turned and walked back into the shadows of the corridor without another word, leaving behind him a silence that felt several degrees colder than the room warranted. The elder stood alone for a moment, then allowed his face to do what it wanted. Fang Yuan, grade B. The obvious reading arranged itself in his mind without being invited. The revelation of Fang Zheng's superior talent must have done something to the elder brother, not broken him, as everyone had assumed, but sharpened him. While Fang Zheng had been cradled by the clan's praise, his brother had been climbing with the fury of a man who couldn't afford a single wasted day. The elder recalled the rumors that had been moving through the tavern over the past week, and allowed himself a thin, private smile. If those slaps had been enough to sting Fang Zheng out of his complacency, then Fang Yuan had accidentally rendered the clan a service it hadn't thought to ask for. The Academy's notice board, which remained blank through the first week by tradition, now carried a single name. Gu Fang Yuan. Solitary, unadorned, and entirely defiant in its isolation. The news moved through the village with the speed that only unexpected things achieve. In the bamboo houses and stone residences, the same conversation replicated itself in variations. The poet, all those years of being called a genius, and now, he finished first. It must be an error. Fang Zheng came in first, and someone wrote the wrong name. They're saying he finished in 6 days. In an inner courtyard fragrant with rare tea and the green of carefully tended spring growth, one of the clan's most influential elders gazed from his window with an impassive face. "Is Mo Bei still at his refining?" he asked without turning from the view. "Has the news shaken him?" The maid standing a few steps behind him answered promptly. Young Master Mo Bei was surprised when he heard, but he concluded that the Gu chosen by Fang Yuan must simply have had a weaker will than his own. He returned to his meditation almost immediately. HMPH, the elder's grunt carried a note of approval beneath its gruffness. If a thing like this could shake him, how would he ever manage to crush the Kai family? Across the village, in rooms that shared only their anxiety, the news landed differently. Elder Kai Lion sat with his heavy brows furrowed, rubbing them with the slow pressure of a man working through a problem that kept resisting simple solutions. He waved a hand at his guards. "Bring me my grandson, Kai Chen." The young man entered shortly after, kneeling with the careful deference of a boy who'd learned exactly how much deference was required and applied it with precision. "Your grandson sends his respects, grandfather." "I called you here to settle your mind," Kai Lion began. "You didn't finish first. Don't let that become something it isn't. Fang Yuan is grade B, you are grade C, but he'll never have access to the resources our lineage commands. Your path will be steadier, your foundations more durable. Before winter, you'll have surpassed him. Trust that." He paused. "Your real rivals are Fang Zheng and that Mo Bei. Keep your attention where it belongs." I understand, grandfather. I'll return to my cultivation immediately. Kai Lion's expression softened into a warmth that nearly passed for genuine. Good, since you're taking this seriously, I'll assist you. Tonight I'll use the aura of my rank 3 Gu to suppress the will of your moonlight Gu. You'll finish your refining by tomorrow. In the solitude of his own room, Fang Zheng sat with bloodshot eyes and the exhaustion that comes not from the body, but from the mind that refuses to stop circling the same wound. I worked so hard, I even spent 3 primeval stones to accelerate the process, and still. His brother's last words moved through him again, flat, precise, cold as a blade that doesn't bother to show the edge before it cuts. He'd been right. Fang Zheng had wasted 2 days on Shen Kui, on a confrontation that had accomplished nothing except demonstrating, very publicly, exactly how poorly he understood the person he'd gone to confront. He'd walked in believing his grade a talent was sufficient armor. He'd walked out stripped of something he hadn't realized he was wearing. His adoptive parents' reaction had done the rest. His father's fury had been controlled and cold, which was worse than shouting. His mother's disappointment had been quiet, which was worse than anger. Failing them had been his greatest fear since the adoption, and now it had happened, and the world hadn't ended but felt close enough to it that the distinction barely mattered. And beneath all of it, the sharpest pain, his brother's shadow, which he'd believed, finally, for one bright week, that he'd outgrown. It had returned, darker somehow than it had been before, cast from a source he could no longer identify with certainty. 2 days after his visit to the academy, Fang Yuan moved through the deep forest of Qingmao Mountain at a measured pace. Not too close to the village patrols, not far enough into uncharted territory to attract the attention of what lived there. His destination was a rocky crevice perched several meters above the ground, at the edge of a specific stretch of terrain. The Boar King's territory. The location had been chosen with care. The Boar King's scent kept the mountain's other predators at a reliable distance. More importantly, it was the meeting point he'd arranged 2 weeks earlier, in a note left in a hunting cabin so old and disused that clan patrols had stopped including it in their rounds years ago. He arrived and found confirmation on the ground, a fresh boar carcass, substantial, recently killed. The arrangement was holding. It had begun 3 days before their first meeting. Wang De had slipped toward one of his hideouts closest to the village, the abandoned cabin that existed in no patrol record, that no one official had reason to approach. He'd done this enough times that the routine had lost its anxiety. He pushed the door open and stopped. On his bed of straw, weighted by a stone, lay a bamboo leaf folded into a note. The first words had sent his blood somewhere cold. Wang De, son of. The handwriting was calm and precise, with the character of a man who'd learned to write for clarity rather than display. It wasn't the note's knowledge of his name that had frozen him, it was what followed. His family's situation laid out with the dispassionate accuracy of a document rather than a threat. His brothers, his father's secret, the burden the old man had been carrying since the staged death, details that no one outside the immediate family was supposed to hold. His first thought had been a trap, a justice squad from the clan, the letter a tool to confirm that he'd returned to the cabin, the surrounding trees already occupied. He'd stood in the doorway for a long moment, reading and rereading, before the content finally overrode the fear. He wasn't being asked to surrender, he was being offered a deal. A boar every 5 days, 1 primeval stone in exchange. And further down, a line that had kept him awake for 3 nights, a reference to the annual caravan, to materials and Gu that a man with no official existence couldn't purchase through legitimate channels. Whoever had written this knew not only what Wang De was, but what he needed, and had thought far enough ahead to offer it before he'd thought to ask. He'd kept the meeting out of a fear that was already shading into something darker by the time he arrived, compounded by curiosity, which is the most dangerous kind. And now, watching from the rocky shadows, he saw a 15-year-old standing over the boar carcass, with the self-possession of a man twice his age, and none of his apparent reasons for it. Wang De's situation wasn't one the village talked about, because the village believed Wang De was dead. His father had made certain of that, had fabricated a disappearance with enough detail to satisfy the clan's investigators, to spare the family the fate that fell on relatives of those who touched demonic legacies. Wang De had survived in the margins since then, cycling between 3 hidden hunting cabins, accumulating what he could accumulate. His cultivation path had taken him through refinements that left marks, the Gu venom of rank 1st at rank 1, which had required a specific and unpleasant price. Then at rank 2, worse. His wife's mental collapse, the constant proximity of discovery, had driven him to the love-life separation Gu, the most lethal poison at that rank and the most personally costly. Old Wang had told the village she'd died of grief. The village had believed it. as villagers believe the explanations that spare them from knowing more. Wang De lived now for one thing: enough resources, enough Gu, to move his family off this mountain before the secret consumed them entirely. He watched the boy below him and made his assessment. I should kill him. The thought was professional, not personal, but if he knows my name and my father's, he hasn't kept that knowledge only in his head. Evidence in the village, documentation somewhere. If I move, the family pays for it. Fang Yuan stopped in front of the carcass without glancing at the shadows. He summoned the white boar Gu. The small milky luminescence descended into the body and did its work, the carcass beginning to desiccate from within, until what remained was hollow. The primeval stone is under the flat rock to your left, Fang Yuan said, his voice carrying the same quality as his note, unhurried, entirely without performance. One boar every 5 days. A cold sweat moved down Wang De's back. The boy hadn't looked toward the shadows once. He'd known exactly where the watcher was and chosen not to acknowledge it, which was its own kind of statement. You're too young to be playing with fire, Wang De said from the darkness. Why not turn me in for the honor? Honor doesn't feed my Gu, Fang Yuan replied, watching the worm return to him. Primeval stones do. A hunter with your skill is worth considerably more alive and cooperative than reported, and when the annual caravan passes, I can acquire materials and Gu for you through channels that are closed to someone who officially doesn't exist. The tension on Wang De's bow eased. He hadn't expected the last part, hadn't expected the boy to have thought that far. As a dead man, he had no access to legitimate trade, and the caravan represented the only window onto the outside world that the mountain offered. This 15-year-old had identified his most urgent vulnerability and built it into the offer before they'd even spoken. Agreed, Wang De said from the shadow. 5 days, don't be late with the stone. Fang Yuan turned and walked away. In my previous life, this situation resolved itself very differently. I hadn't known Wang De's name then, hadn't known the cabin, hadn't thought to arrange anything. What I needed was the old hunter's map, a worn animal skin document that detailed every gathering area, every den, every dangerous trail on the mountain. To get it, I killed old Wang's youngest son first, then his daughter, then the old man himself. Wang De, returning to find his family gone, became near unstoppable, a demonic practitioner with nothing left to lose, hunting me across the mountain with the single-mindedness of grief made lethal. In the chaos of that hunt, he mistook his target and fell on Fang Zheng instead. The clan's shadow protectors finished him. I have every inch of that map committed to memory. A dead enemy is a corpse. A living one, properly positioned, is a resource that renews itself. He walked back through the forest at the same unhurried pace he'd arrived with, the mountain quiet around him, the day still young. Summary 1, Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan is currently a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master with a grade B aptitude as his public cover, while his true aptitude remains grade C, 44%. His primeval essence has been refined to intermediate quality through the liquor worm, and he possesses 40 primeval stones. His white boar Gu integration is progressing steadily, giving him a current physical strength of 1 man, 0.8 base plus 0.2 enhancement, with a projected maximum of 4 men after roughly 48 more days of refinement. His Gu inventory consists of the Spring Autumn Cicada, rank 8 immortal, dormant and self-sustaining through the river of time, with an estimated danger window of about 2 years. The liquor worm fed 1 bottle of green bamboo wine every 4 days, the moonlight Gu fed 4 moon orchid petals daily, and the white boar Gu requiring 1 boar every 5 days. To maintain this supply, Fang Yuan has formed an agreement with the demonic cultivator Wang De, exchanging 1 primeval stone and caravan access for a boar every 5 days, while keeping leverage through knowledge of Wang De's family situation. His operational base is a rented room at the inn, where he maintains the cover identity of a student wasting his time drinking, and he has also partially explored the monk's cave, opening the inner passage though the inheritance remains undiscovered. His primary external threat is Dong Tu, who continues plotting to discredit and expel him after Shen Kui was compromised, forcing a change in strategy. Publicly, Fang Yuan's reputation remains strong thanks to his successful grade B disguise and his achievement of first place in vital Gu refinement, leaving him in a stable but cautious position as he focuses on completing the white boar Gu integration, maintaining supplies, exploring the monk's cave, protecting his cover, and preparing for Dong Tu's next move. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. The sky had been washed clean by the recent rains and now sat in a clear blue above Qingmao Mountain. Under the full force of the spring sun, flocks of peacock parrots crossed in formation overhead, their rainbow plumage catching the light, their cries carrying across the silence. The life of the mountain didn't stop at the academy's walls. The enclosure of spear bamboo was high enough to define the space but not to seal it, and the scent of wild roses and fresh grass drifted freely across the training ground's graphite-grey earth, warm and slightly sweet where the sun had been on it all morning. 57 15-year-olds had arranged themselves in an attentive semicircle. Today's lesson was combat application, the Moonlight Gu in practice. Every great clan is defined by its signature, the academy elder began, his gaze sweeping over the students. The Xing have their bear force Gu, the Bai rely on their stream Gu, and for us it is the Moonlight Gu. This Gu is the soul of our distinction. How you master it will not only define your standing within these walls but determine your survival in every conflict to come. Now watch carefully. He opened his right palm. A crescent-shaped mark moved along the inside of his arm and came to rest at the center of his hand, the Gu positioning itself with the ease of long repetition. A thread of silver-white primeval essence, the luminosity of a third-rank master, flowed from his aperture and fed the small creature. Instantly a pale blue glow ignited in his palm, clear as spring water, cool and precise, as though he'd gathered a handful of moonlight from the night before and kept it there. He cut through the air in one steady, powerful movement. Swoosh! A blade of azure light, roughly the size of a hand, traced a perfectly straight line across the training ground and struck the grass puppet positioned 10 meters away. The impact was clean and sharp, a sound like a branch snapping. The scarecrow's head separated and fell. The silence that followed lasted 2 full seconds before the students broke it, several of them reaching instinctively for their own necks. Fang Yuan didn't move. By the scale of what he'd once commanded, it was a candle flame. Your turn, the academy elder said. 35 of you have refined the Moonlight Gu, take your positions, the rest observe. Those who qualified spread across the training ground. What followed bore little resemblance to the demonstration. Most of the teenagers found the green copper essence difficult to direct with any precision, the channel between intent and execution still rough-edged, still uncertain. Moon blades launched with too little force dropped to the ground after 2 meters. Others spiraled upward at angles their owners hadn't intended, hissing past the targets and disappearing into the blue above. The air smelled faintly of ozone where the failed casts had dissipated. Fang Yuan spent several minutes producing results that fell within the range of his classmates' efforts, credible, unremarkable, nothing that would invite attention. Then, when the chaos around him had established a sufficient baseline, he made his decision. He adjusted the angle of his palm with a small exact correction and released his essence. The moon blade crossed the surrounding disorder without deviation and sank cleanly into the neck of his grass puppet. The scarecrow Gu was rank 1 and capable of self-healing, but the wound had been placed with enough precision and force that several long seconds passed before it began to close. Look at that one! The academy elder approached, with a smile settling into place. Well done, Fang Yuan, you've already found the form, keep working. The compliment landed on Fang Zheng like a hand against the chest. Several positions away, his fists had closed at his sides. Him again, first try, but my grade A will let me train harder and longer, I won't lose. Across the ground, Mo Bei and Kai Chen had exchanged a look that required no words. The competition, implicit since the awakening ceremony, had just been made visible again. The academy elder brought the practical session toward a close, with an announcement that went through the assembly like a current. In 3 days, I will assess your progress. The student who has improved most will receive 10 primeval stones. The energy that announcement generated lasted almost exactly 5 minutes. Moon blades consumed 10% of primeval essence per cast. For the grade C and D talents, whose reserves were already their greatest constraint, the math resolved itself quickly and brutally. Within 5 minutes, the less gifted students had depleted their apertures entirely. They stood on the training ground holding Gu that had nothing left to work with, the afternoon sun still warm on their backs, facing the unargued truth of the cultivation path. Without the talent to regenerate, or the resources to compensate for what talent couldn't provide, willpower was a currency that didn't spend. The academy elder guided the more gifted students through refinements of technique, sighing to himself with the quiet resignation of a man who'd watched this lesson land the same way, year after year. The world of Gu masters has always been interested only in the victors. The sunset was still burning the horizon when the academy bell ended the session. The students dispersed in the warm, easy manner of people who'd done something demanding and were now done with it, clusters forming along the path, voices already reconstructing the afternoon's moments into stories. I can't believe it. I actually launched my first moon blade. It's something, said another, though the shine in his voice was already fading. With my talent, I'll probably end up in supply management, far from anywhere the blades actually matter. A few were already making plans for rice wine. The more disciplined ones turned toward the small shop adjoining the Gu Hall, a practical establishment that sold everything a young Gu master needed to progress: resources for cultivation and grass puppets for training, which had been selling faster than usual today. When Fang Yuan entered, 7 students were in active negotiation with the shopkeeper, their voices overlapping in the narrow space. Jiangya looked up and greeted him with the warmth of a man who'd decided a person was worth knowing. "Well, well, Junior, just in time." "Good morning, Senior," Fang Yuan replied, with the smooth, even courtesy he applied to everyone. "You're in luck, 7 grass puppets left and they're moving. I'll do you a special price, 3 primeval stones each. Tomorrow they won't exist." Fang Yuan didn't show the amusement he felt. The scarecrow goo that formed the basis of these puppets cost, factoring in the primeval essence invested in their construction, no more than 1.5 stones. Jiangya was, without question, a natural-born merchant. The other students, seized by the panic of scarcity, stopped arguing and laid their stones on the counter. The remaining stock disappeared in under 2 minutes. Once the last student had left, the shop went quiet. Jiangya caught Fang Yuan's eye and produced the expression of a man about to offer a favor. "Between us, Junior, I always keep an 8th one under the counter, reserved for people worth reserving things for. Interested?" Fang Yuan shook his head and placed a single primeval stone on the dark wood of the counter. "I'm not here for training equipment, Senior. 10 moon orchid petals." Jiangya's expression recalibrated. He took the stone, reached under the counter, and produced a brown paper bag, its contents releasing a faint floral sweetness into the air between them. 10 petals, check them yourself." Fang Yuan went through each one before folding the bag under his arm and leaving. Outside, the path back to the inn threaded between bamboo houses where lanterns were beginning to appear in windows, their light pale and tentative against the last of the daylight. The air had cooled with the evening, carrying wood smoke from the kitchens and the smell of mountain air at the end of a clear day, dry stone and pine and something green underneath it all. Around him, the village's mortals moved through the last tasks of the day with the unhurried efficiency of people who'd done this same sequence of things enough times that the doing of it required no thought. Fang Yuan walked at an even pace and let his mind run the numbers. The inn received him with the warmth of its common room and the familiar smell of malt and old wood. "Young master, there you are." The waiter was already in motion, clearing a table. "The usual." "The usual," Fang Yuan confirmed, setting 3 primeval stones on the edge of the table. "A pot of green bamboo wine. Keep the difference against my bill." While the order was being prepared, he assembled his inventory in his mind. 10 pots of green bamboo wine already secured in his room, purchased methodically, 1 or 2 at a time over the past weeks, spacing the purchases carefully to avoid accumulating the kind of pattern that attracted questions. 1 primeval stone bought 10 orchid petals. The moonlight goo required 4 per day. The wine ran to 2 stones every 4 days. The arrangement with Wang De cost 1 stone every 5 days. The total came to slightly more than 1 stone per day to maintain his 3 goo. Since the start of the year, 50 stones had moved through his hands. 3 remained. He held this figure without distress, examining it the way he examined all problems, as a constraint with a solution attached to it, not yet visible but present somewhere in the structure of the situation. Mo Bei and Kai Chen trained on the resources of lineages that had been accumulating wealth for generations. They didn't have to calculate. For Fang Yuan, every stone was a decision, and every decision compounded. Among experienced Gu masters, a saying had circulated long enough to become a proverb: maintaining a Gu is like maintaining a mistress. She must be housed, fed, attended to without interruption, without reduction. It was a drain that scaled with ambition. The more Gu a master held, the faster the drain moved. A man's primeval essence was finite. What use was a collection of 100 Gu if 3 casts emptied the aperture entirely? Most masters capped themselves at 4 or 5 Gu of their rank. Beyond that, the math turned against you before the enemies did. At least, he thought, feeling the presence of the Spring Autumn Cicada in its dormant corner of his aperture, as silent and demanding as the river of time it fed upon. Had an immortal Gu required the material wealth of the mortal world to sustain itself, the entire Gu Yue clan wouldn't have bought me an hour. He was rising to go upstairs when the waiter caught him at the bottom of the staircase. "Young master, the trade caravan arrives in under a month. Word is they'll buy up all the green bamboo wine in the village before they leave." Fang Yuan had already accounted for this. His daily purchases had been paced with exactly this shortage in mind. "Prepare 5 more pots for me before the weekend," he said. "Have them sent up to my room." The waiter nodded, already moving. Lowering your center of gravity is the key response to a roundhouse punch. When the attack comes, drop fast and counterattack, groin or abdomen, immediately. The instructor illustrated the point against the academy's heavy wooden puppet, which obliged by launching a massive side punch that carved through the air with a sound like a sail catching wind. The instructor slid under it in a single fluid motion, pivoting on his feet with the economy of a man who drilled this movement until it had stopped being a movement and become simply what his body did. The counterstrike landed against the puppet's solar plexus with a dull, solid thud. It shuddered, straw shifting inside the frame, and toppled onto the dust of the training ground. The 57 students arranged in a circle watched with apathy. They'd already decided what they were seeing didn't apply to them. For these 15-year-olds, still living in the afterglow of their aperture's opening, the sweat and repetition of basic martial arts had the unfortunate quality of being real, while the arc of a moon blade had the quality of being extraordinary, and youth, in its reliable way, preferred the extraordinary. "The moonlight evaluation is in a few minutes," whispered a student, his attention already drifting toward the bamboo targets along the far wall. "How are you doing?" "3 throws," said his neighbor quietly. "1 or 2 actually land where I mean them to. My green copper essence drains so fast." "Mine too. I spent half my parents' savings on a personal training dummy, and I still can't hold the trajectory steady." The muttering finally reached the instructor's patience and found it exhausted. He was a rank 2 Gu master, his torso knotted with muscle and his skin a record of old encounters, and when he released his aura, the pressure of it hit the chatterers like a hand against a door. "Silence. Martial arts are the foundation of your survival. In the early stages of cultivation, your fists are more reliable than your Gu. Pay attention." In the middle of the crowd, Fang Yuan nodded fractionally. The instructor was pragmatic, his teaching built from experience rather than theory, but the substance was sound. In a genuine fight, especially at this level where primeval S reserves were narrow enough to run out mid-conflict, martial arts determined which participant walked away. The Gu were decisive when they connected. The body was decisive when they didn't. The martial arts session ended and gave way to the academy elder for the evaluation that had been occupying the students' thoughts for 3 days. The elder was advanced in years, but carried himself with the upright posture of a man who'd refused to negotiate with age, and he wasted no time on preamble. "Today we assess progress, groups of 5, 3 throws each." The test proceeded under a bright spring sun, the kind that pressed warm and flat against the back of the neck. The early results were mediocre in the specific way that exposed the gap between intention and preparation. Many of the grade C and D talents, who'd conserved their primeval stones rather than spending them on additional training, produced throws that barely glowed before dying. Saving stones at the expense of growth is the definition of mediocrity. The stones you spend on training are the ones that keep you alive later. Fang Yuan watched them without expression. The heirs went next, and the dynamic between them was already established enough to read from a distance. Gu Immortal stepped forward with the blunt confidence of a man who'd never been given a reason to doubt himself. A grade B talent backed by the full resources of the Mo faction, one of the 2 great counterweights to the clan chief's authority, he trained with equipment and support that most of the students in the circle couldn't imagine affording. His 3 blades struck the puppet's chest in rapid succession, each impact tearing out a fistful of grass, each one carrying enough force to demonstrate that he hadn't been conserving anything. He retreated with a smile that was specifically aimed at Kai Chen. Kai Chen received the smile without acknowledging it. Slight in build, with a constitution that looked like it should be a disadvantage and wasn't, he'd compensated throughout his life for what he lacked in natural presence with a discipline that had grown precise enough to be its own form of power. His jaw was set as he raised his palm. His 3 blades struck within a finger's width of each other, opening a single concentrated wound in the scarecrow's torso rather than 3 separate ones. "Not bad," Mo Bei said through his teeth, the words coming out with more effort than they should have required. The rivalry between them sharpened both parties, whether they wanted it to or not. Then Gu Yue Fang Zhang took his position. The clan's only grade A talent stepped onto the field and brought with him the weight of everything the clan had decided he represented. His fingers trembled, just slightly, just enough. His first blade, deflected by that small tremor, struck the puppet's neck instead of the chest he'd aimed for. The crowd erupted before the blade had finished moving. "Did you see that? Straight for the neck." That's what grade A looks like. He doesn't just hit, he goes for the kill. Incredible. Fang Zheng was aware of the mistake. He was also aware, with the acuity of someone standing inside a wave of approval, that the crowd had interpreted it as a choice. He let himself be carried by it. His ego, which had taken 3 days of quiet bruising since the refinement results, straightened slightly. He gathered himself and sent the next 2 blades into the chest with clean, deliberate precision. He left the field to genuine enthusiasm, his eyes moving immediately through the crowd to find his brother's face. Last group, the elder announced, Fang Yuan. That's him, first in the refinement test. We'll see if that was luck or something real. Look at his face, he looks bored. The silence that settled was the kind that precedes a verdict already reached. Since the refinement results, the clan's attention toward Fang Yuan had shifted, not into warmth exactly, but into the taut watchfulness that attends things that have refused to behave predictably. They'd stopped expecting him to fail and started expecting him to prove something. Fang Yuan stepped forward, his shadow stretching long across the stone. His expression was a closed door. Mo Bei and Kai Chen watched him with the focused attention of people who have identified a complication in a situation they'd considered settled. He was the intruder in their binary contest, the grade B talent who'd finished the refinement test ahead of both of them, and the grade A, the variable that didn't fit the model they'd been building. Fang Yuan acted without ceremony. His palm cut the air, and a blade of azure light erupted. Before it reached its target, his hand was already glowing again, the second blade following so fast the two registered as a single sustained pulse. The first blade opened a deep gash in the scarecrow's neck. The second entered the wound before it could begin to close. The crack of stressed wood carried across the training ground. The puppet's head separated, braided grass tearing with a sharp, definitive sound, and rolled across the stone floor until it came to rest at the feet of a student who took a step backward without deciding to. Decapitated. The silence that followed had a different quality from the silence that had preceded the throw. That one had been anticipatory. This one was the silence of people recalibrating. The academy elder stood without speaking, his mind moving at a pace that didn't show on his face. As a loyal follower of clan chief Gu Immortal, his orientation was always toward stability, toward the maintenance of the structures that kept the clan functional across time. What he was looking at now required filing into a different category than he'd prepared. A grade B talent will never surpass a grade A over the long run. That is the law of cultivation, written into the biology of the aperture, non-negotiable. He smoothed his white beard, but this precision, this economy. Fang Zheng, if he becomes what the clan needs him to become, will require a blade of his own, something that moves before the threat fully forms. Fang Yuan, devoted to his brother's shadow, the ultimate protector, the silent instrument of a future leader's security. What a pairing that would make! In the crowd, the reactions were immediate and varied. How does someone who trains separately develop precision like that? Mo Bei was grinding his teeth with enough force to feel it. A cold bead of sweat moved down Kai Chen's back. He'd spent 3 days building toward this evaluation with the methodical discipline that defined him, had arrived confident that his consistency would speak for itself, and had just watched 2 seconds of demonstration compress 3 days of work into a footnote. His hands, still warm from his own throws, felt suddenly very ordinary at his sides. The most affected was Fang Zheng. His face, which had been bright with the crowd's approval 2 minutes ago, had gone the color of ash. He looked at the puppet's severed head on the ground, then at his brother, and felt the thing he'd spent 3 days carefully burying resurface with the force of things that have been pressed down and not resolved. Why, I am grade A, I am supposed to be the hope of this clan. But when he moves, when he acts, I feel like a child holding a practice sword while he carries a real weapon. The shadow had returned, darker than before. Above the training ground, a flock of peacock parrots crossed toward the mountain, their feathers catching the last of the evening gold and scattering it in every direction. Fang Yuan tilted his head back and watched them pass. The sun was going down in red. Its last light set the academy's rooftops ablaze as the students assembled for the weekly stipend distribution, the moment when the clan redistributed a portion of its accumulated wealth downward, ensuring its youth could sustain their vital gu through another week of training. The room smelled of stone dust and the faint mineral tang that clung to the academy walls even in warm weather. Gu Wei, Fang Yuan. The elder's voice carried across the room. Fang Yuan rose from his seat at the back and walked to the platform under current of attention that had a different quality than 3 weeks ago. He accepted 2 pouches. The first held the 3 primeval stones of his standard weekly allotment, the second, the 10 stones of the evaluation reward. Work hard, the elder murmured, studying him with the interest of a man revising a prior assessment. Fang Yuan nodded and returned to his seat without acknowledging the ambient murmuring. Him again, Mo Bei's jaw had tightened enough to be visible. His fists were closed in his lap. Kai Chen said nothing, but his eyes hadn't left the pouch in Fang Yuan's hand since it was presented. The image of the puppet's severed head finding the floor was still fresh enough to have texture. The elder waited for the noise to settle before continuing. The coming weeks will be devoted to aperture cultivation. Commit this to memory. Gu are tools, extensions of your will. The true foundation of a Gu master is cultivation itself, the aperture and the essence it holds. Without a solid foundation, the rarest Gu in existence is decoration. He let that settle, then continued. You know the mechanics of summoning. Now you learn condensation. Each rank compresses the primeval essence further. Rank 1 works in green copper. Rank 2 refines it into red iron, 10 times denser. Rank 3 produces white silver, 10 times more powerful than red iron again. A pause. The room had gone quiet in the way rooms go quiet when something worth wanting is about to be mentioned. The first student to reach the intermediate stage of rank 1 will receive 30 primeval stones and the right to select their second Gu ahead of the group. In 3 months, this cohort will appoint 1 monitor and 2 vice monitors. The monitor's weekly stipend increases by 10 additional stones. Resources and standing both, he looked across the assembly once, dismissed. The room came to life immediately, benches scraping, voices rising all at once. For the students, the monitor title was the immediate horizon, authority over peers, the right to command a salute, the public acknowledgement of hierarchy. Fang Zheng was already scanning the room, his eyes moving across the crowd in search of his brother, carrying the silent challenge of a boy who'd decided this was where things would be settled between them. Fang Yuan's seat was empty. He was leaning against the wall beside the main gate when the first students began to file out, watching the exit with an expression a careful observer might have identified as faintly amused. Glory, he turned the word over, a word made to shine so it can be used as a leash. The clan, like every organization that has ever existed, is a structure for moving resources from the bottom to the top while giving those at the bottom a story about why that arrangement reflects their merit. The monitor title is a carrot. The students chasing it are the mechanism by which the clan extracts maximum effort from people it will never pay at full value. Power is not in the title, power is in the stones. The first group reached the gate and found him in the way. They stopped, irritated by the obstruction. Move, Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Has something gone wrong with you? Sneered another. Fang Yuan pushed off the wall without hurry. 1 primeval stone per person to pass. The irritation converted instantly into something louder. You're extorting us at the academy gate, you've lost your mind. Beiju was already moving forward, fist raised, the momentum of his indignation carrying him into range before he'd fully decided to go there. Fang Yuan didn't step back. His body, which 3 weeks of daily whiteboard Gu sessions had been quietly rebuilding from the inside out, settled into readiness the way water settles, without visible preparation, simply becoming what it needed to be. His right palm, held flat as a blade, struck the side of Beiju's neck with the precision of someone who'd learned anatomy before they learned courtesy. Beiju's eyes rolled back. He hit the ground before the sound of the impact had finished traveling. The crowd recoiled. He struck. All of us rush him. But Fang Yuan was already moving through them. He didn't fight the way they fought, with the instinctive flailing of people whose bodies hadn't yet learned what they were capable of. He moved through the group with exact knowledge of where each person stood and how much force each contact required. Palm strikes to the carotid arteries. Pressure applied to nerve clusters that had nothing to do with strength and everything to do with location. Each contact produced the same result, a student folding, either unconscious or close enough that the distinction was academic. Within seconds, 6 of them were on the ground, the graphite earth cold beneath their cheeks. From the top of a pavilion overlooking the gate, the elder of the academy watched without moving. Beside him, the mortal guards had shifted into the posture of men, waiting for an order to intervene. Should we not step in, my lord? Why? The elder's eyes hadn't left the scene below. Look at his targeting. He avoids the nape of the neck that would risk permanent damage. He aims for the carotids, controlled unconsciousness, no lasting harm. He isn't brawling, he's demonstrating. He paused. These students will face genuine enemies before long. If they can't get past a single classmate at the gate, what exactly do we imagine will happen when something outside the clan decides to test them? He turned to the guards, and his voice changed entirely. You mortals concern yourselves with the dignity of Gu masters. You are dogs fed by the clan. Learn your station or find another post. When this is finished, you will collect the field. That is your function today. Below, the atmosphere at the gate had shifted again. Mo Bei arrived through the remaining crowd, his face carrying the red of a man whose pride had overtaken his judgment, his breathing audible from several steps away. Fang Yuan, enough of this. Answer me, what was that technique? The decapitation, what did you do? Directly behind him, Kai Chen's expression was calculated rather than flushed, his eyes moving over the scene, with the suspicion of a man who'd constructed a preferred explanation and was looking for confirmation. Don't let him mislead you, Mo Bei. It was luck, his blades crossed accidentally. Isn't that right, Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan looked at them both with an expression that contained nothing. That silence was what finally broke Mo Bei's composure. He lowered his head and charged, a frontal assault built on mass and forward momentum, the kind that works against most opponents his age. Fang Yuan pivoted on his ankle with compass precision, let the charge carry past, and drove two extended fingers into Mo Bei's throat with a penetrating force far beyond what a 15-year-old's fingers had any right to produce. Mo Bei's shout died before it formed. He went down before his body had fully processed the instruction to fall. Kai Chen was already attempting to retreat. Fang Yuan was already beside him. A precise strike behind the ear, and the second air joined the first on the graphite ground. The remaining students stood very still. Then from two positions in the group, pale azure light bloomed. Two teenagers, faces twisted between panic and the humiliation of having reached for something in front of witnesses. Their palms were raised, green copper essence feeding the moonlight goo, the glow unsteady with the emotion behind it. Enough, one of them shouted, the trembling in his hand traveling all the way to his voice. We're not mortals to be handled like this, back off, or I'll fire. Fang Yuan took one step forward. The glow in the boy's palm flickered. Fang Yuan's smile, when it arrived, occupied only the lower half of his face and reached nothing above it. That took nerve, he said, his voice cold. Are you not concerned about expulsion? The two teenagers said nothing. For 1 stone, he continued, you would throw away everything you've built here. Their palms lowered, their shoulders followed. The fight went out of them the way heat leaves a stone after dark, not all at once but steadily, until there was nothing left to hold on to. With hands that were no longer steady, they reached into their pouches and each produced a primeval stone, extending them without meeting his eyes. The last group arrived as this was concluding, Fang Zheng at its head, taking in the scene with the expression of someone trying to reconcile what he was seeing with everything he'd believed possible. Big brother, have you lost your mind? They'll expel you for this. 1 stone to pass, you as well, Fang Zheng. Even me, I'm your brother. Exactly, Fang Yuan let a beat pass. If you can't get past your own brother, how will you lead this clan? He took a step forward. Come on, show me what grade A means in a real fight. Fang Zheng had been pushed past the point where calculation was available to him. He shouted and threw a punch, awkward, telegraphed, the kind of strike that announced itself 3 movements in advance. Fang Yuan moved his head slightly to the side. The fist passed close enough to feel the air of it. Too slow, you're watching my hands, watch the shoulders, they move first. He dropped below Fang Zheng's guard and struck him in the abdomen with enough force to empty his lungs, but nothing more. Fang Zheng folded around it, gasping, his knees finding the ground before his mind had issued the instruction. Why? Get up, Fang Yuan said, taking him by the collar and pulling him upright. In a real fight, the enemy doesn't pause because you're in pain. Your center of gravity is too high. You present yourself as a target before you've decided to attack. He swept his legs. Fang Zheng went down. He was still struggling back to his feet, his eyes carrying the brightness of someone operating at the outer edge of their control, when Fang Yuan crouched beside him. Pain is the best teacher available at this level. Remember exactly what this felt like. A precise strike to the carotid. Fang Zheng's expression passed through rage, and then through something else entirely before his eyes closed, and he went still. The student still standing didn't move. Fang Yuan straightened, crossed his arms, and looked at them against the blood-red light of the dying sun. Now, I'm not going to search the pockets myself. The survivors, those who remained conscious and upright, bent to the task. moving through the sprawled bodies of their classmates and the two heirs, extracting 1 stone per person, bringing the accumulated payment to the figure, standing with his arms crossed in the red light. The only sounds were footsteps and the soft clink of stones changing hands. 69 primeval stones. Fang Yuan pocketed them and stepped into the village alleyways without looking back. Behind him, the gate and the field settled into the quiet of a place where something significant has just concluded, and the participants haven't yet finished deciding what it means. Shortly after, the academy guards moved out of the shadows on a discreet signal from above, collecting the wounded and unconscious, with the careful deference of people who understood the social distance between themselves and the bodies they were carrying. Stretchers moved toward the infirmary. The field was cleared with the practiced efficiency of a staff that had, on some level, been waiting for this. From his pavilion, the elder watched the ballet of stretchers below and smoothed his beard with the expression of a man whose thinking had reached a conclusion it found satisfying. 1 stone. The number had a precise logic he'd been working through since the moment Fang Yuan named his price. 2 stones, or full confiscation of the stipend, would have required intervention. A Gu master's cultivation couldn't survive the loss of their entire weekly allotment. To strip the new generation of their resources completely would have been an act of sabotage against the clan's investment in its own future. As an educator with a responsibility to that future, he'd have been compelled to act. But 1 stone was the price of a lesson. It left enough for the others to continue progressing. What it created in exchange, hunger, genuine competitive pressure, the hatred that sharpens rather than paralyzes, was worth considerably more than 1 stone per student. He bit hard enough to establish himself, not hard enough to force the shepherd to cull him. The elder turned the assessment over in his mind, adding it to the accumulating picture. Not greed, not impulse. A young mind that had already mapped the limits of what authority would tolerate and calibrated precisely to their edge without crossing them. Fang Zheng's shadow, that is what this boy is. He watched the last stretcher disappear through the infirmary door and said nothing more. While the sounds of the infirmary filtered through the village, the quiet of a place absorbing more than its usual share of occupants, Fang Yuan sat in the dim of his room and looked at 66 primeval stones arranged on the table before him. The candle beside them threw a warm light across the greyish-white ovals, making them look, to anyone else, like a small fortune. To Fang Yuan they were capital, and capital had exactly one correct use: deployment toward the thing that mattered most. He turned his attention inward. Each primeval stone contained pure natural essence, compressed energy that a Gu master could absorb to accelerate cultivation, compensating for the hours and days that natural regeneration alone couldn't cover. For his classmates, they were the difference between moving forward and standing still. But Fang Yuan had learned that the speed of cultivation wasn't determined by energy volume alone. It was determined by pressure, the sustained force that the essence exerted against the walls of the aperture, wearing them down, thickening them, pushing them toward the transition that marked each stage. Cultivation is a siege. The essence is the battering ram, the walls are the objective. His primeval sea had already changed since the opening ceremony. The dense, dark blue-green of the initial stage was giving way to something lighter, more translucent, the pale green that marked the middle stage. The liquor worm had been working without pause, processing his initial essence into something twice as dense, twice as capable of sustained pressure. The initial stage essence was a light breeze against stone, persistent, present, but barely able to overcome the aperture's natural resistance. Progress under those conditions was measured in weeks. The middle essence the liquor worm produced was another thing entirely, a battering ram that struck the same walls with 10 times the penetration, sinking into the foundations of the aperture with an efficiency his classmates couldn't approach through any combination of talent and resource expenditure. He was already far ahead. If he spent the 66 stones on accelerated regeneration, the gap would become large enough to become a problem. Reaching the middle stage in a few weeks while the clan's grade A genius takes 2 months isn't a triumph, it's an invitation. The flower wine monk's legacy was still a secret he couldn't yet defend against the elder's attention. He had no protection to put around it, no cover story that would hold under genuine scrutiny. The moment his progress attracted the wrong kind of interest, the questions that followed would lead somewhere he wasn't ready to have them led. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. He closed his hand around the pouch. The caravan arrives soon. In a Gu market, the only language that moves things is stones. 2 weeks ahead of Fang Zheng, that's the correct margin. Enough to be first, not enough to explain. The liquor worm continued its patient work in the dark. Fang Yuan settled into meditation, and the village moved into night around him. The lights in the grand residences burned late. In Mo Bei's room, the young heir lay on his back staring at the ceiling, working through something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite what comes after anger, a forced, reluctant reassessment he refused to complete and couldn't stop beginning. At the Kai residence, Kai Chen sat at his desk, in a silence that had been going on long enough to be its own activity, running calculations he'd run before, arriving at conclusions he didn't want. A cup of tea had gone cold at his elbow without his noticing. Fang Zheng had recounted the day to his uncle and aunt with the flatness of a boy reporting facts he hadn't yet found the framework to metabolize. His eyes weren't wet. They were red with a dark, burning exhaustion worse than tears, the depletion of someone who's hit a wall they hadn't believed was there. He retreated to his room, without waiting for a response, and lay in the dark, replaying his brother's movements with the obsessive precision of a mind that can't let a problem rest until it's found the mechanism behind it. It wasn't the strength that had undone him. It was the certainty, every gesture carrying the absolute, unhurried conviction of a man for whom the outcome had been determined before it began. Pain is the best teacher. The words moved through him again and again, each pass depositing something that was neither comfort nor resentment but was, underneath both, the beginning of a different kind of attention toward the work ahead. In the main hall, Dong Tu and his wife sat alone after the door closed. The lamp between them had burned low, its light barely reaching the walls. The aunt's face had taken on the brightness of a woman who's just watched something go wrong for a person she dislikes and can't quite contain the satisfaction of it. "Husband," she said, her voice kept low but carrying considerable fervor, "this is extraordinary. We cut him off to break him, and now the little bastard is robbing his own classmates at the academy gate. They'll expel him for this, there's no question." Dong Tu shook his head. The movement was slow and carried the weight of a man who'd already finished thinking about something before the other person had started. "You misread it," he said. "Fang Yuan won't be expelled. The academy's elder isn't here to enforce social comfort. He's here to separate the capable from the incapable before the clan invests further resources in sorting out which is which. The guards only intervened after the scene had concluded, which means the entire situation was considered, weighed, and permitted." He settled back in his chair, his eyes half closed. "For the elders, this is productive. Conflict builds something in young Gu masters that instruction alone can't produce. If we move to intervene now, we display weakness in front of people whose opinion of us matters." He paused, but Fang Yuan made an error, a small one, possibly deliberate but real. By including his own brother in the toll, by publicly humiliating Fang Zheng in front of witnesses, he's driven the boy into our hands more completely than we could have arranged ourselves. The resentment Fang Zheng is carrying tonight is ours to shape. We cultivate it, we give it direction, and in time, it becomes the instrument that isolates Fang Yuan from the only family he has left. The aunt considered this, then allowed herself a slower, more satisfied expression. When classes resumed the following day, the academy had changed in the way things change after something true has been demonstrated publicly. Every time Fang Yuan crossed a threshold, the room went quiet, not with the hostile, charged silence of people preparing to respond, but with the reflexive stillness of people who'd recalibrated their sense of what the space contained. The academy elder maintained his studied neutrality, made no reference to the incident at the gate, and distributed the first manuals on aperture meditation with the calm of a man who found the trembling hands of his students informative rather than concerning. As Dong Tu had predicted, no punishment was imposed. The extortion was absorbed into the clan's internal ecology as a survival lesson, the kind that the system, when it functioned correctly, provided to the young at precisely the moment they needed it and could still learn from it. What followed surprised even the combat instructor. The teenagers threw themselves at martial arts training with an intensity he hadn't seen in years of teaching. They bombarded him with questions, sought his corrections with the urgency of people who'd recently learned that the gap between knowing a technique and having internalized it was the gap between standing and lying on the ground. He gave his assessment to the elder with undisguised satisfaction. "Radical transformation, Lord. They're training as though their lives depend on it." The elder, hearing this, allowed himself a private moment of appreciation. The Fang Yuan tax became, within 2 weeks, halfway between an institution and a law of nature. Every weekend at the academy gate, the scene replicated itself with minor variations. 3 students who'd spent the week in dedicated preparation presented themselves with the conviction that this time they'd found the combination that would work. "We've studied your patterns, Fang Yuan, this time." The leader's sentence ended as Fang Yuan closed the distance. A palm strike to the solar plexus, a sweeping circular motion, and all three were on the ground before any of them had completed a defensive movement. The technique was different each time, adapted to what presented itself, but the result was the same, and both of those things communicated something that the three boys on the ground were going to spend the rest of the week thinking about. Others in the queue didn't try. They approached with the settled resignation of people paying a toll they'd accepted as permanent, extending their stones with eyes down, moving on. Mo Bei challenged him weakly with the ferocity of someone who can't accept a conclusion he's been given every available piece of evidence to reach. His attacks were powerful and increasingly polished, the raw aggression of the early encounters being refined, week by week, into something with more shape to it. Fang Yuan countered him each time with martial technique that operated several categories above what any 15-year-old should have had access to, and sent him down without effort or interest. Kai Chen was more interesting to observe, a mind working in real time, attempting feints and angles, looking for the seam in what he was up against. Fang Yuan read each attempt before it fully formed and ended it with a backhand that was, in its deliberate simplicity, a form of commentary. The fights with Fang Zheng were different. He lasted longer, he'd always been physically capable, and 3 weeks of training at the outer edge of his endurance had begun producing visible results, his footwork steadier, his timing less reflexive and more considered. He exchanged actual blows now, multiple of them, before going down. His breathing had changed too, less ragged, more controlled, the breath of someone learning to treat pain as information rather than emergency. "Your elbow is too low," Fang Yuan said one afternoon, after putting him on the ground for the 3rd time that session. "You're leaving your ribs open every time you commit to the right." Fang Zheng got up. He always got up. Fang Yuan had noted this with the detached attention of someone tracking a variable, the speed of the recovery, what was in his eyes when he regained his feet. The rage was still there, but underneath it, increasingly something else, the focus of a person who'd stopped arguing with the lesson and started trying to learn it. Fang Zheng didn't know, had no way to know, that his brother wasn't using these encounters to establish dominance. He was using them to find out what grade a talent could become when compressed into a space too small for comfort. In his study, elder Gu Yue Kai Lion sat in the warm light of candles and watched his grandson. The silence between them was the silence of a man who'd already decided what he was going to say and was in no hurry to say it. "I heard Fang Yuan put you on the ground again today," he said, with the casualness of a man reporting weather. Kai Chen's right eye was decorated with a bruise in the purple-yellow range of something recent and solid. The calm of the elder's tone had the effect of a spark on something that had been building pressure all afternoon. "He's arrogant, grandfather. He stands at the gate as though he owns it and takes our stones, and the academy does nothing. You have to intervene. He has to be punished." Kai Lion shook his head. Slowly, with the patience of a man who finds other people's anger a mildly interesting phenomenon. "It's a junior squabble. You've lost a stone and some pride. If I intervene on your behalf, what I demonstrate to the clan is that I am an old man who can't produce a successor capable of managing his own affairs." He rose and moved to the window, his hands folded behind his back. "Do you understand what that means?" Kai Chen's anger subsided by a fraction. He considered it. "That I must rely on my own strength." "That's part of the answer," Kai Lion said, "but not the whole of it. You're not merely my grandson. You're the face of the Kai branch against the Mo every time you show weakness in front of witnesses. The people who have aligned themselves with us recalculate their confidence in our future." He paused, his voice dropping slightly, carrying the weight of something not meant to travel beyond this room. "That is why I took the risk I took to present you as a grade B talent at the ceremony. Our bloodline requires a capable successor. The alternative is to be absorbed or eliminated. Fang Yuan is a minor obstacle on a road that extends much further than he does. Train your martial arts, but above all, cultivate. Reach the middle stage ahead of the others and take the monitor position. That's where your honor gets reclaimed." Kai Chen's expression had settled into something harder and more directed than it had been when he walked in. He nodded. Kai Lion's smile was cold and entirely satisfied. "Good, that is the Kai way. Work in the shadows. I'll manage what can't be managed from there." In the Mo family's private garden, the sounds of heavy impacts against wood had been going on long enough to have attracted no concern from the household. This was, by now, simply what evenings sounded like. Mo Bei attacked the training dummy with the systematic intensity of a man, convinced the solution was to hit harder and more often. His knuckles were split. He hadn't noticed. "Such resentment, little brother. Do you carry a private grudge against this particular piece of wood?" He stopped. A young woman with a composed bearing and eyes that assessed everything they landed on was crossing the garden toward him, her steps unhurried on the stone path. The pleasure in her voice was genuine but light, the kind that doesn't last long before it becomes something more serious. "Big sister, you're back." Gu Immortal was a rank 2 Gu master, returning from a reconnaissance mission outside the village. Her smile contracted when she got close enough to see her brother's face properly. Her eyes moved across the marks there, inventorying the damage. "What is that? Who hit you?" Mo Bei looked away. A flicker moved across his face that wasn't quite panic, but was in the same family. It's nothing. I lost my footing during training, fell forward." Mo Yan didn't respond to this. She turned and walked directly to the office of their grandfather, Gu Yue Mo Chen, who was bent over his calligraphy with the absorption of a man using it to think. The smell of ink was sharp in the small room. "You're back," he said without looking up. "Report on the wolf den." "Overcrowded. If the current rate continues, next year the village will be looking at a genuine tide." Mo Chen set his brush down. His expression adjusted to match the weight of this information. "Thunder Crown wolves leading the pack." 3. He nodded, working through the arithmetic. 3 of that caliber, distributed across the 3 mountain villages. The pressure would be serious but containable, given sufficient coordination. "Grandfather, Mo Bei has been beaten." Mo Chen produced a short laugh. "By a classmate named Fang Yuan, yes." He picked up his brush again. "Mo Yan, you still haven't understood something. For a man in your brother's position, a genuine rival isn't a problem, it's a necessity. Fang Yuan is a boy without backing, without a faction, without anything behind him. He's a whetstone. Leave him to your brother. If you involve yourself, our family becomes the entertainment of the clan for the next month. Do not go looking for Fang Yuan, that is an order." Mo Yan bowed her head with the correct degree of deference. As she left, a light moved through her eyes, not defiance exactly, something quieter and more deliberate than that. "That is your way of loving, grandfather," she thought, stepping back into the garden where the sound of Mo Bei's strikes had resumed. "I have my own." In his room, Fang Zheng was doing push-ups. He'd lost count somewhere around 80. It didn't matter. The point wasn't the number, it was the burn in his shoulders and the way it crowded out everything else. He pushed until his arms gave, then stayed on the floor for a moment, cheek against the cool wood, breathing. He got up and started again. At dinner, father had delivered his verdict with the gentleness of a man who'd already reached his conclusion before sitting down. "Your brother does this because he can't accept that you surpassed him," he'd said. "The ceremony broke something in him. What he takes from you at that gate is the only way he has left to feel superior." Mother had nodded along, her eyes soft with the sympathy designed to make him feel wounded. Fang Zheng had kept his eyes on his bowl and said nothing. The problem was that he didn't quite believe them. He'd been watching his brother's hands for 3 weeks now, the way another person might study a text they couldn't fully read. What he kept returning to, what he couldn't reconcile with father's version of events, was something he couldn't name cleanly and couldn't dismiss. A man striking to humiliate didn't pull the force at the last moment, and Fang Zheng had felt that too, the precise calibration of each blow, enough to teach, not enough to damage. He didn't know what to do with that. "He's still taking your stones. Whatever his reasons, you still go down. That part is real." He stood, shook out his arms, and began again. Grade A, his classmates reminded him practically daily, with the patient confidence of people who'd decided how this story ended. "It's only a matter of time. Your cultivation will outpace his. Your talent compounds where his level's off." Fang Zheng had stopped finding it comforting. 2 days ago, he'd lent a stone to Yue Qing. He hadn't planned to. He'd simply looked up after the weekend toll and seen her across the courtyard, very still, staring at nothing, her numbers clearly not adding up. Her vital goo needed feeding. He'd crossed the courtyard before he'd finished deciding to. She'd taken it without meeting his eyes, her jaw set in the way of someone accepting help they find humiliating. Next week, he'd thought, watching her walk away, "I'll be at that gate before he is." He hadn't been. He'd gone down in the first exchange, as he always did, faster than he wanted and slower than last time. That was the thing he held onto when everything else felt like it was slipping. Slower than last time. The gap was there, it was real, but it was a different size than it had been. He dropped to the floor again. His arms were shaking now, genuinely, the kind of trembling that meant he was at the edge of what his body could currently do. "Good, that's where the work happens." He pushed until his arms gave completely, and this time he stayed down a little longer, his face against the cool wood, the candle guttering in the draught from under the door. Then he got up and started again. That evening, Fang Yuan took a table near the windows of the inn and ate in silence. The room carried the usual energy of the dinner hour, waiters threading between tables, the layered noise of several conversations existing simultaneously, the smell of cooked meat and rice wine, the warmth of a full common room on a cool evening pressing against the glass beside him. Through the window, he watched the Gu masters returning from their day's work. Their hierarchy was displayed in the simple, legible language of belt and plate. The younger practitioners wore blue belts with bronze plates marked with the number 1, the more experienced wore red belts with steel plates bearing the number 2. A system that communicated everything worth knowing at a glance, designed less for the wearers than for everyone looking at them. Assessing a clan's real strength requires nothing sophisticated. Observe the ratio between ranks. The Gu Yue clan controls valuable territory, but on the scale of the southern frontier, it's a mid-level organization at best. Beyond the village Qingmao Mountain, a contained world with a specific function. Once that function was served, he'd leave it. Traveling alone through these territories required rank 3 minimum, anything less was simply an extended way of dying. Haha, Gujue Fang Yuan, I've been looking for you everywhere. The laugh arrived before the speaker did, large and deliberately projected, shaped to carry across a room and bring heads up. A man with a yellowish complexion, and the build that announces itself before the rest of the person does, was approaching the table, his joviality worn thin over something considerably less pleasant. He extended one thick finger to within a few centimeters of Fang Yuan's face, planting himself in the personal space of someone who hadn't invited him there, and held the posture of a man performing a scene he'd rehearsed. You've gotten yourself into quite a situation, do you know that? He let the sentence land, watching the nearby tables orient toward the noise. Our young lady has come to settle accounts. Fang Yuan continued chewing. His eyes moved from the extended finger to the man's face with the same calm he brought to every assessment. The middle-aged servant held his finger a few centimeters from Fang Yuan's face, his yellowish complexion twisted into the expression of a man performing authority he'd borrowed from someone else. Around them, the inn's conversations had dried up and been replaced by the murmur of a crowd that's decided it's watching something. Look at the nerve of it, said a customer at the neighboring table, keeping his voice low. A servant, pointing his finger at a Gu master's face like that. He's wearing Mo family livery, said a waiter who'd stopped with a tray in his hands, not going anywhere. He thinks the patriarch's shadow covers everything underneath it. The servant, reading the room's attention as confirmation, pressed further. So then, boy, lost your words. Not quite so bold when you're away from the academy gate, are you? The crack was sharp and clean, the sound of something stressed past its tolerance. Before the sentence finished, Fang Yuan had taken the extended finger in his hand, a fluid rotation of the wrist, 180 degrees. The scream that followed was involuntary, the sound a body makes before the mind has decided how to respond to what's just happened to it. Fang Yuan was already on his feet. 3 weeks of daily white boar Gu sessions had rebuilt the architecture of his body from the inside, and what he now carried in his arms and shoulders was the raw strength of 2 grown men compressed into the frame of a 15-year-old. For an ordinary mortal, this wasn't a contest. He seized the servant's shin, controlled the descent, and broke the bone with a precise kick. The man hit the floor and lost consciousness before the gasp had finished leaving him. Fang Yuan sat back down and took another bite of his meal. His gaze moved across the frozen room. The inn door came open under force. Fang Yuan, stop this. Mo Yan entered flanked by 2 servants, her presence filling the room with the charge of a rank 2 Gu master who'd been told something on the way here and arrived already past the point of measured response. She took in her subordinate on the floor, and the color in her face changed. You dare, a student dares to touch my household, I will break you piece by piece. She was already drawing on her aperture as she said it, the iron-red essence of rank 2 beginning to flow into her arms, dense and heavy, a menacing glow building in her hands. She'd made the assessment that her rank made her safe from whatever a 15-year-old could produce before her Gu was ready. The palm strike to her temple arrived before she'd finished her sentence. Her eyes went back. She hit the ground, the iron-red charge dissipating without having been used. Fang Yuan didn't pause. He seized the nearest oak table and drove it against the front door, blocking it. Then, before the room had finished processing what had just happened to a rank 2 master, he was already moving through it. The 5 or 6 Gu masters present were still rising when he reached the nearest tables. A backhand sweep took one man off his feet. The weight of a bench, applied with precision, put down two more who'd been reaching for their Gu. A terrified servant screamed somewhere in the background noise. Two rank 1 masters had managed to extract themselves from the initial chaos and were on their feet. One of them, more composed than the situation warranted, activated a moonlight Gu. A lunar blade cut through the air toward Fang Yuan's shoulder. Fang Yuan twisted, felt the wind of the blade's passage against his uniform, and used the momentum of the dodge to collect a chair and bring it across the caster's head. The man went down. The second master grabbed for him. Fang Yuan took the arm, found the joint, applied leverage until the guard broke, and finished with a knee to the solar plexus. For the next 10 minutes, the inn was a geography of shadow and impact and creaking wood. Fang Yuan moved through the room with the methodical patience of a man completing a task that has a clear end point, not killing, never killing, but bringing each person present to complete unconsciousness before moving to the next. Gu master and mortal alike, the distinction didn't matter for his purposes tonight. When he finished, the hall was a field of bodies and overturned furniture, and the silence of a place emptied of its noise all at once. Somewhere outside, the village went on with its evening, indifferent. The innkeeper hadn't moved from behind his counter. He remained there in a crouch, wide-eyed, watching the figure that now crossed the room toward him. Fang Yuan wiped a thread of blood from his cheek. His voice carried no emotion that could be used as a handle. You will spread a rumor, say I was drunk with rage, that the frustration of being underestimated finally broke through when an arrogant servant pushed too far and I lost control entirely. Say I'm an unstable monster, a rabid dog that bit everyone within reach without discrimination. He held the innkeeper's eyes. Do you understand? The man nodded with the desperate repetition of a man whose decided agreement is his only option. Several hours later, the silence in Gu Yue Mo Chen's study had weight to it. Mo Yan sat across from her grandfather's desk, recently conscious, a migraine beating steadily behind her eyes. Mo Chen's hand moved slowly across his beard. His gaze was fixed on something that wasn't in the room. Have you recovered your senses? His voice was low and carried the vibration of anger compressed into something more durable than heat. Look at what your arrogance has cost this lineage. He made a gesture. A guard opened the door and ushered in the 3 servants. Mo Yan's reaction was involuntary, a sharp intake of breath, a recall. Their faces were wrapped in bandages, and the bandages told the story clearly enough. Their right eyes were gone, each of them. I'll kill him, Mo Yan said. Her voice had gone flat, past rage and into something colder. That despicable. I'll tear him apart with my own hands. She moved to stand. Mo Chen reached across his desk, lifted the heavy ink slab, and hurled it. It struck the wooden chair directly beside Mo Yan's arm with a dull impact that left no ambiguity about what it would have done had it landed differently. She went still. Sit down, fool. He let the silence hold for a moment. Ask yourself the correct questions. What lesson does this scene teach you? And what is to be done with these 3? Mo Yan's fists were closed in her lap. They failed to protect me. They allowed the Mo name to be degraded in public. They should be executed, to ensure silence, and to demonstrate that weakness has consequences in this house. Mo Chen exhaled. The sound carried disappointment and the resignation of a man who stopped expecting a better answer. Kill them? For what purpose? Training replacements is expensive, and 3 guards disappearing in the days immediately following the inn incident would draw exactly the attention we can't afford right now. He stood and turned to the window. 20 primeval stones each. At that price, they'll guard their silence with more dedication than they guarded you. He remained with his back to her for a moment. Do you understand what that boy actually did? By ensuring that every witness in that inn lost consciousness, Gu master and mortal alike, he converted what could have been a political stain on this family into a brief news item. A frustrated student, unstable, prone to violent outbursts. The entire village is already repeating it. He turned and his gaze found hers. He absorbed all the damage himself. He turned your failure into his own scandal and gave us cover we didn't deserve. The eyes were his commission, a message written in blood that says, cross this threshold again and I won't maintain appearances. He wielded brutality and restraint in the same motion. Mo Yan lowered her head. The rage in her face was giving way slowly to something that required more of her. Grandfather, I'll do as you say. For the next 7 days, you won't leave your room. You'll use that time to consider how a 15-year-old boy put you on the ground and then protected your family's reputation from the consequences of your own decision. After Mo Yan had gone, Mo Chen sat heavily and stared at the empty space across from him. A complex smile moved across his lips and didn't fully resolve into any single expression. A grade B talent, this physical strength, this strategic mind, this instinct for exactly how far to go and no further. He turned it over. What a waste that he isn't grade A, and yet the clan chief has already claimed Fang Zheng. Fang Yuan has been claimed by no one. He's the better cut of meat precisely because he's still unclaimed. If a marriage connection to the Mo branch could be arranged. In the silence of his room at the inn, Fang Yuan looked at the 3 small jars arranged on the table. Inside each one, suspended in saline solution, a right eye floated with the stillness of things that no longer belonged where they were. The candle beside them threw a wavering light across the glass. Mo Chen will have worked it out. He thinks in profit and loss, predictable, manageable. The physical display hadn't been purely reactive, innate physical prodigy, hot-blooded, dangerous when provoked. A mask built from true things, arranged to point away from the things that mattered. He set the jars aside and turned to the materials Wang De had provided. Beside the 3 human eyes, he arranged what else he'd gathered. The eyes of a cliff owl, adapted to function in near-total darkness, and those of a lynx, whose ambergris pupils were built for precision and depth at distance. He added limestone powder from the mountain's upper ridges and 2 bitter stabilizing herbs whose function was to anchor the mineral structure against the tendency of improvised refinements to collapse during the fusion process. The smell of the herbs was sharp and medicinal in the small room. Refinement is a question of balance. He allowed his green copper essence to flow and begin its work. Fresh organic material as a base multiplies the success rate. It accelerates every stage of fusion. It is the shorter road, the demonic road, and it leads to the same destination faster. Under the sustained pressure of his will, the organic tissues began to dissolve, their boundaries softening and merging with the mineral components in the slow, irreversible way of things being fundamentally changed. The middle stage essence produced by the liquor worm moved through the process as a catalyst, forcing the fusion of materials that would have resisted a less concentrated pressure. The viscous mass contracted sharply. What emerged was a small, flat insect, greyish, rough carapaced, resembling a stone tick in the way that things which feed on blood sometimes converge on similar shapes through entirely different paths. It sat in his palm with the stillness of something that's just come into existence and is still orienting itself. The bleeding stone Gu, a rank 1 Gu, improvised. Its applications were interesting. He pressed the insect against his palm. Its mandibles found his skin immediately and anchored themselves, burrowing toward the blood vessels beneath. As it fed, its grey carapace stretched and thinned, becoming translucent, revealing within it a single red eye, irregular, pulsing, beating in precise synchrony with Fang Yuan's own heartbeat. He ended the activation with a thought. The Gu deflated, contracting back into its inert stone-grey form, and slipped into the aperture to wait. Outside, the village was already repeating its new story about him. An unstable boy, a frustrated monster, a rabid dog that had lost itself in drink and resentment, and finally bit everything within reach. As for the rare whispers of the truth, they were already drowned out by the sheer weight of the rumors. The rumor had reached Kai Lion before breakfast. A servant had brought it with the morning tea, relayed from a guard who'd heard it from a merchant who'd been passing the inn at the wrong hour. The details varied depending on who was telling it, the number of bodies, the extent of the damage, whether Mo Yan had drawn her Gu before or after the boy moved, but the conclusion was consistent. Fang Yuan had lost control, drink and wounded pride combining into something that bit indiscriminately at everything within reach. Kai Lion had listened without expression and dismissed the servant. He sat for a long time with his tea. The story was too clean. That was the problem with it. Genuine rages left ragged edges, collateral damage that served no particular purpose, witnesses who'd been missed, objects broken for no tactical reason. What the merchant had described, every conscious body rendered unconscious, every potential witness neutralized with the same efficiency, the cover story already circulating before dawn, bore the geometry of a decision rather than an eruption. A 15-year-old boy, grade B talent, no backing, no faction. Kai Lion turned his cup in his hand. He could pull the thread. His network inside the village was older and denser than M. Mo Chen's, and a careful examination of the inn's guest list, cross-referenced with the timing of the servant's injuries, would likely produce something more accurate than the version currently in circulation. The real shape of what had happened was probably accessible, given sufficient pressure applied to the right points. He set the cup down. If I dig, others will notice that I'm digging, and men who dig for other people's secrets invite questions about what they're trying to bury. Kai Chen's manufactured result at the awakening ceremony was a foundation that held only as long as no one examined it directly. The moment he moved against Fang Yuan with anything beyond routine clan politics, he gave Mo Chen's people a reason to look at the Kai branch with the same scrutiny he was tempted to apply here. Kai Lion picked up his brush and returned to his correspondence. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the spring rain had begun, fine as silk thread, enveloping Qingmao Mountain in a veil of mist that softened every edge and turned the village into something between solid and dissolved. At dinner, the news arrived with the tea. His father spoke of a rabid dog and shameful violence, his voice tight with the scandal of a son of the clan brawling like a common thug. Fang Zheng set down his chopsticks. The wood clicked against the porcelain, a small, final sound that seemed to echo in the sudden hollowness of his chest. The village was busy arguing over whether Fang Yuan was a monster or a drunk, but Fang Zheng only heard one thing, a room full of adults and his brother standing alone at the center of it. He looked at his own hands, still aching from the morning's exercises, and realized the title the clan had given him, Grade a Genius, was a hollow paper crane. The ambition he had barely dared to whisper to himself in the dark when he was a child suddenly caught fire. He didn't care about the clan's pedestal. He didn't care about being the hope of anything. He wanted the shadow to stop moving. He finished his meal in silence, the hunger in his chest far outlasting the food on his plate. Inside the inn, the atmosphere was heavier than the weather warranted. Fang Yuan sat at his usual table by the window. Before him, a dish of river carp with wild peppercorns and a bowl of pearl rice sent thin threads of steam into the air. The fragrance of the fish mingled with the woody sharpness of his green bamboo wine, and the combination was, in its quiet way, good. The innkeeper hadn't moved far from his counter since Fang Yuan arrived. His hands worked a glass that was already clean, moving in the small repetitive motion of a man who needs his hands to be doing something. The 3 jars from the previous evening were still very clear in his memory. The calm face at the window table was no longer a student's face. It was something he didn't have a comfortable word for. At the neighboring table, an old man and his grandson seemed to exist in a separate weather system entirely. Their hemp clothes carried the mud of the road. They shared a simple bowl of beans and a small carafe of rice wine, and the old man had been lifting his nose at intervals toward the scent of the bamboo wine drifting from the next table, the purity that made his own carafe smell, by comparison, like something that had been standing in a corner for too long. The boy had no such instincts. He was occupied entirely with the crunch of beans between his teeth until something shifted his attention, and he tugged his grandfather's sleeve. "Grandfather, tell me the story of Ren Zhu again, the one about being captured. If you don't, I'll tell grandmother you came here to drink in secret." The old man produced the sigh of a man who's made his peace with this particular negotiation. "I can't even drink in peace." He set his carafe down and patted the boy's head with a hand that had been worn into its current shape by decades of work. "Then listen carefully. It's the story of Ren Zhu, who gave his heart to the Gu of Hope when he was captured, to escape his predicament." Fang Yuan's gaze had drifted to the amber surface of his wine. He let it stay there and listened. "Spring rain is as fine as knowledge," he murmured, so quietly the words were lost in the sound of water against the windowpane. "Invisible up close, it colors the world from a distance." He took a sip. The wine was cold and clean against his throat. The legends of Ren Zhu were not to him what they were to the old man at the next table: charming stories, moral instruction, the shared inheritance of a people. They were records, the closest thing this world had to a written account of how its fundamental laws operated, the rules of the game, preserved in the form of stories because stories survived where treatises did not. The legend told how Ren Zhu, after escaping countless perils through the Gu of Hope, finally grew old. His strength was failing, his teeth were loosening. Death was no longer a distant abstraction but a presence in the room. The Gu of Hope spoke to him. "Human, do not despair. In the northwest of this continent lies a vast mountain. In its depths sleep 2 Gu, 1 square and 1 round. Subdue them and you will be able to capture any Gu in the world, even the Gu of longevity, which restores youth." Using what remained of his strength, Ren Zhu found the cave. Inside, the darkness was absolute, not the darkness of a room with its candle extinguished, but the darkness of a space that has never held light and doesn't understand the concept. He stumbled. He injured himself. He circled for cycles in that void without finding anything, without even finding his own hands when he reached for them. 2 voices rose from the dark. "Human, turn back. Even with the Gu of strength, you would not find us. Human, give up. Even with the Gu of wisdom, you could not grasp us." But Ren Zhu carried the Gu of Hope in his chest, and its light, however small, was sufficient. He refused to leave. The voices offered him a challenge. Name them correctly and they would serve him. He spent days and nights calling names into the dark, his voice wearing down to a rasp, his body wearing down toward its end. On the last breath before the last breath, he spoke 2 words. Rule and regulations. The darkness lifted, light entered the cave. Before him stood the 2 Gu, one spherical, one cubic. Since you have known our names, we will obey you. Together, the rule Gu and the regulations Gu captured an 80-year-old longevity Gu. Renzu consumed it and came back to himself at 20. The old man drained his carafe and led his grandson out into the rain, the boy still asking questions as the door closed behind them. Fang Yuan turned his cup in his hand and watched the mist move against the window. Rules and regulations. To anyone listening for the surface, it's a fable about perseverance, the virtue that sustains a person when strength and wisdom have both run out. A comfort for the old man telling it to his grandson on a rainy evening over a bowl of beans. For me, it is a map. The darkness Renzu entered wasn't the absence of light. It was the absence of comprehension, the state of moving through a world whose governing principles you can't see and therefore can't use. The 2 Gu hadn't been hiding in the dark to test his endurance. They had been invisible because they were the darkness itself, the structure of the world that everything else moved within, unnamed and therefore unseeable. Mo Chen hadn't left me alone out of magnanimity or simple calculation. He left me alone because he is a prisoner of the clan's own structural logic. To punish me would be to violate the hierarchy that justifies his own authority. To intervene personally against a junior would hand the Kai family's elders the precedent to do the same to Mo Bei whenever it suited them. Mo Chen protects the rules not because he believes in them, but because breaking them would release the chaos he spent decades managing. A powerful piece, positioned well, but a piece nonetheless. The world is a chessboard. The 4 seasons rotate according to rules. Water runs downhill according to regulations. Human societies are no different. He paid the innkeeper without comment. The man received the stones with the careful movement of someone handling something that might react unpredictably. Fang Yuan stepped out into the rain. He wore no straw coat, carried no umbrella. The fine spring rain landed on his face and slid away, cold and indifferent, the same rain that fell on everyone. He turned toward the mountain. The bleeding stone Gu was waiting to be tested. May had arrived on Qingmao Mountain with generosity. The air carried the heavy fragrance of wildflowers in full assertion, and the bamboo forest stood in its usual formation, straight as a legion of spears, crowns reaching toward an azure sky where clouds moved at their own pace. In the breeze, the tall grasses along the lower slopes rippled in long green waves, and the smell of pollen and turned earth reached the village on every gust. Halfway up the mountain, the terraced fields cascaded in broad steps. The tender green wheat shoots trembled in the light. Mortal farmers moved with backs permanently curved by the seasons, their hands stained the color of the earth they served. No man of the Gu Yue clan would have considered the work worth his time. Then, from somewhere above the tree line, a distant tinkling. Glings, gling. Camel bells floating down on the breeze. The farmers straightened their backs and squinted at the steep path. A motley convoy was emerging from the mountain's upper folds, a vast, colorful thing that moved like a giant centipede, finding its way through the passes, slow and deliberate. The merchant caravan, someone called. Finally, it's May already, about time. The excitement spread through the village, the way these things spread, fast and slightly ahead of the news itself. In the southern frontiers, a land of 100,000 rugged mountains and forests thick with ferocious beasts, trade wasn't a commercial convenience but a test of survival. Only a caravan large enough to field its own escort of Gu masters could hope to move through passes infested with wild Gu worms without catastrophic loss. For a lone traveler, rank 3 was the entry price for attempting the routes at all. The caravan's arrival was a bowl of boiling water poured into the steady quiet of the mountain's spring. They came in April last year, the innkeeper said with relief. This year they made us wait. For him, whose trade had never quite recovered the atmosphere it had held before the incident, the caravan was a restoration. His stocks of green bamboo wine would finally find buyers. At the head of the procession moved a brass treasure toad, 2.5 meters tall, its skin a bright orange covered in calloused warts like bronze nails in a fortress gate. Hemp ropes across its broad back held a mountain of secured merchandise. Sitting cross-legged at the crown of the creature's head, perfectly still through each massive leap, was a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face and a comfortable belly, his eyes narrowed into 2 mischievous slits. Jia Fu, the caravan leader. A rank 4 Gu master, elevated above the bamboo rooftops of the village with every bound of his mount. Behind him followed a gigantic fat worm, 15 meters from head to tail, its eyes burning with the layered brilliance of colored glass, its body armored in black porcelain, and serving as platform for both Gu masters and stacked goods. After that came the rest, a fantastical menagerie assembled for function rather than spectacle. Massive black beetles flanked by armed warriors, ostriches with brilliant plumage bearing lighter cargo, mountain spiders, winged snakes. The majority of the transport relied on smaller toads built like draft horses, which bounded rhythmically through the village's narrowed streets while the residents watched from their windows. The smell of the road came with them, animal sweat and mountain dust, and something wilder underneath. Gu Bo, the clan chief, stepped forward personally to receive them. Sending a rank 3 subordinate to greet a rank 4 expert would have been a diplomatic slight. Old brother Jia, you're very late this year. The journey must have been difficult. Jia Fu clasped his hands with the courtesy of a man who's learned to wear it as a working garment. The road was merciless, brother Gu Yue. A swarm of isolated blood bats cost me several men. Then a thick fog on Dubai Mountain held us for days. I didn't dare risk the cargo. The tone was pleasant. Everyone present understood the underlying structure of the conversation. The clan needed what the caravan carried, and the caravan needed the clan's primeval stones. By dusk, the village had transformed. Red, blue, and green tents had sprouted around the houses like a second village laid over the first, and the streets between them had become a market dense with bodies and noise, and the smell of goods from distant places, spices and dyed cloth, and something resinous that had no local equivalent. Merchants' voices cut through the general noise from every direction. Prime blue sea cloud tea bricks, an infusion as light as a fairy, ideal for feeding T-type Gu, 5 primeval stones per brick. Brute force longhorn beetle Gu, for the master who wants the power of a bull behind every strike. Intimate herb, freshly picked, 2 primeval stones per 500 grams. Fang Yuan moved through the crowd with the ease of long practice, his presence registering as nothing in particular to the people around him. A young man, another face in the fair crowd, moving with quiet purpose through the noise. The intimate herb stall stopped him briefly. He followed the voice to a cart pulled by an ostrich, stacked with pastel green herbs, each strand roughly a meter long, thin as a fingernail, tipped with small heart-shaped red buds. The intimate herb wasn't a staple food but a supplement worth knowing about. Mixed into a Gu's regular feeding, a single blade could halve the creature's consumption of its primary food source. For the Moonlight Gu, the savings weren't trivial. He completed the calculation in the time it took to assess the stall. The crowd around the cart was 3 people deep, and the vendor was managing demand rather than supply. He moved on. A few stones saved in feed costs weren't worth the time the queue would require. There were better uses for the next hours. He went deeper into the encampment. The grey tent he was looking for announced itself by what it lacked rather than what it displayed. No shouting vendor, no press of excited buyers. 2 carved pillars flanked the entrance, each bearing an antithetical verse. Left, a small display of courage, fortune for all 4 seasons. Right, a great display of skill, prosperity in all 4 directions. Lintel, luck turns with time. A stone-playing den. Inside, the space was larger than the exterior suggested. 3 rows of counters displaying amber blocks and fossils of varying sizes, the whole of it lit in a way that flattered the stone without quite revealing it. The air was cool and faintly mineral, the smell of old rock and lamp oil. The customers here didn't shout. They moved slowly along the counters, touching surfaces, murmuring to each other in the subdued register reserved for sacred places or expensive gambles. The principle behind stone playing was one of this world's more reliable gambits for the desperate and the informed. When a Gu ran out of food, it could, in rare circumstances, enter forced hibernation, sealing itself inside a mineral shell and waiting for conditions that never came, or came centuries late, or came in the form of someone who knew what to look for. The game was built on this possibility. 9 out of 10 stones were empty. Of the remainder, most held Gu that had desiccated over the years, their hibernation having lasted longer than the biology could sustain. In a small operation like this, the odds are what they are, but odds only apply to those who are reading the stone without knowing what they're reading. In a previous life, I worked as a clerk in a gambling den, then owned one considerably larger. I learned the trade from both sides of the counter, the tells that distinguished a live stone from an empty one, which shapes and colors and surface textures corresponded to which Gu and what state they were likely to be in. The knowledge is old but intact. He noted with brief clinical regret that the bleeding stone Gu was useless here. Hibernating Gu had no active blood circulation. They registered as dead to his new eyes, as opaque as the mineral casing around them. He was working from expertise alone. The saleswoman behind the left counter offered him a professional smile that carried the slight upward adjustment of someone who hadn't expected a teenager. Would you like to try your luck, young master? 10 primeval stones per stone on this counter. I'll look first, Fang Yuan said neutrally. He began his inspection, moving along the counter at a measured pace. Each stone received a second, sometimes two, before being mentally set aside. Right color, too flat, no interior volume for a toad. Correct size, but the surface is too smooth. A mudskin toad's hide leaves a rough imprint against the inner wall of the casing. The violet gold luster is there, but the gradient is wrong, faded from the outside in rather than dispersed from a central source. What he was looking for was specific, a fossil with a violet gold luster containing a hibernating mudskin Gu toad. He isolated 3 candidates. His memory from the previous life wavered between them, the specifics blurred, but one of the 3 held what he was looking for. He was certain enough of that. He stood before the 3 stones. Speed or caution mattered little in the face of a correct choice, but the gap between right and wrong was everything. One day I'll leave this mountain for the famous gambling cities of Panxi or Cangjing, where the real stones move and the real fortunes turn. Not yet. He reached for the first of the 3. I want to buy these stones. The announcement was brief and unequivocal, and it stopped the saleswoman mid-breath. She looked at Fang Yuan for a moment, trying to reconcile what she'd just heard with the environment she was standing in. In the world of stone playing, even the mediocre participants spent a significant portion of their visit weighing, rubbing, holding stones up to the light, scrutinizing surface imperfections, consulting their feelings about gradient and color before committing to a single purchase. To say "I'll take it" before touching the merchandise was the unmistakable signature of a buyer with no idea what he was doing. She maintained her professional smile without effort. Of course, young master, which one have you chosen? This one, Fang Yuan said, pointing to the violet gold fossil. She reached for it, he continued. And this one. A flicker moved through her expression. The professional mask didn't break, but her spine straightened, and her eyes lost their patronizing edge. And finally this one, all 3. Her smile adjusted accordingly, warmer, with softness. A student willing to spend at this scale suggested either a family fortune of considerable size or a recklessness that amounted to the same thing from a vendor's perspective. Fang Yuan counted out 30 primeval stones and placed them on the counter. The sound of them landing drew attention from the other Gu masters distributed along the tense counters. Murmurs gathered. Look at this, a boy betting large. 30 stones at once, his family must have resources. Poor ignorant fool, grumbled an older man, not bothering to lower his voice. Choosing rocks by their lucky color, it's the same as throwing the stones in the river and watching the ripples. The saleswoman, calculating the value of prolonging the interaction, offered her standard service. Would you like our cutter to open them for you? There's no charge. Fang Yuan dismissed the offer with a slight gesture. Something had entered his expression that wasn't quite a smile and wasn't quite its absence. This is my first bet, it's a significant moment, I'll open them myself. He took the first stone. Without announcement, he directed his green copper essence into the moonlight goo. A blue glow, fluid as water, emanated from the crescent in his palm. He began to work the surface of the fossil, not cracking or chipping, but grinding. The azure light didn't flicker. It hummed with a constant vibration, dissolving the outer layers without heat or jagged edge into fine dust that slipped between his fingers and fell with a dry whisper onto the carpet below. The smell that rose from the stone was cold and faintly bitter, the smell of rock that hadn't seen air in a very long time. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. The jeering stopped. The Gu masters along the counters had turned to watch. The technique they were seeing, this meticulous sanding, this dissolution of stone, by modulating the moonlight Gu's output into something far more precise than a blade, wasn't something a novice produced. It required the kind of control that accumulated over years of practice, the ability to suppress the Gu's natural tendency toward projection and redirect it into something sustained and granular. Such mastery, someone murmured, perhaps he's not as ignorant as he looks. The violet gold stone shrank under the treatment, its outer layers yielding one by one, until what remained was a small black ball. A current of attention moved through the onlookers. There's something inside. Fang Yuan continued grinding. The ball diminished and disappeared entirely into dust. A sterile kernel, sighed a Gu master. What a waste of anticipation. Fang Yuan remained impassive. He set the dust aside and took the second stone, the one he'd come here for. He resumed his technique. 10 careful breaths later, the violet sheen had dissolved away. The dust this time carried a different smell, something earthier, almost alive, and the texture under his fingers had changed too, less grit, more give, the resistance of compressed clay rather than solid mineral. Several people in the crowd leaned forward. Another kernel. Wait, look at the surface, something's different. Fang Yuan slowed his movements, reducing the pressure, working with the delicacy of hands that know what bruises easily. An authoritative voice cut through the tent. Young man, stop everything. Jiajin Sheng will buy that from you. Fang Yuan stopped. There you are. A young man of about 25 stepped forward from the back of the tent, golden robe, jade piece on his belt bearing the number 1. The servants stationed throughout the tent inclined themselves immediately, and that alone said more about his standing than the robe did. Greetings, second young master. Jiajin Sheng approached with a smile that had been calibrated to project warmth and landed somewhere adjacent to it. Little brother, you're quite young to be spending time in places like this. Your family might worry. Listen, I'll give you 40 primeval stones for that mud ball right now. That covers your costs and returns a small profit on top. A clean exit, what do you say? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. 40 stones, you're attempting a forced purchase in the middle of your own establishment. That violates the rules of a gaming den, and we're currently on Gu Yue clan territory. Are you certain you want to apply pressure to a clan member in front of this audience? The local Gu masters turned to look at Jiajin Sheng, arms crossing one by one down the row of counters, a silence that had found a new direction. He read the room quickly and adjusted. You misunderstand entirely, little brother. I simply found the item of interest. If you have no wish to sell, that's perfectly fine. I only suggest, don't come to me in tears if the stone turns out to be empty. Fang Yuan didn't reply. He turned back to the stone and resumed his work. The blue light moved across the surface of the yellow mud in slow, patient passes. Layers of dried earth fell away in sequence. Then, from the diminishing mass, a soft cracking sound, the sound of a mineral seal giving way after a very long time. A Gu worm emerged. The crowd's reaction was immediate. There's a Gu, there's actually a Gu in there. His luck is extraordinary. The creature that appeared was palm-sized, brownish-yellow, covered in boils and irregular nodules that made it comprehensively unappealing to look at. Fang Yuan injected his natural essence without hesitation. The Gu had been dormant for centuries and had nothing left to resist with. The refinement completed instantly. He opened his eyes and the creature let out a muffled sound. Crunch! It's alive. That's a mudskin toad, someone called from the back of the crowd. A rank 2 Gu. Jiajin Sheng felt the mathematics of the situation resolve against him with finality. A fortune that had been in his own tent, under his own surveillance, and had slipped through his fingers. He had one remaining avenue. Young brother, perhaps you don't fully understand what you're holding. I would be willing to offer. Fang Yuan spoke before he could finish. The mudskin toad, rank 2, requires 500 grams of fertile yellow soil per feeding, primary ingredient for refining the brass treasure toad Gu. Current market value, 500 primeval stones. He looked at Jiajin Sheng. Do you wish to complete the transaction, or should I find another buyer? Jiajin Sheng's mouth had opened and remained there. You knew exactly what it was from the beginning. If you're not interested, I'll move on. Fang Yuan made to leave. The motion completed its function. Wait, I'll buy it. The transaction required only minutes. 5 bags, each holding 100 primeval stones, passed through Fang Yuan's hands. Their weight settled into his palms with a solidity that was, in its way, satisfying. Around him, the assembled Gu masters watched him leave in silence, envy and incomprehension sharing the same face. Fang Yuan collected his bags, tucked the third fossil still unopened under his arm, and left without looking back. He didn't stop at any other stalls. He moved through the fair crowd at a direct pace and returned to the inn. Possessing more than 500 primeval stones, as a rank 1 initial stage Gu master wasn't merely uncomfortable, it was a liability of the most concrete kind. Each stone was the size of a duck's egg. 500 of them had genuine physical weight, but the weight was the smaller concern. In a world where a rank 2 practitioner could simply decide to take what a rank 1 couldn't defend, visibility was a death sentence. Once in his room with the door closed and the light low, he retrieved the third violet gold fossil. He activated the moonlight Gu and began to work the surface with the same patient technique he'd used in the tent: blue light, slow passes, layers dissolving into dust. The stone diminished under his hands until what remained was a pile of powder on the floor. Nothing, empty. Fang Yuan regarded the dust without any change in expression. In stone playing, 9 losses out of 10 is the standard. The empty stone was entirely expected, and its emptiness is, in its way, the most valuable thing I bought today. By opening the first 2 stones in front of witnesses and carrying the third away unopened, I've constructed something more durable than 500 stones. A cover story with eyewitnesses already attached to it. From this day forward, if I ever need to account for a Gu that has no obvious origin, the liquor worm, the bleeding stone Gu, anything acquired through means that don't bear examination, I can claim to have found it in this third fossil. Violet gold stones aren't catalogued for their contents. No one can say with certainty what Gu worms they did or did not produce. And I have a tent full of Gu masters who watched me demonstrate extraordinary luck with the mudskin toad, which makes the story of additional lucky finds entirely plausible. Strike first, cover the ground before anyone has thought to look at it, build the alibi before the question has been asked. He extinguished the candle. In the sudden darkness, the scent of the violet gold dust was the only thing that remained. The following evening, the sun went down behind the jagged peaks and gave way to a thin silver crescent, but on Qingmao Mountain the night offered no rest from the market's energy. The stalls burned bright enough to bleach the moon from the sky, and the village blazed with the excess of a fair in its final hours, the sellers louder, the buyers more urgent, the whole thing running on the compressed awareness that this window was closing. Fang Yuan moved through the dense crowd, absorbing the noise without being pulled by it. This is already the second night, a passerby said to his companion. The caravan leaves tomorrow night, it's now or never. I saw a golden bell Gu yesterday. The merchant is tough, but I'm going to try one more offer. A clamour rose ahead of them, distinct from the usual haggling, sharper, angrier, the frequency of a crowd that has gathered around a grievance. Fang Yuan followed it. An angry press of people had assembled in front of a large red tent. At the center stood 2 men locked in the geometry of a confrontation that has reached the stage where neither party can retreat cleanly. One was a young rank 2 Gu master from the Gu Yue clan, his face twisted in that shade of crimson born when wounded pride encounters a public audience. The other was Jia Jinsheng. That man sold me a fake. The clan member brandished a black worm above his head. He told me it was a black boar Gu and took 250 primeval stones from me. When I got home, I found a fattened stinkworm. Jia Jinsheng received this with studied contempt. What proof do you have? Did you hear me say the name Black Boar at any point? You wanted a deal that was too good to be true. That is a personal problem. The Gu master's control reached its limit. He seized the merchant's wrist. You rat, you dare deceive us on our own land. Release me, Jia Jinsheng wrenched free. If you want to extort someone, find another target. My brother is Jia Fu, rank 4. What exactly do you plan to do to me? The name landed on the crowd like cold water. A rank 4 Gu master was not a variable that a rank 2 clan member could introduce into a calculation and expect to survive. Jia Jinsheng pressed the advantage he'd just created. A genuine black boar Gu permanently increases physical strength. It's worth 600 stones at minimum. Believing you could acquire one for 250 is not misfortune. It is stupidity. Dream on. The tension had built past the point where it could resolve itself. Then a calm, powerful voice imposed silence on the crowd without effort. What is happening here? The press of people divided. Jia Fu moved through the gap, stocky, round-bellied, his open face wearing the expression he'd learned to deploy at exactly these moments. Jia Jinsheng went slightly pale. Jia Fu listened to both accounts without interruption. Then he clasped his hands toward the clan member with the practiced gravity of a man performing integrity for an audience that needs to see it performed. I apologize on behalf of this caravan. My brother acted imprudently to make this right. 5 bags of stones were counted out and handed across, double the amount lost. The crowd applauded. Jia Fu had taken a scandal and converted it into a demonstration of virtue at his brother's expense and to his own benefit in the span of 3 minutes. Jia Jinsheng, humiliated and burning with it, disappeared into the tent and slipped out the back before the applause had finished. Fang Yuan watched from the edge of the crowd, his attention on the mechanism rather than the spectacle. He found Jiajin Sheng an hour later in a tavern that occupied a distinct aesthetic space from the rest of the fair. The patrons sat on innocent mushrooms, gu herbs cultivated for the property of purifying the surrounding air, their caps broad and soft enough to serve as furniture. Along the walls, dozens of crystal ladybugs had been arranged as living reservoirs, each one containing a different rare spirit within its shell, accessible through small jade spigots. The place had decided that the boundary between furniture, decoration, and living creature was a convention worth ignoring. Jiajin Sheng occupied a corner table alone, working his way through a carafe of monkey wine, trying to drown a humiliation that refused to stay submerged. The tears on his cheeks were rage with nowhere to go. Fang Yuan sat down across from him. "Do you want to deal with your brother? I can help you." Jiajin Sheng's head came up. The look he directed across the table was the compressed product of a very bad evening, encountering an unexpected variable. "You, the lucky toad kid, are you here to make fun of me?" "I have a business proposal," Fang Yuan said. "If you want to move out from under your brother's shadow and secure your own position, listen to what I'm offering." Jiajin Sheng straightened slightly, the wine and the bitterness rearranging themselves into something closer to wariness. "How do you know anything about my family's situation?" "Nothing is a secret to those who know how to observe." Fang Yuan leaned forward and dropped his voice. "I've found an ancient heirloom. It contains a refinement record, a complete lineage of Gu evolutions capable of reaching rank 4 from a rank 1 starting point. A record like that is worth more than anything you'll see change hands at this entire fair, and it could guarantee your position in the family competition." Jiajin Sheng's eyes narrowed. The wariness had sharpened into something more active. "Too good to be true. Jia Fu sent you to entrap me, didn't he?" Fang Yuan stood up. "In that case, I'll take this to your brother directly. He'll understand its value." He had covered 4 steps toward the door when footsteps caught up with him. "Wait, don't go, we can talk." Fang Yuan stopped but didn't turn around immediately. "Your distrust is natural, but your brother has you in a position you can't escape through caution. The question is whether you're willing to gamble with your own fate." The hatred Jiajin Sheng carried for Jia Fu was older and more solid than any caution. It made the decision before he had fully made it. "Jia Fu isn't my brother, he's a rival. Fine, I'll take the bet." They found a private tent. Inside, Jiajin Sheng activated a silent wall gu, sealing the space against listening ears. The noise of the fair became a muffled background. Fang Yuan waited for the gu to complete its function before speaking. "Some time ago in a remote area of this mountain, I came across a corpse. The flower wine monk, long dead, nothing left of his gu or his possessions, but I found his research notebook." Jiajin Sheng held his breath. This notebook contains the complete secrets of the liquor worm's evolution, the associated research, and all the pathways that lead from rank 1 to rank 4. A full lineage of refinements, documented and detailed. He let the silence work for a moment before continuing. "There are 4 paths. The first, the path of purity, advances the liquor worm to a rank 2 4-flavored liquor worm, then to a rank 3 7 fragrance liquor worm, and finally to the mystical rank 4 9-eyed liquor worm. The second, the path of illusion, transforms the worm into a white chrysalis, then a rank 3 mist perspiring butterfly. The monk himself used this variant to cloud perception and bend the will of those around him." Another pause, then. "The third path follows perception, a mutation into the rank 3 4-colored chrysalis, culminating in the rank 4 4-eyed butterfly. The fourth path uses the 7 fragrance worm as an intermediate and concludes in the rank 4 rainbow chrysalis, the most mysterious of the 4 lines." Jiajin Sheng's composure had long since abandoned him. His hands were not entirely steady. If even one of these recipes was genuine, the value was beyond anything he'd been reaching for his entire career. "Your price? 1 million primeval stones for the complete notebook." 1 million, he stopped, stared. "Are you out of your mind? I don't have a fraction of that." "I'm not offering you a trinket," Fang Yuan said, with the flat patience of a man explaining something that shouldn't require explanation. "If this is beyond your capacity, I've wasted both our time." He made to stand. Jiajin Sheng's hand came out. Wait, he was sweating now, working through something quickly. "I can't do it alone, but Jia Fu can. If I bring him this deal, if I'm the one who brings it, he'll have no choice but to include me in the arrangement. I become indispensable." Fang Yuan let a silence pass that functioned as hesitation. Jiafu is not a simple man, but if your position as intermediary is secured before the meeting, that changes the structure of what he can do. He appeared to consider it. Bring your brother tomorrow night, but tell him this clearly. If he attempts to pressure me, the notebook burns. He receives nothing. Jia Jin Sheng nodded with the rapid, repeated emphasis of someone who needs the other person to know they understand. Fang Yuan stepped out into the cool mountain night. He walked back toward the inn through the last of the fair's noise, turning the structure of what he'd just built over in his mind with the quiet satisfaction of work that holds. The notebook is my own invention, but the knowledge within it is absolute. The liquor worm and its potential for evolution are known to the world, though their specific recipes remain a ghost in the records of the southern frontier. I wrote 4 complete paths from those references, detailing the research and the volatile refinements required for each, and some theory for the rank 5. While the second path is a known variant, the third and fourth are my own designs. 1,000,000 stones. The figure is an anchor, heavy enough to drag a man like Jia Fu into the depths of his own greed. Outside, the moon had reasserted itself over the dimming market stalls. Fang Yuan entered the inn and climbed the stairs without stopping. The sky had collapsed. Lead-colored clouds pressed down on the horizon, drowning the distant peaks in masses of dark ink. The spring rain came in relentless sheets that wove an impenetrable curtain between earth and sky, the kind that heralds summer not as a promise but as a warning. Lightning split the grayness in silver flashes, illuminating for instants the jade-green spear bamboos bending under the water's weight without breaking. The thunder that followed rolled across the mountain in long, low waves, felt in the chest before it reached the ears. In the village, life had retreated indoors. Outside, the giant had resumed its march. The road is slippery, watch your feet. Masters, hold your shields, don't let the pack animals block the pass. You miserable mortals, keep your eyes open. If a crate slips, you pay with your lives. The convoy leader's shouts dissolved into the roar of water. After 3 days of frantic activity, the caravan's great python had stretched itself out again and was moving, ready for the muddy trails. The rainbow ostriches that had been so magnificent 2 evenings ago were now sodden masses of matted feathers, their brilliant plumage collapsed into something grey and heavy. The enormous transport beetles advanced with stony indifference, water beading off their ebony carapaces in rivulets that joined the mud below. The Gu masters deployed their craft against the rain with varied creativity. On the backs of the giant insects, some held the golden light Gu, generating amber domes that deflected the water overhead. Others had activated the green silk Gu, their hair grown to several meters length and draped around them like organic cloaks. Further along the column, practitioners coated in a thin skin of water from the water spider Gu expelled the accumulated excess at intervals with practiced ease. For the mortal warriors, there was no such remedy. Wrapped in flimsy straw cloaks already dark with moisture, they moved through the mud with the patient endurance of people who have no other option, each step its own small wager against a fall or a beast or an illness that would make itself known days later. The smell of wet straw and animal sweat and churned earth rose from the column in a dense, living cloud. A caravan's departure was always, in part, a headcount problem. You knew how many left and settled the difference on arrival. Fang Yuan stood alone on a remote hill above the chaos of departure, a butty yellow oiled paper umbrella held against the rain. His simple linen clothes moved in the wind. His pale skin and the youth of his face gave him, to anyone glancing up from below, the appearance of a frail scholar watching the world go by. His eyes, looking down at the convoy as it plunged into the dense forest like a variegated snake finding the tall grass, held something that had nothing to do with the face around them. The head of the Jia family is a careful man. Placing Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu on the same caravan was not merely an exercise in efficiency. It was a controlled environment, a way of forcing the younger brother into daily confrontation with the reality of his own limitations, while simultaneously taking the measure of the elder's capacity for restraint toward his own blood. He recalled the tense interior, the rain loud against the canvas above them, Jia Fu's presence filling the space like a change in air pressure. "Where is the notebook?" Jia Fu had demanded. The air in the tent grew thick, a rank 4 master's pressure manifesting as a physical weight that made the wooden supports groan. "Somewhere you will never find it, senior," Fang Yuan had replied without moving. "I'm not naive enough to bring such a treasure before a master of your caliber. If I die, the secret dies with me." What followed had been the kind of negotiation that functions like trench warfare, ground taken and yielded in inches. Jia Fu had tried the standard approach, discredit the merchandise to reduce the price. 1,000,000 stones is absurd. Most rank 3 evolutions are known to the major clans already. The Rainbow Chrysalis is a theoretical curiosity without the rank 5 counterpart that activates its potential, and you have offered no proof that any of your formulas produce what you claim. I would not spend a fortune of that scale on assumptions. Fang Yuan leaned forward slightly, the lamplight casting long, sharp shadows across his face. You aren't buying assumptions, you are buying a head start. Your brother Gui has been performing well in the eastern trade routes, hasn't he? Every merchant had the same structural weakness, and I'd located it in the first 30 seconds. The terror of being the one who walks away from the one thing that cannot be replaced. Knowledge has its price, Senior Jiafu. The true gem in this notebook is not the evolutionary paths themselves, it's the volume. 3 complete rank 4 recipes, fully documented. Recipes of that caliber don't circulate. The major clans guard them like bloodlines, but beneath them the real commercial engine, the 4-flavor liquor worm, the rank 2 transition. There are 1,000 rank 2 masters for every rank 4, and every one of them needs what this recipe produces. He brought the transaction down to a manageable scale before Jiafu could reassemble his position. For today, we don't discuss a million. The recipe for the 4-flavor liquor worm and its rank 3 transitions, 10,000 primeval stones. Jia Jin Sheng had moved to negotiate. Fang Yuan had ended it with a look. Not a single stone shard less, and I don't want stones. 10,000 stones in physical form was a weight problem and a visibility problem simultaneously, each stone the size of a duck's egg, the total mass an obvious and dangerous advertisement. He had demanded payment in goo worms and refining components of equivalent value instead. After a dozen tense exchanges, they had arrived at a specific set of materials. Discrete, compact, immediately useful, untraceable in the way that currency never quite is. Before leaving the tent, he had set the hook for the following year. This is a down payment. A test of mutual trust. Here is a list of rare goo and materials I want in your inventory when you return next year. If you bring them, and if your tests confirm that the 4-flavor recipe performs as described, I will sell you the remainder of the notebook's contents. Jiafu had agreed. He scanned the list, his brows knitting together. The items weren't just expensive, they were specific, and obscure enough that a rank 1 student shouldn't even have known they existed. His eyes, in that last moment before the tent flap fell closed, held a cold, calculating shimmer. Both brothers' interests were now attached to mine. For Jiafu, the recipes represented a means of securing his dominance before the succession question in his family reached its conclusion. For Jia Jinsheng, the arrangement was his only viable path to relevance in his father's eyes. Neither of them had anywhere else to take this. Jia Jinsheng was the ideal instrument, rank without substance, ambition without experience, enough cunning to be useful and not enough to be dangerous. Through this channel, I had laid the groundwork for something that would outlast this year's caravan visit, a future network for moving things that could not be moved through official channels, a commercial arm with a legitimate face and no interest in asking inconvenient questions. The caravan's silhouette diminished behind the curtain of rain and then disappeared entirely into the dark mass of the forest. The last sound to reach him was the dull rhythm of the transport beetle's legs on the mountain path, felt through the soles of his feet before it faded, and then there was only the rain. Fang Yuan let out a slow breath. In his pockets and in his aperture, new goo worms and refining components waited for the work ahead. The caravan was carrying his work into the outside world. Next year, it would return carrying what he had asked for. He turned and walked back down the hill toward the village, the butty yellow umbrella steady against the rain. The in-room door was locked. Sheets had been nailed across the windows, smothering any light that might attract attention. The air inside was thick and acrid, still carrying the lingering dampness of the day's rain. Fang Yuan knelt on the bare floorboards, his chest rising and falling with the ragged discipline of a body pushed past its limit. He had just finished his session with the white borgu. 15 minutes during which the worm's energy had moved through his muscle fibers like white-hot wire, increasing his raw strength at the cost of a nervous fatigue that left his hands unsteady and his vision slightly compressed at the edges. He did not stop. Without wiping the sweat that strung his eyes, he directed his attention inward and called the second worm forward. A ladybug-shaped goo, dark as a moonless night, stirred to life in his aperture. The black boar goo, one of the components extracted from the negotiation with Jiafu. Owning the white boar was fortunate. Owning both was rarer still. Used in sequence, the two goo worked in layered synergy, their combined effect pushing toward a physical strength equivalent to 7 grown men. If the white boar was a blade ripping through muscle, The black bore was a hydraulic press, slower, heavier, compacting and densifying every fiber it passed through with a methodical thoroughness that left no part of the body untouched. 15 more minutes. At the end of it, he nearly went down, his limbs moving through tremors he couldn't suppress, sweat running in sheets down his spine. In the dim candlelight, his adolescent skin had taken on an almost translucent quality, the blood vessels beneath it visible at the surface. He allowed himself a few minutes of methodical self-massage, working through the tissue damage with the precision of hard-won anatomical knowledge, and then his gaze fell on the bedside table. 3 new goo worms waited there, a silver scarab for the tin skin, a reddish tick for the copper bones, and a small golden worm for the brass tendons. Where the boars added brute force, these 3 worked on the architecture underneath, hardening the structure that the force would move through. Each of them requires 2 uninterrupted hours of integration, 2 hours of sustained pain per goo. These were not goo that one wielded. They were consumables designed to fuse with their host, a violent biological remodeling, tissue by tissue, fiber by fiber. The process demanded that the practitioner remain conscious throughout. If the pain broke concentration and the flow of primeval essence ceased, the goo died mid-fusion, and what it left behind was not a failed attempt but a wound. Fang Yuan produced a short, dry sound that was not quite a laugh. Agony, compared to the iron bones and steel tendons refinements at rank 3, this is perhaps a third of the pain, a moderate inconvenience. He took the tin skin goo in his palm. The scarab stirred, its clawed legs finding purchase in his skin. He directed his green copper essence into the creature. Instantly the scarab dissolved, its body becoming a trail of silver-grey metal that entered him through his pores. His skin began to register the sensation of boiling, as though molten metal were seeping beneath the epidermis, thousands of points of pressure simultaneously, each one the feeling of a tin needle stitching tissue from underneath. His muscles contracted in long, involuntary waves. The veins in his neck rose. His eyes reddened. His mind remained separate from it, cold, observing, watching the transformation proceed with the detachment of a blacksmith monitoring metal in a forge. The process had its own duration, and there was no shortening it. He would be here until it was done, and when it was done he would move to the next one. 6 hours remained until dawn. The weeks passed. The agony of the metallic transformations moved through its arc and faded. What remained was different from what had been there before. His skin carried the pale, slightly cold luster of tin, subtle enough that most people wouldn't identify what they were looking at, significant enough that impacts that would have marked ordinary flesh left nothing. His bones had taken on the density of copper, his tendons the tensile resilience of brass. The body had become something closer to a weapon. As the month drew toward its close, the academy had caught the fever of its final sprint. The race for the monitor position was reaching its conclusion, and the pressure of it had changed the atmosphere in every corner of the village that the academy's students inhabited. Night had fallen. In the courtyard of the Mo residence, Mo Bei stood looking up at the silver moon, his expression carrying the weight of sustained thought. "Little brother, I heard you were injured today," Mo Yan said from behind him. Mo Bei turned, a proud smile on his face that was doing work beyond pride. "You're worried because I coughed up some blood, sister. I'm wondering if you're all right." "I lost this time, but I noticed something." Fang Yuan was breathing hard by the end, before he put me down in 2 blows without visible effort. That breathing means something. He is not as immovable as he appears to be. His eyes held a sharp, predatory focus. One day I will defeat him. Mo Yan smiled, though a thread of worry moved through it. She didn't interrupt what was forming in him. "In the coming days I will break through to the middle stage," Mo Bei continued. "I will take the monitor position, and I will show him that what this path ultimately rewards is talent, not whatever it is he's doing." In a room in the Kai compound, a single torch threw 2 shadows against the wall. Kai Lion sat with his palm against his grandson's abdomen, transferring primeval essence in the slow, controlled way that the technique demanded. Kai Chen bore the effort with the slightly grey expression of prolonged endurance. "Thank you, grandfather, the assistance every 3 days. Your grade C talent would have you taking 4 times as long as a grade A without it." Kai Lion withdrew his hand, wiping it slowly. "But this method is impure. What it adds in speed it removes in foundation quality. Unless we locate a liquor worm or a cleansing water goo to purify the accumulated contamination, the sealing will make itself felt earlier than it should." He paused, the torch guttering briefly in a draft neither of them had felt. "For now, maintain the appearance. Let them believe what they need to believe." In his room at his adoptive family estate, Fang Zheng cultivated with the quiet, burning intensity of someone trying to outrun a shadow. As the cohort's only grade A talent, his primeval sea occupied 80% of his aperture, a vast emerald expanse that his classmates couldn't hope to match. But tonight, the natural advantage of his recovery rate wasn't enough to satisfy the hunger in his chest. When the last drop of his essence was spent and the last 2 primeval stones crumbled to dust in his palms, he glanced at his nearly empty money bag with the resigned acceptance of wealth well spent. He didn't reach for the bed. He stood up, his limbs heavy with the fatigue of cultivation, and began a grueling circuit of physical drills in the narrow space of his room. Breath by breath, he pushed his body until his muscles screamed. He didn't want a victory handed to him by fate. He wanted to look his brother in the eye and know, with absolute clarity, that he had won because he was stronger, faster, and more disciplined. In a week, big brother, I'm not just going to rely on my talent. While his rivals charted their paths toward him, Fang Yuan sat in the darkness of his in-room and felt the barrier. He had felt it for 3 days, the wall between the initial and middle stages of rank 1, present, defined, closer than it had been each morning when he sat down and tested it. Tonight it had a different quality, something just behind immovable. I won't sleep tonight, he said to no one, I'll break through now. He descended into his aperture. The primeval sea before him was no longer the ordinary green copper of the early weeks. The liquor worm's sustained work had refined it over months into something paler, cleaner, more concentrated, a pure pale green pressing against the boundaries of the space it occupied with a force that had been building toward this moment since the day the worm first began its work. He commanded the sea to move. What had been a calm expanse became a current, and the current became waves, and the waves gathered themselves into something that struck the walls of the aperture with the force and rhythm of a cavalry charge, relentless, each impact building on the reverberation of the last. The white membrane trembled under the sustained assault and began, at last, to radiate. The light it threw off was piercing. Fang Yuan did not let up. The brilliance intensified. The membrane, rather than shattering, began to soften, the boundary between wall and sea growing indistinct, the hard edge dissolving into something that moved and oscillated. Then, with less the quality of rupture than of surrender, the walls of white light dissolved entirely, replaced by a layer of flowing, living water. The surface of the aperture was smooth now, responsive, carrying a resilience the rigid membrane had never possessed. The sea settled. 10% of its essence remained. The work was complete. Middle stage, Fang Yuan said very quietly. He opened his eyes. Sunlight was coming through the curtains. The night had gone while he worked, taking its hours with it, leaving behind a morning that found him exactly 1 week ahead of where his brother expected to be, far enough to be first, close enough to be explained by diligence. He sat with the morning light for a moment, breathing. Fang Yuan isn't here. Look, his seat is empty. What nerve! The academy elder himself is teaching today, and he dares to skip. He's finally going to get what's coming to him. Heh. The whispers moved through the academy room like small, satisfied fires. Since the extortion at the gate had become a weekly institution, Fang Yuan had accumulated enemies with a consistency that approached artistry. The prospect of watching him called to account produced a genuine, widespread heat. At the front, the academy elder explained the intricacies of aperture nutrition with one part of his attention and used the other to think. Fang Yuan was punctual to the point of being mechanical. An absence without notice meant something had changed. The thought produced in him not satisfaction, but a quiet alertness. Only Fang Zheng at his desk did not share the ambient mood. He stared at his brother's empty seat with deep confusion. This wasn't his brother's way. The absence felt deliberate. Bam, bams, bam. The academy elder's knuckles came down on his desk 3 times, and the room went silent with the speed of people who have learned that this signal does not come with a second warning. Silence, no talking during instruction. The students settled, their eyes kept drifting toward the door. Then footsteps in the corridor, and every ear in the room sharpened at once. The academy elder had already begun composing his response. Humiliating Fang Yuan publicly would satisfy the room and collapse the pressure that had been driving the entire class to train harder than any cohort he could remember. The extortion had functioned as a whip. Removing it clumsily would undo 2 months of unprecedented progress. He would hear the excuse first and decide from there. 3 knocks at the door. A student near the entrance leapt up to answer it with the eagerness of long anticipation. Morning light poured in. Fang Yuan entered at his own pace, his eyes dark and still, reading the room in a single pass and finding nothing in the mocking expressions that required acknowledgement. He crossed to stand before the academy elder. Elder, I have something to report. Speak. I have successfully advanced to the middle stage. The room took a moment to process this, then it erupted. What did he say? Middle stage, that's impossible. The Academy Elder had suspected something along these lines. The shift in the boy's energy had been perceptible from the doorway, but the speed of it was genuinely impressive. He kept his expression measured. I will need to inspect your aperture to confirm. Step forward. What happened next surprised him. Fang Yuan took a step back. A slight hesitation crossed his face, the defensive instinct of someone calculating whether refusal was viable. Laughter moved through the room. To most of the students, the hesitation confirmed a lie. Fang Yuan, the Academy Elder said, raising an eyebrow, the inspection is not optional. A beat, then Fang Yuan stepped forward, jaw set. The Academy Elder placed his palm against the boy's abdomen and sent a thread of his spirit inward. The first thing he found was a Gu worm he hadn't expected, the breath of life grass Gu, quiet in its corner of the aperture. He noted it without comment. He also noticed, on his way in, the subtle metallic sheen that the boy's skin carried, the signature of a tin skin Gu recently assimilated. He understood immediately why Fang Yuan had hesitated. The boy was trying to keep his new acquisitions from becoming public knowledge, a reasonable instinct. The Academy Elder filed the observation and moved past it without speaking. He descended to the primeval sea. It was calm, a deep emerald green, the walls of the aperture no longer the white membrane of the initial stage, but something fluid, layered, moving with a slow organic resilience that only the breakthrough produced. The wall of water. He withdrew his hand and let a moment of silence establish itself before speaking. This is genuinely the middle stage. Congratulations, Fang Yuan, first once again. The announcement didn't trigger immediate noise. Instead, a heavy, airless silence settled over the room, the kind that follows a structural collapse. Faces shifted from expectation to a collective, ugly bewilderment. They had spent weeks convinced that the incident at the tavern was the final desperate act of a failing student. To see that same unstable element standing at the top of the rankings made the world feel crooked. A low, jagged murmur began to circulate. At his desk, Fang Zheng didn't join the murmur. He watched his brother with a steady, unblinking intensity. He began to applaud. The sound was rhythmic and solitary, cutting through the thick layer of the room's resentment. His face remained calm, his expression that of a traveler who has just seen the mountain peak reappear through the fog. Mo Bei's knuckles had gone white around his fists. Kai Chen's jaw was working against his teeth. All of this is due to the excellence of the Academy's teaching, Fang Yuan said, with a courtesy so perfectly calibrated it was its own form of cruelty. The hierarchy confirmed itself in the days that followed. Fang Zheng, working with what few stones remained after his brother's weekly toll, pushed his grade A talent to its limit and broke through to the middle stage 1 week later. Mo Bei followed behind him. Kai Chen, whose advancement owed more to Kai Lion's secret transfusions than to his own grade C rate, came after. 2 weeks after Fang Yuan's breakthrough, the Academy Elder assembled the class for the formal distribution of rewards. Gu Wei Fang Yuan. He stepped forward into a room full of eyes that had stopped pretending to be anything other than what they were. You are the first to advance, here is your reward. A bag of 30 primeval stones changed hands. Fang Yuan accepted it with both palms, bowing before securing it to his belt with visible gratitude, never once opening it to count the contents. Furthermore, the Academy Elder continued, by the rules governing this cohort, you have priority in selecting your second Gu, and I am appointing you class monitor. The silence that followed had weight. Fang Zheng and Mo Bei were named vice monitors. For Fang Zheng, the news landed like a blow. At every official meeting, protocol would require him to bow and pay formal respects to his elder brother. The architecture of the clan's hierarchy had just been converted into a mechanism for daily psychological torture. Thank you, Elder, Fang Yuan said, with a bow of his head. The room offered a thin, forced applause, the air thick with silent, suffocating fury. Amidst that wall of resentment, Fang Yuan returned to his seat. The bag of 30 stones settled at his belt with a pleasant, solid weight. He looked out across his classmates and let his mind drift to the legends of Renzu, to a passage he had been turning over for some time. After Renzu had subjugated the rule Gu and the regulations Gu, his first command was for them to capture the longevity Gu. round and square working in concert, they could encompass any existence. Capturing longevity was simple work for them. Renzu consumed it and was young again. But the rule Gu and regulations Gu warned him. Human, each time you give us a command, a new constraint will arise from it. Our first rule is this: we will never capture the same Gu for you twice. Renzu, driven by ambition, accepted. He gave his second command. Then capture every Gu in the world for me. The rule Gu became a vast circle encompassing the universe. The regulations Gu became a square covering the earth. Together they formed a titanic net, perfect in its mesh, drawing closed around all of creation. Every Gu that existed was caught within it. Renzu rejoiced, but when he opened the net, almost everything escaped in a frantic buzzing, and when he sealed it again, only 5 remained. Why did they flee? He demanded. Human, said rule and regulations. The world holds more than 10,000 Gu with infinite varieties of power. We can capture them, but controlling them, that is yours to accomplish alone. We can only bring them to you. Here is our second rule. From this point forward, we will capture only 1 Gu at a time. Among the 5 that remained were strength and wisdom. Renzu turned to strength. You left me once before. Submit to me now, and I will one day free you. I did not leave because I was unable to stay, Strength replied. I left because I chose to. I submit only to those stronger than myself, but I will make a trade. Give me your youth, and I will serve you for a time. Renzu agreed. He became a man in his prime, and strength settled on his shoulder. He turned to wisdom. Submit to me, and I will eventually release you. I submit only to those wiser than myself, wisdom replied, but give me your years of maturity, and I will obey you. Renzu refused. He understood the arithmetic. To sell his maturity was to reach old age, and at old age both strength and wisdom would leave him again. Seeing his refusal, wisdom changed tactics. Then I will admit defeat freely. Simply tell me the method by which you captured me, and I will stay without taking anything from you. Before rule and regulations could stop him, Renzu answered. I used the rule Gu and the regulations Gu. Wisdom laughed as it flew away. I will remember this. Now that I know their names, those 2 will never be able to catch me again. Renzu stood in silence, understanding what he had done. Rule and regulations reproached him bitterly. We warned you, those names were yours alone to hold. From this day forward, wisdom will always know how to move around us. Walking out of the academy hall, Fang Yuan allowed himself a small, private smile. In my previous life, I behaved like a trapped animal, refusing titles and honors, believing that refusal was freedom. I strained against the net of rules and regulations with a brute force that only left me more entangled with every effort. Now I understand the lesson wisdom demonstrated, not fighting the net, but learning the names of what held it together, and moving through the spaces that knowledge revealed. That evening, he went directly back to the inn. He passed through the academy corridor without collecting a single stone from anyone. He had enough to sustain his Gu through the end of the year, and the weekly toll had served its purpose. Continuing it now would attract attention that had stopped being useful. He sat in his room and reviewed what the academy elder had seen during the inspection, and more importantly, what conclusions he would draw from it. They will investigate. They will find my earnings from the caravan market, my meeting with Jiajin Sheng, the transaction for the mudskin toad. They will conclude that I purchased new Gu through that channel. By hesitating during the inspection, I gave the elder the satisfaction of uncovering one of my secrets, a small one, chosen for exactly this purpose. A man who believes he has found your hidden thing stops looking for the thing you are actually hiding. I am his best student, and a best student is rarely suspected of anything that requires suspicion. He closed his eyes and directed his attention into his aperture. The middle stage had been the first wall. There were others ahead, each one higher than the last, each one requiring what the one before had cost and more. He began to work. The silence in the inn room had stopped being merely the absence of sound. Under the influence of the silent wall Gu, it had become a substance, heavy, almost solid, isolating the space from the rest of existence as completely as stone walls isolate a vault. At the center of the room, the blue truffle smoldered in a small stone bowl. It was a rank 1 material obtained through Jiafu, and the thick smoke it released moved through the air in slow azure spirals. Fang Yuan inhaled it. His lungs registered the burn immediately, but his mind, opened by the hallucinogenic toxins now moving through his blood, expanded outward into territory that ordinary waking consciousness could not reach. In the world of Gu masters, most refinements were achieved through the collision of physical materials. one substance pressed against another until something new emerged from the contact. But some refinements required a different kind of forge. The mind itself had to be shaped. Thoughts had to do the work that fire and essence could not. Above his aperture, the life-breathing grass Gu glowed steadily, its roots of light extending into his meridians, anchoring his life force against the destabilizing effects of the toxin. The world is a turmoil, but my heart is a mirror. He descended into trance. In his inner vision, his mind had become a lake of mercury, vast, perfectly still, its surface reflecting everything above it without distortion. Then from the depths, the things he carried began to surface. Grudges with no resolution, the consuming ambition that had been his constant companion across 6 centuries, the residue of lives that had ended badly, and the specific weight of knowing exactly how and why. They rose like sea monsters, seeking the surface, each one capable of shattering the stillness if he allowed it. This was the critical passage. In mental refinement, thought was the fuel of the forge, but the temperature had to be exact. Too much passion and the structure dissolved. Too little and nothing took shape at all. Fang Yuan brought his will down on each rising thing like an invisible hammer, crushing it back below the surface before it could break through, not suppressing the emotions, but reducing them to their component mass and holding that mass steady. Controlled, available as raw material rather than active force. Cling! A crystalline sound resonated inside the aperture, clean and precise, the sound of something that has found its correct form. The blue smoke entered him in a final concentrated spiral. A sapphire light condensed between his brows, and from that light, a small Gu emerged. The meditation Gu. It resembled a tiny blue jade toad, eyes closed, legs folded beneath it. It settled onto an imaginary rock at the edge of the copper-green primeval sea and became still. From this position, it would work. It would draw his thoughts inward, process them, and release primeval essence at a rate of 10% per hour. For a grade C talent whose natural regeneration had always been his greatest structural disadvantage, this was not an improvement, it was a category change. It guaranteed his continued dominance through the transition to rank 2 in defiance of every table the clan used to map its students' futures. An army of rank 2 practitioners, drawn from what the clan had always discarded. He let the implication extend outward for a moment, then filed it for later. A cold smile moved across his lips in the dark of the room. Then the dark took it back. The following day, beneath the dense canopy of the forest, Fang Yuan met Wang De at their usual location. Wang De had melted into the mountain's shadows for so long that he had become an extension of them, present, watchful, and nearly impossible to pin down. But when Fang Yuan opened his hand to reveal the white boar Gu resting in his palm, something shifted in his expression. "Take it," Fang Yuan said. Wang De didn't move immediately. "You're lending me a Gu just like that. You're not afraid I'll disappear with it." "This Gu has reached its limit with my body. I have absorbed everything from it. By lending it to you for 2 months, I ensure that my supplier is capable of taking larger prey. It is a loan, Wang De, remember that." Wang De took the worm. He held it for a moment, reassessing a situation he thought he'd understood. Fang Yuan set a small cloth sack on the flat rock between them. "The caravan came and went, these are yours." Wang De opened the sack and said nothing. He pulled the cord tight again and put it away with the careful economy of someone who doesn't want to display how much it matters. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Fang Yuan produced a second Gu, the life-breathing grass Gu. "This one is for your father. It will stabilize his health. I don't want you distracted by things at home while I still require your services." Wang De put both Gu away carefully, something disconcerted moving behind his eyes, the expression of someone who keeps encountering pragmatism that produces the same results as generosity and can't quite decide which category to file it under. "You are insightful, Fang Yuan." "No, Wang De, I know the value of my investments." In the clan leader's pavilion, sandalwood incense moved through the air above a tea service of pale porcelain. Gu Immortal slid a cup toward the academy elder and waited. "Your verdict on this year's cohort." The academy elder took a measured sip before answering. "An exceptional year. Fang Yuan is, without question, the most genuinely fascinating student I have taught in recent memory. His discipline and his intelligence operate at a level I find difficult to account for in a 15-year-old. The capital required for his current set is substantial for a student," Gu Immortal noted, his voice clinical. The numbers were already clear in his mind. 500 stones for a tin skin Gu, 200 for a life-breathing grass. Our informants confirmed the mud-skin toad's sale to the caravan. The numbers trace back cleanly enough, but it's not his wealth that concerns me, it's his influence. He is class monitor now. The Mo and Kai families will begin moving to claim him. Gu Immortal turned to look at the village below, his expression settling into something calculated and patient. Politically, my prestige is tied to Fang Yuan, but his brother has become an obstacle that Fang Yuan can't move past on his own. As of today, I will oversee Fang Yuan's cultivation personally. He paused, a serene smile settling into place. They are twin brothers. Blood is a bond that outlasts most things. If we handle this correctly, Fang Yuan will eventually choose to serve his brother's rise rather than compete with it. Flatter him where it's useful, but keep the pressure in place. Today they choose their second Gu, the Academy Elder noted. Let's see what they each reach for, Gu Immortal said. That will tell us something. As the sun went down and threw long shadows across the Academy's walls, a line of students had already formed in front of the inventory building, their faces lit by the feverish glow of long-deferred hunger, now finally within reach of its prize. When Fang Yuan appeared, the conversation stopped. The silence he walked into had acquired a layer beneath the fear, something closer to the involuntary respect that accumulates around a person through sustained demonstration. He was class monitor. He had been first at every assessment. The students parted for him with the resigned automaticity of people who have stopped arguing with a pattern. He moved up the line past faces that ranged from bitter to carefully neutral. He passed Fang Yuan, who stood with Mo Bei and Kai Chen behind him. Something had changed in Fang Yuan's posture since the months of daily combat sessions and the breakthrough. He no longer dropped his gaze reflexively. He held himself upright, but protocol required the bow, and he gave it, and Fang Yuan passed him without a word. Blood ties, a lubricant for the gears of power, nothing more. The heavy doors opened, he entered first. The air inside was quieter than he remembered, a portion of the alcoves already empty, the accumulated presence of the inventory thinner than before. He walked to the darker corner of the room, where the support Gu waited in less visited alcoves, and retrieved the little light Gu. It was shaped like a star the size of a fingernail, a classic complement to the Moonlight Gu, the standard choice for a student who wanted to extend their primary combat tool's power, an average choice by every external measure. Logical, expected, entirely consistent with a student who was ambitious but working within obvious parameters. He pocketed it and walked out. The line outside stirred the moment he appeared. He's out. Mo Bei moved through the door with urgency, the tension leaving his shoulders only when he reached his target. Fang Yuan entered next. He deliberated with solemn focus, weighing the choice that would define his future. Kai Chen followed, his movements quick and decisive. Each of them emerged from the vault, clutching their prize. That's it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, like, comment, and subscribe to AI Otaku Studio for more stories. Check out my other channel, Infinite Novel Audio, and I'll see you in the next chapter.